Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Dark Knight Batman? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. After the incident with Pansy's dad and Harry and Hermione hugging her, the strong-willed Slytherin girl fell into a sobbing mess. She had never cried that much in her life, but the combination of her father's harsh words, his intent of hurting her, and the humiliation she received because of that scene made her vulnerable. That very same night, Hermione, Harry, Daphne, Millie, and Tracy didn't want to leave the Slytherin girl by herself, so they talked and accompanied her in the Slytherin common room. The group received many strange looks, particularly those who saw in shock that a Ravenclaw was inside the common room, but with one icy stare from Daphne and a bat-like glare from Harry, nobody dared to give them a hard time. "Shoo, it's all right, Pansy. Everything is all right," Hermione said as she gently stroked the other girl's hair. Pansy was holding Harry in a very tight hug and was crying on his chest. "I don't get why are you so upset? Your father is clearly a bastard. His words should be meaningless. Besides, for a bigot like him, getting injured and getting his wand snapped by a simple muggle is punishment enough," Daphne said. Though Daphne is right on her point, Hermione began to say to the sobbing girl, "We're here for you, Pansy. You're our friend." Hermione finished. Harry said nothing and simply stroked her back. "You have proven that you're a better person than him," Millie added. She was conflicted because the girl she was trying to cheer up was on the arms of the boy she had a crush on, but she still wanted what was better for Pansy. "Pansy, you're a great friend. Don't let his stupid words affect you," Tracy said. "Yes, don't be afraid. He will never hurt you or insult you ever again," Harry whispered into her ear and then gently placed a kiss on the top of her head. "Thank you, really," Pansy finally said. It had taken hours, but she was finally calmed and had begun to clean her face from the dried tears. "Tonight you can sleep in any of our beds, if that's what you want," Tracy offered. "That would be nice," Pansy said. How could she have gained such a wonderful group of friends? Harry took Hermione into the Ravenclaw Tower, primarily to make sure that she arrived safely. Not that there were any danger in the castle, except that troll, but to avoid Mr. Filch and the prefects like Percy Weasley, who was so fond of following the rules that any student out of their common room, even for a single second, he would give them a report with their head of house. And secondly, because he wanted a perfect excuse to check on Basil and the Slytherin chamber. The pair walked together almost in silence since they wanted to be sure that they could be as sneaky as they could. After a few scares of almost being caught by Mr. Filch and one encounter with Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw prefect, that she was the one who escorted them to the Ravenclaw entrance. "Well, see you tomorrow, Harry," Hermione said, kissing the boy in the cheek before passing through the door. "See you tomorrow, Hermione," Harry said. "Come on, Wayne, I'll make sure you get to your common room without trouble," Penelope said with a smile. She was an older girl, and her smile was kind enough for him to notice that she took her position seriously, but not as tyrannical as Percy. "So, Clearwater, is that an ancient house, or are you a first generation like me?" Harry said, trying to get a conversation with the girl. His plans of visiting the chamber had been postponed. "Eh, what?" she asked. "A first generation. That's how the wizards in America, and I mean in the whole continent, not only United States, referred to wizards or witches who were born from non-magical parents," Harry explained. "Ah, that. Well, yes, I'm a muggle-born myself. My parents are regular muggles who were astonished when Professor McGonagall appeared on our door and told them that I was a witch," Penelope said. "Do you miss them?" Harry asked. "Yes, but I can't have a cell phone here to call them, with all of that of no muggle device work in the presence of magic," Penelope said with a sigh. "That's not true. I use my cell all the time. It's part of the Wayne improvements my dad made when he learned I was magical," Harry explained, showing that his cell phone had both network connection and was working. "How does it work?" Penelope asked. "That I don't know. He told me that it was a combination of runes carved with laser into the motherboard and some kind of miniature Faraday cages that allow all of my equipment to function properly, Harry explained. Oh, that would be so wonderful. Imagine if you could put fluorescent lamps or computers or actual projectors. It could be revolutionary. Penelope said as a Ravenclaw, she taught of improving the education of the school. Or we could show movies to everyone. I'm sure that the Gnomage kids would like that, and the magical kids could enjoy some form of entertainment besides Quidditch. Harry said he just got an idea of how cheer Pansy up. The next morning, Harry went to his morning jog with Millie. They reached the lake, and while Harry made push-ups, Millie decided to talk of something that had been bothering her since yesterday. Do you like Pansy? She asked. Harry stopped his push-ups to look at the girl in front of him. What? He asked. He knew from his father's and mother's advices that a woman's heart, especially one that was young, was a sensitive matter. He should be careful with the words he was going to use. Do you like Pansy? Millie repeated her question. By now, Harry had sat on the ground. Millie, Harry began to say. He was still working on what exact words he could use. I have to be honest with you. Before I came to Hogwarts, I had never seen a girl and thought of my sentiments about her. I simply saw a good friend to care and protect. He began saying, then when I asked you to do exercise with me, I thought of simply help you. When you kissed me, not only was my first kiss, but it was perfect, so I developed a certain liking to you going past being friends, but almost immediately Pansy kissed me as well, and I liked it too, so I'm not entirely sure if I like you, or I like Pansy. I'm just so confused I never had any girl noticing me. Or if they did, I never noticed, Harry said, letting an exasperated sigh. So what? She asked, her arms folded in front of him. Just I don't know, Harry said. Seeing Millie's disappointed look, he decided he needed help. He had to call someone who was wiser than him. If it was early morning here in Gotham, it was still night. Most of his family were asleep, except someone. Harvard University, Massachusetts. Deep in the night, in the students' dormitories, everyone was asleep. Everyone except the overworker sleep-deprived adopted son of Bruce Wayne, Tim Drake, who was continuing his research for some school projects that had to be delivered by December. The young adult was on his 5th coffee cup, and he had no signs of slowing down. That was until his cell phone rang. Yellow, Tim said, picking up and placing the device on his right ear. Hey, Tim. Nice ear. Harry's voice sounded on the other side of the phone. That was when Tim realized it was a video call instead of a regular one. He really needed to sleep something. Hey, Harry, good morning. How is my little and less annoying brother doing? Tim said. Harry could see his older brother having heavy bags under his eyes and his crazy stare. I'm doing fine, but honestly, I'm in a pickle, and I thought you could help me with it, Harry said to Tim. All right, tell your awesome and future CEO of Wayne Enterprises what's bothering you. Tim said. Harry laughed at that because Tim had a better ego when he was sleep-deprived. Well, it has to do with 3 girls that like me, and I'm sure I like them back, Harry said, looking at his side to where Millie was looking at the vastness of the lake. That's good. Who are the fortunate ones? Tim asked. Hermione Granger, Pansy Parkinson, and Millicent Bulstrode. She's actually here in the lake with me, Harry said. Were you 2 on a date? Tim asked teasingly. No. We were exercising. We make a morning run every day, but yesterday a girl confessed that she had kissed me, and Millie had kissed me first. She asked me if I like her or the other girls. I don't know what to do because I don't want to hurt their feelings, Harry confessed. Then why don't you date the 3 of them? Tim shrugged. What? But that's not possible. Couples are made of 2 people. Harry said, Little Harry, I'm in a relationship with a man and woman. Our older brother is in a relationship with 2 women. Cass is in a weird one with a clay monster. Tim said. Then his eyes went wide. Forget that last one. IT was a joke. He screamed. My point is, Harry, the world is not normal. We have superheroes or wizards doing amazing stuff. Who says that regular people have to love just one person? I'm just saying you could propose that to the girls if you like them too. People might surprise you, Tim said as an advice. Thanks, I'll try to talk to them about it, Harry said. You're welcome, little brother. If you need another advice, call me. But I won't tell you about the birds and bees, Tim said. What birds and bees? Harry asked, confused. Nothing, bye, Tim said, ending the call. Dodged a bullet there, Tim said to himself. Back at the Black Lake, Hogwarts, Harry contemplated his brother's words. For one, he could follow his advice and present them the offer of all of them being in a relationship that could lead to 2 outcomes. 1, they accept, and they live happily ever after, or 2, they get offended and stop talking to him. Or he could tell them that he wasn't sure of his feelings, which could lead to them still getting angry at him and stop talking to him. Feelings were difficult. It was easier solving murderers and crime alongside Sherlock Holmes and John Watson in fiction than dealing with feelings in real life. Harry let out a sigh and walked towards where Millie had sat. The dark-haired girl had her eyes closed. He decided to gently place his right hand on her left shoulder. "Millie, we have to talk," Harry said to the girl, who looked at him in confusion. Wayne Enterprises, London subsidiary. Bruce Wayne was working with some of his stockholders regarding the implementation of new and more accessible way of clean transport for the Gotham City citizens, as well as some other cities that are interested in investing in the transport. Cynthia's voice came from the communicator. "Mr. Wayne, your tandem appoint is here. Do you want me to send him in?" Cynthia asked. "Yes, please, Cynthia. Thank you," Bruce said to his assistant. "Ladies, gentlemen, if you excuse me, I have a private meeting to attend to," Bruce said, dismissing the stockholders. "Have a nice day, Mr. Wayne," one of them said as they left. Not long after, from the entrance appeared Cyrus Greengrass walking towards the CEO. "Mr. Wayne, I suppose," Cyrus Greengrass said. "Mr. Greengrass, nice to finally meet you," Bruce said as he stood to shake the other man's hand. "I have to be honest, I had never taken Muggle transport, but it was fun to ride in, what did they call it? Automobile?" Cyrus said. "Yes. I'm glad the driver found you. I didn't know if she would have found your manor." Bruce replied. "Well, it's a new world, Mr. Wayne, and I want to be a part of it," Cyrus said. "That's why you're here. So tell me, in what do you want to invest?" Bruce said. "Can you show me the installations? I think I'll make a better decision if I know what I'm investing on," Cyrus said. "Sure, follow me," Bruce said, and the man followed. As both men boarded the lift, Cyrus said, "By the way, I've heard that you cut Astrid Parkinson's hand off. Is that true?" Cyrus asked with an amused smile on his face. Bruce laughed. "Of course not. I merely stabbed his right hand with a pen," Bruce replied. "Then I broke his wand." That earned an impressed look from the other man. "You just made a statement that Muggles should not be trifled with," Cyrus said. "I just did what was fair. He couldn't talk about my son, nor treat his daughter that bad in my presence," Bruce said. "All I'm saying is that if you're that passionate about protecting people, then I wouldn't mind calling you family," Cyrus said with a smile, but with a glint in his eyes. "You really want to make the betrothal?" Bruce asked. "Not really, because my daughters are too precious to me to negotiate with them, like if they were property. But I'm hoping that whatever I find here can help me gain money to be able to reject Flint's proposal and not leaving my family in the ruin," Cyrus admitted. "I don't want to get to that either, but Wayne Enterprises has many departments from metallurgy to applied sciences. Actually, the tour is going to cover all those departments," Bruce began saying. 3 hours later, the duo had returned to the main office, in which Cyrus was still amazed by everything he just saw. The metallurgy department had state-of-the-art ways of making the components instead of having a blacksmith making everything from scratch. The transport department was simply incredible. Cyrus didn't know much of Muggle transport, but the machines made a car so fast. But the department that blew his mind was applied science. He saw people testing gliding equipment, motors, vehicles so advanced that he couldn't comprehend the descriptions Mr. Wayne told him. And the best was something called laser that helped them heat or cut through solid matter faster than a bombarded spell. "Well, Mr. Greengrass, where do you want to invest?" Bruce asked. "Applied science. It was a magnificent show," Cyrus said with a smile of that of a kid in a candy shop. "Very well." Bruce took some papers out while standing up and going to a wood bar where there were several bottles of different alcoholic beverages. "It's custom to drink a toast when business is done. So pick your poison, Glenfiddich, Pierre Ferrand, or Jose Cuervo," Bruce said, showing 3 very expensive bottles of whiskey, brandy, and tequila. "I think that Glenfiddich is calling my name," Cyrus said. "Excellent," Bruce said, pouring 2 glasses and giving one to the other man. "For the business." Cyrus raised his glass. "For the business," Bruce replied, and making the distinct sound of a clank when the glasses clashed. Both men drank the golden liquid. "Merlin's beard, that's good," Cyrus said. "Only the best for my investors," Bruce said. "I don't want to sound alcoholic, but can I get another one?" Cyrus asked. "Of course, Mr. Greengrass," Bruce said, pouring another glass for the man and pouring himself another one as well. "For our children," Cyrus said in his toast. "For our children," Bruce replied, once again clashing their glasses together. Harry and Millie were standing in the Black Lake shore. Their classes had been over for the day. They had told Hermione and Pansy to meet them there. The couple was waiting in the exact same spot they had had their discussion a few hours earlier. They saw the girl from Ravenclaw and the girl from Slytherin approach through the misty terrain of the lake shore. "So here we're. What did you want to talk about?" Pansy asked. Her mood had improved over the day, and she was already being her regular self. Yes, you sounded so cryptic. Come to the Black Lake shore? Only you, signed Harry and Millie. Hermione said, remembering the words the note said. Well, you see, Harry began saying, but was interrupted by Millie's hand on his shoulder. Let me handle this, she said, stepping forward to the other girls. I know that you both like Harry, and that we three have kissed him. She began, and the girls blushed at that, but I wanted to tell you that after a discussion him and me had today, we come to the conclusion that we wanted to be boyfriend and girlfriend, Millie said, to which the other two looked a little down. But I thought that we are just 11, 12 in Hermione and Pansy's cases. We have our whole lives ahead of us. So why don't we share him? Millie proposed. What? The girls said. Yes, I have to be honest. On the first night in the castle, I wrote my parents about beginning negotiations for Harry's hand, and I'm sure Daphne and Tracy did the same. So far, I haven't heard of a contract to be made so Harry is single. I like him, and I like you in some capacity. You're my friends, and why not share him? Millie said. I don't see a problem with that. Pansy said with a smirk. He killed a troll to protect me, and his dad injured mine to protect me. So I'm in. Pansy said, going to immediately kiss the boy in question. He was surprised, but still went along with it, kissing the girl back. Hermione? Millie asked. The bushy-haired girl was looking at the floor. I don't know, she said to Millie. Well, what do we have here? A male, hideous voice came from the mist. The group turned around to see the two figures appearing from the woods. Harry was still embracing Pansy as their kiss was interrupted. Pansy Parkinson, the fat cow, the mudblood with metal on her teeth, and the mudblood who tainted our house, the second voice said. As they stepped closer, they saw that the figures were Marcus Flint and his brother Sam. They had kept a low profile after their return to the castle, but apparently bullies never learned. Have you seen that, Marcus? Pansy was kissing the mudblood, Sam said with disgust on his face. So not only is she a blood traitor now, she's a house traitor as well. Marcus Flint. And look at the cow. 2 months, and now she looks more of a pig. I see someone has been losing weight, but once a fatty, always a fatty. Sam taunted them, making Millie cry for his harsh words. Leave us alone, Harry said, stepping to the front. Why? Are you going to throw lightning at us? Oh, we're so scared. Marcus taunted. Harry's eyes began to glow as lightning formed on his hands. You want lightning? Here it is. Eat this, Harry said, throwing lightning from his hands. No, you eat this. Marcus said with pure hatred in his eyes as the green hue curse fired from his wand, his aim being completely focused on the mudblood from Slytherin. Pansy, Millie, and Hermione were shocked and paralyzed to see one of the most evil of curses approaching their friend and the boy they liked. Chapter end notes. Sorry for the cliffhanger, but I just couldn't resist making it in there, haha. Why Marcus decided to use an unforgivable curse will be answered in the next chapter. So I checked the most expensive whiskey, brandy, and tequila, and those names were amongst the most expensive ones, so I decided to use them. After all, Wayne would not give his investors a cheap liquor. Crime and punishment. Flint Manor. A few weeks ago, you're a bloody disgrace to the Flint name. Joseph Flint, Marcus and Sam's father, was doing the Crucio curse onto his sons after they had arrived to the manor on suspension for attacking a freaking mudblood. Father, forgive us, Sam pleaded as his whole body squirmed in pain. Why should I forgive you, you piece of filth, disgraceful sons, who are humiliated by a mudblood? The Flint patriarch said as he continued punishing his sons, his wand twisted, making them squirm even stronger than before. Their pain was too much to bear. They preferred to be killed at that instant instead of this. Their relief came soon as their father stopped cursing them, giving them a well-deserved rest. This isn't over, you ingrate bastards, Joseph said as an elf brought him a glass of fire whiskey. Move your useless ass away, elf, Joseph said to his ill-looking house elf. Father, it wasn't our fault. That boy shouldn't be that powerful, less having being able to do wandless magic. Sam began explaining, but his father simply sent another wave of Crucio to him. The youngest of the Flints began squirming in the floor once again. Father, we were angry at the boy who tainted the Slytherin house. A freaking mudblood in the house of the great Salazar and interacting with the girls you had chosen for us. He deserved to learn a painful lesson, Marcus said. Which was? Their father asked. That mudbloods have no place in Hogwarts, Marcus said. You seem to have learned well, but being caught was a stupid decision on your part, Joseph said as he cursed his eldest son. When you come back to Hogwarts, you'll end this mudblood. You'll make him suffer and snuff his life out for his crimes, do I? Get myself clear, Joseph said. Yes, father. We'll kill him as soon as we see him, Sam said. The father of the duo of screaming teens rolled his eyes and sent a bigger wave of crucio to them. You're in Slytherin, the house of the cunning. You need to find the perfect opportunity to strike, and strike hard, Joseph said as he continued to torturing his sons. Present time, you want lightning? Here it is. Eat this, Harry said, throwing lightning from his hands. No, you eat this. Avada Kedavra, Marcus said with pure hatred in his eyes as the green hue curse fired from his wand, his aim being completely focused on the mudblood from Slytherin. Pansy, Millie, and Hermione were shocked and paralyzed to see one of the most evil of curses approaching their friend and the boy they liked. Harry was a smart boy. He loved to read, and many of his afternoons had spent time reading book after book. Thanks to Dr. Fate's library, his knowledge had improved, but with Salazar's secret library, his knowledge had increased beyond his imagination. So he knew the curse the older teen had sent into his direction. Unluckily for Harry, there was no counter nor way to deflect the curse, and not even his fastest of movements could take him away from the curse's path. He quickly glanced at the girls that waited on the shore. Their faces grew with concern and fear. The world slowed down for Harry. He would be killed right here in this lake in front of 3 girls that had been nothing but the best in the way they had treated him and reciprocated his feelings. It was a shame that he would die just now. But then, he felt a surge of energy emanating from his chest. Well, not exactly his chest, but the ankh necklace he had been wearing since Dr. Fate gave it to him. And then in a flash of pure white light appeared in front of the kids, and most importantly in front of the cursed Dr. Fate in all his golden glory. The golden armored man did not hesitate and moved faster than Harry could think and pushed him with his telekinetic powers into the safety of the girl's arms, and with his right hand invoked another ankh that absorbed the curse. Marcus and Sam were shocked to see this apparition of a man who only extended his fingers and summoned their wands right into his hands. Time finally moved normally as Harry's brain catch up on what had happened and how the girls were looking at him with worry. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Is something hurting? Do you need anything? Hermione asked in a rapid succession while checking her friend's head and body. Hermione, please. Let him breathe, Pansy said. Harry, please don't do that again, Millie said, hugging him tightly and kissing his cheeks and lips. Harry finally spoke. I'm fine. No, I'm not hurt nor bruised, and all I need is you 3. Harry smiled at the girls, with Hermione blushing the deepest. Who are you? Pansy asked. I am Dr. Fate, Harry's mentor, the golden armored man replied, without letting the culprits go from enchanted ropes that appeared out of nowhere. Thank you for saving our boyfriend, Millie said. Dr. Fate looked at the boy, who simply gave a shrug. I gave you this necklace to protect you, Harry. I'm surprised that the first time it was used was to stop a curse, Dr. Fate said. But it's not the first time he has been in danger. He fought a troll a couple of days ago. Why didn't you appear then? Pansy, very annoyed at the golden man. Pansy, don't be rude. He is one of the strongest wizards in the whole world and the avatar of a deity, Harry whispered to the girl, who went comically wide-eyed. I'm sorry, she said, almost bowing to the man. I didn't know. It's all right, little girl. I'm glad you care so much for Harry. He will need strong allies for what's coming, Dr. Fate said. What do you mean by that? Hermione asked. Harry, the fight with the troll was fated. You see, there are certain events that need to happen in all of a person's lives across the different multiverses. The fight with the troll is an event that always repeats itself. It's a nexus point that can't be changed, Dr. Fate explained, ignoring Hermione's question. What other events does Harry have to face? Millie asked. That I cannot answer. Nobody should ever know about their future or their possible future, Dr. Fate said. I understand. Harry knew better than to never question his mentor. Still, he asked, but why did you appear here? Harry asked. The wards in the castle prevent me from entering, but the Black Lake and the Quidditch field are far enough that I can project myself here. Physically, I'm not here, but I still have the power to save you, Dr. Fate explained, and right then, rushing from the castle, came Professor Snape. I got your message. What happened? Snape asked to Dr. Fate. These boys attacked with a very unforgivable curse to these students. It would be my recommendation to have them expelled, get their wands snapped, and get them incarcerated for attempted murder, Dr. Fate said. They're coming from a suspension, so I'm sure they won't save themselves this time, Snape said. Please, Professor Snape. We were framed. You have to believe us. Marcus shouted in despair. You're a disgrace to Hogwarts, and I'll send a Patronus to Madame Bones. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to find out you tried to murder her nephew." Snape replied with his same monotone voice that made some of his classes be boring, but that hearing him tell that to the Flint brothers sent chills down everyone's spines and made the brothers gulp in fear. True to his word, Snape invoked a Patronus. He said the enchantment, and to amazement of Harry and company, a translucent blue doe appeared out of the professor's wand. The doe rapidly dashed away until it was lost in the distance. "Please, Professor, don't," Sam said. "My father can pay you a fortune," he pleaded. "You should have thought about that before doing such a crime. I will also inform this to Madame Bones when she arrives," Professor Snape said. Then he cast an Wingardium Leviosa spell that levitated the teens' bounded bodies towards the castle. Bulstrode, Granger, Parkinson, and Wayne, "Follow me," Snape said, to which the shocked kids replied with a nod. "Goodbye, Harry. See you later," Dr. Fate replied before disappearing in an ank of light. Snape's side glanced at the boy, but said nothing. That should be a discussion for another time. The group arrived at the Hogwarts castle entrance, in which Madame Bones was already waiting alongside Kingsley Shacklebolt, two other Aurors, and Headmaster Dumbledore and Headmistress McGonagall. "Severus, what is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore asked. "These two attacked Mr. Wayne and his coven," Snape said, making the kids grow completely red at Professor Snape's words, and Grandma Minnie arched her eyebrow at her grandson, who averted her gaze. "With a very particular spell. Marcus Flint used one of the unforgivable. More exactly, the Avada Kedavra curse. If it weren't for sheer luck, Mr. Wayne wouldn't be here in the land of the living," Snape declared. "You can't prove anything. I'm innocent," Marcus began saying. "Kingsley, please perform a checkup on the wand. Let's see what was the last spell this student made," Madame Bones said. Harry had never seen her that cold. The only time he remembered seeing her like that was when Sirius decided to prank her into believing he was making the triplets fly. She was so pissed at him that day, but nothing compared to what he was seeing right now. The tall, dark-skinned Auror began making a spell, and after a few seconds he said, "That's correct, Marcus Flint's wand used an unforgivable spell," Kingsley said, looking completely angry at the brothers. "Check Samuel Flint's wand next," Madame Bones said. Kingsley did the same, and this time said, "There's no spell cast. He hasn't used his wand today." Kingsley replied. Sam let out a relieved sigh. "You're not free yet, young man. Even if you didn't cast that hideous spell, you'll be in serious consequences," Professor McGonagall said angrily. "What will the punishment for his brother?" Professor Dumbledore asked. He had remained quiet during the checkups, but he had finally opened his mouth. "Since he is still a minor, he will be placed in Azkaban's minimum security wing, where he will remain there until he turns 17. Then he will be facing judgment on the charges of attempted murderer in school grounds of a fellow student," Madame Bones replied. "Don't you think that's a little too harsh?" Dumbledore asked, and Marcus Flint looked relieved. Finally, the gentle nature of the headmaster was going to be put in good use. "Albus, I was called here to imprison a possible criminal. If he is let run free, there's no guarantee that he won't try it again. This time Wayne was lucky, but luck runs out eventually. So I'm taking no chances on this matter. That's final," Madame Bones said with an imposing voice that made everyone remain silent. "Take him away, boys," she said to her two red-robed Aurors that come with her. "What about his brother, madam?" Kingsley asked. "Just like Deputy Headmistress said. He'll be punished here. I'm sure they'll have him monitored all the time," Madame Bones replied. "Very well," Kingsley said. "Harry, are you all right?" Professor McGonagall asked the boy. "Yes, it was terrifying, but I'll manage. I think they're more scared than I was," Harry said, referring to the girls. "Of course we were, you numbskull. We could have lost you," Pansy yelled. "How was I supposed to know that he was going to fire the killing curse?" Harry yelled back. Children, please behave," Professor Dumbledore said in his grandfatherly tone. "You're all unharmed, and that's what matters. I recommend you to go to your common rooms and sleep and forget this awful evening," Dumbledore said. "It wasn't that awful," Harry said, looking at the three girls next to him with a sly smile. "We'll have a talk about that young man." Professor McGonagall scorned him. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall," Harry said. "Minerva, please let the children rest. Tomorrow will be a new day," Dumbledore said. "Severus, please escort them to their bedrooms," he added. "Follow me," Professor Snape said to the kids who walked behind him. The professor wanted to take the kids first to the Ravenclaw common room, but Hermione said, "I'm sorry, Professor. I want to make sure Harry, Pansy, and Millie arrive to their common room first," Hermione said with a strong conviction. "She reminds me of Lily," Snape thought, fine, maybe in the way we can find Professor Flitwick and he can take you to your tower, he added. The group finally arrived at the Slytherin common room entrance, though they didn't find Professor Flitwick, so Hermione walked with them all the way. Enter. Not you, Mr. Wayne. I need to have a word with you, Professor Snape said. Alone, Snape added, referring to the two Slytherin girls that hadn't entered their common room and the Ravenclaw girl who hadn't left Harry's side. Actually, I wanted to have a talk with you too, Professor. And not to be rude, Professor, but whatever thing you want to say, you can say it in front of Hermione, Millie, and Pansy. I trust them, and even if we continue this talk alone, I'll tell them everything at the end, Harry said. Snape's lips thinned, but he nodded. Follow me. He took them to the first empty classroom they could find and put a silencing charm and locked the door. How do you know Dr. Fate? Snape finally asked. How do you know him? If I may ask, Harry said respectfully. He was thought to always respect authority figures if they were worthy of such respect, and so far Professor Snape had never treated him badly, so he had in high value the potion professor, though not as high as Professor Lupin or Grandma Minnie. I've been working with him for over a decade, you? Snape confessed. I've been training for him for over 5 years, Harry replied. Why did you train with him? Snape asked. Meanwhile, the girls were watching the conversation in intense and silent curiosity. He's a friend of my father. When I was a boy and I did accidental magic, my father asked him to train me to exploit my abilities to the top. Harry explained. What work have you been doing for him? Harry asked. I've been making potions that will help him find objects, but I hit a wall that I just can't demolish, Snape replied. What object? Maybe I can help, Harry asked. Should I really let this kid help? Why not? Better him to get killed if the Horcrux is tampered with. But then fate would kill me. Decisions. Snape thought to himself, fine, you'll help me find this object, but only to find you'll never touch it nor try to wear it nor anything. You got that? Snape said. Sure, what's the object? Harry asked. For what we have gathered, it's a small object lost in the castle. I've been using my tracking potion, but due to the many passages, secret rooms, and hidden chambers, I can't find it. So I'll give you a tracking compass so that you may find it, Snape said as he called a Hogwarts house elf and asked him something. The elf popped away and then reappeared once again, this time with some sort of compass-like trinket. You'll need this, Snape said, giving the boy the compass. Thanks, I guess, Harry said, confused, but he thought it was a good mission, a secret mission inside the castle. Now, you need to go to the common room, Snape said after unlocking and canceling the silencing charm. After that, the professor led the kids to the Slytherin common room, in which Hermione said goodbye, giving a quick peck on Harry's lips, which made the boy smile like an idiot. There's something about this boy that I can't quite pinpoint, like if I've seen him before, Snape said as he led the Granger girl to her Ravenclaw tower. Luckily for him, they stumbled with Prefect Clearwater, who took the girl with her. So are you really my girlfriends? Harry asked Pansy and Millie as the trio walked through the empty common room. Well, I thought that was pretty obvious, Pansy said with a smile. Yes, Harry. For someone who says that is as smart as the Sherlock Holmes, you're quite clueless for some other things, Millie said. Well, it's just that I wanted to be sure. After all, I almost died today, Harry said. Yes, and we would have mourned you. Luckily, it wasn't like that, and you'll be able to live another day, Pansy replied as she embraced her boyfriend. You mean to die another day, Harry said, to which the girls did not get the reference. I really need to talk with Professor Dumbledore about putting movies in the school, he thought. So it was a long day, and I should really get some sleep, Harry said. It's okay, it was long for us too, Millie said, getting in the hug as well. See you in the morning, he said, giving each girl a full kiss on their lips. As the trio parted way, they failed to notice that Daphne was hearing all of their conversation. A single tear escaped her eye as she steeled her resolve and continued reading her book. During the middle of the night, Harry woke up and began talking with Copper. I was tasked with a mission of find something small lost in the castle. I want to ask you to speak with Basil of all the hidden rooms there could be. Can you do that? Harry asked the snake. Of course, say, Master, the snake replied, and just like that slither away. What a day, Harry thought to himself as he saw the cotton-mouthed snake leave the bedroom. Normal classes, he even had gotten 3 girlfriends at his young age. Not even Dad, who was Gotham's most elected bachelor, could accomplish that, and even an attempted murderer can't wait to know what surprises tomorrow will bring. And with that, he finally closed his eyes and slept away. The Creature in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter Summary. Harry decides to explore the Forbidden Forest in search for the creature that is killing unicorns. Master, Basil told me to tell you that you sold come as soon as possible to the chamber, Copper said as she woke Harry up. Great. Though we'll have to wait till the end of the day, Harry said as he began to put his training clothes for his morning run. Just as he was stepping out of the snoring contest that was his bedroom, he found not only Millie waiting in her form-fitting exercise clothes, but Pansy as well in some loose white pants with a loose green shirt. "I thought I'd join you for a run." Pansy said, "I don't mind." "And you, Millie?" Harry said, "No, I don't mind either," she replied. "Then let's go," Harry said as he began to walk towards the castle entrance. After doing the necessary stretches, the trio began their jog. Mainly because Pansy wasn't used to run at their speed, so they decided to slow down for her. After several minutes, they reached the Black Lake shore, where a strange but sweet melody was heard. The trio saw a hulking figure sat on a rock playing the flute while a dog watched him with rapt attention. "That's a beautiful melody," Pansy said, looking at the morning view of the lake and at the man playing the flute. "Thanks a lot, Ms." Hagrid said, turning to see the group. "Hello, Harry. Nice to see you," Hagrid said. "Good morning, Hagrid. That indeed was a beautiful melody, and an excellent flute," Harry said. "Thanks, me friend Forenza gave it to me. I found him as I investigated something in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid said. "Not to be noisy, but what were you doing in the Forbidden Forest?" Millie asked with shyness at the presence of the tall man. "Just some creature that's creating chaos," Hagrid replied. "I see. Does this creature is a man or an animal?" Harry asked. He had read about the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and though dangerous, they weren't chaos makers. "I don't know, Harry," Hagrid said. "All I know is that it kills unicorns." Hagrid shrugged, then his eyes went comically large. "I shouldn't have said that." Harry, Pansy, and Millie's eyes were shocked to hear that. Unicorns were a pure creature that never harmed anyone, so who or what in their right would kill such a magnificent creature? "Why is it killing unicorns? That's almost blasphemy," Pansy said, offended. "Yes, it is, Ms. That's why I'm hunting it," Hagrid replied. "Anyway, I have things to do. Have a nice day." And with that, the giant man left them at the shores of the lake. "That was weird," Millie said. "That's just Hagrid. He's a lousy liar, but he has a good heart," Harry defended. "But what about the unicorns? Should we help him destroy this creature?" Pansy asked in a spur of bravery and confidence. "Preferably no. We don't know how strong this creature can be, so let's hope Hagrid can hunt it down soon." Harry said, "Of course I will help him hunt it down, but I can't let you get hurt," Harry thought. "Well, let's begin our exercises," Millie said, beginning to stretch her arms. "Pansy, just follow what we do, all right?" Harry said to the girl. "Sure," Pansy replied. "And remember, every 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, or every 10 repetitions we get our reward by kissing Harry," Millie said to Pansy. "Oh, I like the sound of that," the other girl replied. "We should definitely tell Hermione to join tomorrow, so that she doesn't feel excluded," Harry said. "Of course, we like her. We don't want any animosity if we are going to share you," Pansy replied with a sly smile. The trio continued their morning exercises with Harry having to give them their rewards as they had agreed on. Half an hour later, the girls were tired with Harry having enough stamina to continue his exercises, but decided to walk back with them to the common room. During the breakfast feast, Harry sat in the middle between Millie and Pansy, with Hermione joining them, sitting in front of him on the Slytherin table. "So we just been here for a little more than 2 months, and you already have 3 girlfriends? Damn, Wayne, you muggleborns don't waste time," Blaise joked as he sat next to Hermione. "It must be my charm," Harry said with a smirk. "Or your millions," Pansy jokingly replied. "Really? Just when I thought you liked me for being me," Harry said, feigning a hurt voice. "Of course we like you for being you," Hermione said, "but it doesn't hurt having a fortune at your name," she added with a smile that made everyone else laugh. "And they don't know of the Potter fortune I already have," Harry thought. They continued their breakfast with Daphne, remaining quiet through most of it and not interacting with the other Slytherins except with Tracy, and those conversations were very one-sided on Tracy's part. Then the morning mail arrived with the many owls flying past every table delivering letters and packages. As every morning, Harry received his copies of the Daily Planet and the Gotham Gazette, as well as a small package. He decided to open the package and saw that it was a deflated American football with a note that said, "Harry, I found this in one of the many boxes in the attic. Thought you might like to play with your cousins. With love, your mom, Selena." Harry smiled reading the note. He decided to make use of her advice and play around with his friends and cousins. They might even like the muggle sport. If they accepted soccer, why wouldn't they like American football? "Hey, Draco, heads up," Harry yelled, making the Hufflepuff blonde to look up with a smile as he saw his cousin readying his arm to make a pass at him. The short black-haired Slytherin boy threw the ovoid-shaped ball towards the next table, where Draco catch it without effort. "What is that?" Cedric Diggory asked, looking at the odd-shaped ball. This is a football from the American sport. We played it every time we visited Harry and his family. If you want to throw it, you need to grab it from the middle and let your fingertips slip, making the ball advance, making a spin in the air, Draco explained to the other Hufflepuff purebloods who had never seen nor heard about that sport. As Draco was explaining, a beautiful owl flew towards the Slytherin table, where it landed in front of Samuel Flint. The elder boy gulped down and read the letter to himself. Harry had seen the boy's reaction by the corner of his eye and saw how his expression was full of dread and tears were already streaming down his cheeks. No doubt his parents aren't proud of his actions yesterday, Harry thought to himself. Then he saw how from the Gryffindor table came the youngest of the redhead Weasley. "Hey man, heard that you were almost killed yesterday, you good?" Ron asked. Even though they weren't the best of friends, they had a rivalry and a love for chess competition, so there was an unspoken respect between the two of them. Gossip travels quickly here. "Where did you heard that?" Harry asked. "From Susan and Neville, who heard it from Professor McGonagall, as she wrote a letter to your family," Ron said. "Yes, Marcus ambushed us near the Black Lake and tried to kill me with an unforgivable spell," Harry confessed. "Wicked, not the thing of almost getting killed, but the fact that you survived a curse like that makes you almost being on the same level of awesomeness as Harry Potter," Ron said, to which Harry nodded, biting his lip to hold the laughter. "If only he knew," Harry said to himself. "Well, thanks, man. If you want, we can later play some chess," Harry said to the redhead boy. "Sure, that will be wicked," Ron said, walking away. After classes, Harry detached himself from his 3 girlfriends and went to Salazar's chamber, and after feeding his basilisk friend, he asked, "So what was the important thing you needed to tell me?" Harry said as he transfigured another Lego pig into a full-fleshed one. "There are several secret chambers inside Hogwarts. My master wasn't the only one hiding secrets," Basil said to the boy as he finished eating. "Really?" Harry asked. "Yes, Salazar created this chamber, Helga created a chamber near the kitchens. Rowena created a magical chamber in the 7th floor, and Godric made a chamber near the lake. The entrance for all Thys chambers are hidden," Basil explained. "What can you tell me about those chambers?" Harry inquired. "Helga wanted a place where her students could get food and practice. Rowena a place where her students could get whatever they needed, and Godric a place where his students could train as long as they wanted," Basil explained. "How can I access to any of those rooms?" Harry asked. "That I do not know with certainty. You could ask a friend in Thos Houses," Basil said. "Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea. Thank you, Basil," Harry said to the gigantic basilisk. When nighttime arrived, Harry slipped out of the common room, using darkness as his ally, and his glide cape to hide in the shadows every time he saw Mr. Filch or one of the professors in the nearby proximity. After 30 minutes of hide and seek in the corridors, Harry managed to escape the castle and placed his cape over his shoulders. All of this of hiding in the shadows makes me think I was Batman in another life, Harry thought to himself as the dark and eerie forest lurked in front of him. "It's showtime," he thought to himself, imitating Beetlejuice's voice. So he grabbed his night vision goggles from his utility belt and placed them on, and he began walking through the forest. No wonder this place was forbidden. It is full of spider webs, weird sounds, and were those howls? Harry said to himself as he continued his journey. Then he heard a hiss, and he turned around to see a snake nearby. "Excellent, a native," Harry said to the snake. "You're a speaker?" The snake asked him. "Yes, my name is Harry Wayne. I'm from Slytherin." Harry introduced himself to the snake. "I am Kovac." "Why are you here, speaker?" Kovac asked. "I'm trying to hunt down the monster that is killing unicorns," Harry said to the snake. "Do you know where it is?" "I don't know where it is, but I can point out where it hunts. Follow me," Kovac said as he slithered away with Harry following him. After a few minutes, and with Harry arriving at a glade, he heard Kovac say, "This is as far as I go. Good luck, speaker," Kovac said as he left. "Thank you, Kovac. Hope we can meet again," Harry said as he began walking all by himself on this glade. The many fallen trees compensated for a more disturbing and terrifying experience. He still tried to calm his nerves as he took one small chunk of his emergency chocolate when he heard the neigh of a horse, and he went to investigate. What he saw disturbed him, as he saw a cloaked figure slurping directly from a white unicorn's artery, like a vampire. The poor animal laid lifeless on the ground with this monster continue his task. Harry felt angry. He hated bullies, and this monster wasn't a predator eating a small animal out of the need for food, but only to kill it almost for sport and to suck its blood. Then the cloaked figure saw Harry. It was so dark that even with his night vision goggles, he couldn't see anything beyond the silvery color of the unicorn's blood that dripped from its lips. Harry saw the cloaked figure move in an inhuman way, almost like floating. The eerie presence was coming towards him, leaving behind the corpse of the unicorn it was feasting on. Harry felt terror of this thing, since it was different than anything he had seen before. It wasn't like the troll he defeated because Hermione and Pansy were in danger. It wasn't like the bullies either. No, this thing was something completely different. Something so much eviler. Harry stepped back, falling on his back on some vines. He wanted to invoke icicles, but only a small, fresh breeze came from his hands. He wanted to make a thunderstorm, but not even a spark came from his fingertips. He wanted to make a raging fire, but his hands weren't warm enough. In other words, the boy was scared and out of focus. There was something so evil about this thing in front of him that he just couldn't perform any kind of magic. In less than a minute, the creature would be in front of him and probably will kill him, just like it did with the unicorn over there. Then, almost like a miracle, he heard it galloping, and the next thing he saw was that a dark-haired centaur was kicking the cloaked creature back. The creature retreated almost like if it was flying away until it disappeared on the darkness of the forest. "Harry Potter, you must leave. You're known to many creatures on this forest. The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you," the centaur said. "How do you know my real name?" Harry asked. "The centaur community have a strong connection with divination. That's why I knew where to find you, and what your real name was." "My name is Firenze, by the way," he said. "Interesting. What was that thing?" Harry asked. "A monstrous creature. It's a terrible crime to slay a unicorn. Drinking the blood of a unicorn will keep you alive even if you're an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slayed something so pure that from the moment the blood touches your lips, you will have a half-life." "A cursed life," Firenze explained. "Who could choose such a life?" Harry asked. "Can you think of no one?" Firenze asked. "Voldemort," Harry said without thinking. He heard the stories of the evil Dark Lord, and how he had been defeated, but how he was mostly dead. "Do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment, Mr. Potter?" Firenze asked. "I don't know. There's a lot of things hidden inside the castle," Harry said with a smug smile. "The Philosopher's Stone, Mr. Potter. That thing could help Voldemort regain his mortal body," Firenze said to the boy who began processing this new information. Then a bark of a dog and the crunches of some vines interrupted their talk as Harry and Firenze saw Hagrid and Fong arrive with Hagrid, carrying a crossbow with what it looked like to be a silver-tip arrow. "Hello, Firenze. I see you've met our young Mr. Wayne," Hagrid said to the centaur. "You all right there, Harry?" Hagrid asked the boy. "Harry Potter," Firenze said to the green and blue-eyed boy who stared at the centaur wide-eyed, who hoped that Hagrid had not heard what he called him. Firenze only winked at him. "This is where I leave you. You're safe now. Good luck." And with that, the centaur walked away from him. "Hagrid, what are you doing here?" Harry asked as the gentle giant walked towards him. "I patrol the area in case one of Professor Lupin's wolves decide to have a midnight snack," Hagrid confessed as he showed his crossbow. Then his eyes went large. "I shouldn't have said that." "Wolves?" Harry asked. "Is Uncle Remus breeding wolves inside the school terrain?" Harry thought to himself. "Never mind that. What are you doing here?" "It's way past your bedtime," Hagrid said to the boy. "I wanted to help you killing that thing," Harry confessed. "Harry, your intentions were good but foolish. It could have killed ye," Hagrid said as he motioned the boy to follow him back to the castle. "Still, I needed to help and protect the people I care about that right now are living inside the castle," Harry confessed. That sounded like a true Gryffindor Harry. Hagrid mussed himself. "I know, but I can't stay put and let Voldemort run around regaining strength." Harry said, "Don't say his name." Hagrid squirmed as he heard the name. "I'm not afraid of him." "Yeah, right, tell that to yourself, Wayne," Harry said to Hagrid as he thought to himself. "But really, Firenze told me that Voldemort is trying to stay alive by drinking unicorn's blood, and he is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said to Hagrid. "That's impossible. The Philosopher's Stone is guarded by Fluffy, and no one passes Fluffy," Hagrid said. Then he added, "I shouldn't have said that." "What's Fluffy?" Harry asked. "Nothing of an importance. Now go to your bedroom before ye'll get into trouble," Hagrid said, to which Harry looked at him in confusion. "I think I need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore sooner than later," Harry said to himself as he decided how to help the school and its students. The Hogwarts Towers. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry Wayne. The next morning, after his encounter with Voldemort and Firenze, Harry had decided to have his meeting with Professor Dumbledore this afternoon. and his father had his talk with the professor about the almost tragic duel he had with Marcus Flint that same morning. After the PTA meeting, Bruce pulled his son to the side and asked him how he was. "I'm fine, Dad. It was just so sudden, and I can't believe someone had tried to actually kill me," Harry said. "Well, sadly, I have to go, but if you need to talk or you want me to come for you, I'll come in a flash." He joked, knowing that his son loved that joke. "Yes, Dad, thank you." Harry quickly hugged his father. "And we'll have the talk once you go home for the holidays," he said with a serious tone. "The talk?" Harry asked. "Tim told me that you have 3 girlfriends. I don't know if I should be worried or proud. I'll have a month to think what to say, okay?" Bruce said to his son. "All right, Dad. This is new to me as well, but I think I'll manage," Harry said, hugging his father once again. After the talk with his father, Harry approached the Slytherin table where Hermione, Pansy, and Millie made a space for him. He took a moment but finally noticed that Blaise was talking with a brunette Gryffindor girl. They were so engrossed on their talk that they failed to notice the group arriving in front of them. "Good morning, guys," Pansy said with a smirk at the pair. Both Blaise and the girl blushed at that statement. "Hey guys, let me introduce you to Faye Dunbar from Gryffindor." Blaise stammered, trying to introduce his friend. "Hi, I'm Harry Wayne." He decided to introduce himself by kissing the girl's knuckles, but when he gently grabbed her hand the girl quickly retreated when their hands touched. "Ouch!" Faye said as she touched her hand, something that confused everyone. "Are you okay, Faye?" Blaise asked. "Yes, it was nothing, just a scratch," she replied, hiding her hand. "Man, you really need to clip your nails," Blaise said to Harry, who was just as confused. He hadn't scratched the girl. His nails didn't even touch her. He only had his hidden Potter ring, which is made of silver. He thought to himself as he began to analyze the girl. Something about her made her feel familiar, like if he had noticed her mannerisms in some other place. The way her eyes were denoted something hidden inside of them. He shouldn't stare too much, or else they would think he was trying to take the girl away from his friend, which he was most definitely not doing. Had she touched the hidden ring and felt a pang of pain? Harry went to his mental palace. He had closed his eyes and crossed his fingers in front of his mouth as he thought of what that could mean, and began to analyze every little clue he had seen as he had entered this school. He was on said task when Terrence Higgs approached the group, looking somber and serious, which brought Harry back from his train of thought. "Hey guys, did you hear the sad news?" Terrence said, and the kids were confused but shook their heads in response. "Apparently Sam Flint killed himself last night," Terrence said, which made the kids' eyes grew wide open at the shocking news. "What happened?" Harry was the first to ask. "Well, apparently yesterday, he received some news from his father. The man wasn't happy that Marcus got arrested and that Sam didn't try to do anything about it. So he was cast out from his family," Terrence explained. "That's awful," Pansy replied, completely shocked and horrified of that. "Why? What's wrong with it?" Hermione asked. The Ravenclaw girl had never read about someone being cast out. "It means that you no longer are part of the family name. You can't use your own last name, and every family magic you had learned, you lose it. And if you were magically bound to your house, you'll lose that magic too," Millie explained. "That's not that bad, is it?" Hermione said that the punishment sounded harsh, but not that severe. "For a half-blood or muggle-born, it's not that bad," Terrence began saying to the kids, "but for a pure blood like the Flints, it's practically a dead sentence. His father turned Sam into a squib. The third years told me that they saw him distraught, and like if he wasn't really paying attention. He didn't even made his snarky remarks at Professor Quirrell, and during the night, he went to the astronomy tower and jumped from there," Terrence explained. "That's so sad," Faye replied. "Who found him?" Blaise asked. "Mr. Filch as he made his morning rounds," Terrence said. "Though I don't accept what his brother and he did to you, I believe that his punishment was too severe. Anyway, the Slytherin house just lost a member, and we wanted to hold a small memorial today at 7 before the feast. I know you had history with him, so no one is going to hold it against you if you miss it," he said. "Thanks, Terrence. We appreciate the invitation," Harry finally said. All this time he had remained quiet to know how to feel about the death of someone who had tried to make his life a living hell only to fail miserably to the point in which his own parents cast him out. Harry just couldn't believe that a parent would be that cruel towards one's son. He just couldn't picture it nor believe it. During the rest of the day, many housemates, especially those in third year, wore a black band on their left arm or a black ribbon on the left side of their clothes. Some of the other Slytherins gazed at Harry, but none of them actually blamed the boy for defending himself on Marcus' attack. Just like Terrence said. The rest of the school was eerie silent. They just couldn't believe that someone had killed himself. Of course, the matters were more severe when Kingsley Shacklebolt and a red-robed Auror arrived to interview Mr. Filch and to dispose of the body. Harry noticed that they did just like any other police officer would do: cordon off the area, inspect the body, and note everything down. Shacklebolt informed Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall that there was no trace of an unforgivable curse nor spell that had thrown the boy out of the tower. Has their parents been informed? Shacklebolt asked. Yes, I sent a letter just as Argus informed me of the tragedy, Professor Dumbledore said with a sadness in his voice. It was always sad when a student died, but one killing himself was simply too astonishing for Albus' mind to register and believe it. Very well. We'll take the body to the morgue, and then their parents can identify the body, Shacklebolt said as he and the Auror took the body involved in a white blanket and used a Hogwarts house elf to pop away. After today's class, Harry went to Professor Dumbledore's office. He said the password lemon drop and walked the stairs to the professor's office. I'm telling you, Albus, 10 years and I have found nothing about the boy. A gruff voice could be heard from the inside of the office. Alastair, there must be somewhere you haven't checked. He was supposed to be in Hogwarts this year, and we have seen not a hint of his whereabouts. Harry recognized the gentle voice of Professor Dumbledore telling the other man, I don't care, I give up on this mission because I'm too old for this kind of shit, and also, someone is eavesdropping this conversation. The gruff voice said, and Harry was shocked, as the door suddenly opened, letting the blue and green-eyed boy see the inside of the office. Forgive me, Professor Dumbledore, it wasn't my intention to eavesdrop. It's just that I needed to talk to you about something. It can wait, Harry said as he approached the headmaster's desk, and he was able to take a good look at the intimidating man with the magic eyeball, the missing leg, and the heavy, scarred face. Nonsense, Mr. Wayne. Alastair was already leaving. He is one of my most oldest friends, Professor Dumbledore said. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Harry Wayne, Harry said, stretching his hand that the man suspiciously shook. Both of them analyzed each other as they were shaking hands. Alastair Moody, Auror of Dark Wizards. The man said, I'll take my leave, Albus. And with that, the man limped away from the office. Once outside, he looked back and thought, he is identical to Riddle. Inside the office, Harry had taken a seat and gave the professor a bar of dark chocolate. Try it, it's pretty good, Harry said, which the man did, and moaned in pleasure of the delicacy of the muggle candy. Yes, it is pretty good. So tell me, Mr. Wayne, what did you want to talk about? Dumbledore asked. Well, I'll be honest, last night I sneaked away from the castle and went to the Forbidden Forest where I saw Voldemort drinking unicorn's blood. I was terrified, but luckily a centaur found me, and then Hagrid took me back to the castle. Please don't punish Hagrid for keeping this from you, Harry said to the headmaster. Voldemort? Dumbledore asked. Yes, the centaur thinks that he is trying to get the Philosopher's Stone that is hidden inside the castle, Harry said. Well, bollocks. I didn't know that Voldemort would try to do something as foolish as to attempt to enter the castle to steal the stone, Dumbledore said. Excuse me, Professor, but wouldn't the stone be safer somewhere else? Like Gringotts? Or I don't know, with its original owner? Harry asked. It could be, but sadly Gringotts isn't that safe. After all, a few months ago, there was a break-in into the vault where the stone was contained. That's when I decided to guard it here. No one would find it in a school, Dumbledore said to the boy. Well, someone must have told Voldemort that you had hidden it here, and he has decided to get it at all costs, Harry said to the professor. You're right, Mr. Wayne. I will increase its security just in case, Dumbledore said. Thank you, Professor, Harry said to the man. By the way, Mr. Wayne, 10 points from Slytherin for sneaking past the curfew, the professor said with a twinkle in his eye. Harry rolled his eyes in an amusing manner, but smiled nonetheless. Okay, I accept the punishment, Harry said, but 5 points to Slytherin for showcasing a real care for the school and its students, Dumbledore said, which earned him a happy grin from the boy. That's good. Also, Professor, I wanted to ask you if you have ever seen a movie? Harry said to the man who looked at him in confusion. What is that? The man asked. It's Nomage Magic. I was thinking of making a movie night for the entire school. I think it would cheer everyone up after today's sad news. Harry grinned with happiness. During the dinner feast, Professor Dumbledore decided to address the whole school. Before all of you begin to have your respective supper, I wanted to address everyone about the sad loss the Slytherin house suffered this morning. Professor Dumbledore began saying, today Samuel Flint passed away. He had decided to take his own life due to some personal troubles he had within his family. It was a shame and a great sorrow to lose a student in our school. And while I may not be a mind healer, I request to you that if you ever feel the need to talk with someone about a problem, don't forget that my door is always open and that I am here to listen to you and protect you. Magic can heal many things, but having people that care for you, that is truly magical. The headmaster finished his speech. While no one applauded, the old headmaster could feel that many had taken his words to heart. The rest of the feast went in almost complete silence, with a small group of Slytherins being the most affected by Sam's suicide. Harry, simply for loyalty to his housemates, had eaten his dinner on the Slytherin house, with Pansy and Millie never leaving his side, something he appreciated, but gave him a nagging feeling that Daphne continued to being distant to all of them. That night, it was almost midnight, and Harry was reading his mother's journal, getting to know that she had initially only had Professor Snape as a friend, and that she hated his biological father because he was a brat, her words. Then what changed? He thought to himself as he read many of her daily life stories, and how she was just as smart as Hermione, as strong-headed as Pansy, but at the same time as sweet as Millie, and she was in Gryffindor. I wished I had known her, he thought in a wishful thinking. So he took his gliding cape and utility belt and once again went out of the Slytherin common room in the middle of the night. He simply wanted to clear his head out of everything that had happened today and perhaps find the object Fate and Snape are looking for. So once again, he used the darkness as his ally to hide from Mr. Filch. But this time, as he was about to pass through one of the corners of the aisles, he saw a spat between Professor Snape and Quirrell. Snape pushed Quirrell into the wall and grabbed him by the collar of his robe. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," Snape began saying to the turban-wearing man, whose stuttering worsened by being intimidated. Harry watched in silence, being protected by the darkness, and he wondered, what did Professor Quirrell did to anger Professor Snape that he had to threaten the man? "WW, what do you mean?" the stuttering professor asked. "You're perfectly aware of what I mean," Snape said to the other man. Then, as if he felt like they were being watched, Snape turned around exactly to the place where Harry was hidden, but due to the darkness of the castle, the man couldn't see nothing. He turned to face Quirrell once again and said, "We'll have another chat soon. You decide where your loyalties are," Snape said as he left the other man. As he passed through the hall in which Harry was hidden, he turned to illuminate the spot with a Lumos spell, only to find that there was no one there. If only Professor Snape had tilted his head up, he would have noticed the 11-year-old boy hiding in one of the corners of the roof. Harry waited a few moments before he rappelled down with his grappling hook. He let out a sigh of relief before continuing his task of going to the Slytherin's chamber. He had opened the entrance, but then he decided to skip that mission of disturbing Basil. He thought that if there is someone who knows about secret chambers and how to enter them, that would be a ghost. "And I only know one ghost," Harry said as he closed the lavatory entrance and checked his surroundings with his night vision goggles to see if Myrtle was around. After a brief inspection in the bathroom, he found her looking at the almost full moon with a serene expression on her face. He had met the ghost girl on one of his many excursions to the chamber, and though a little reluctant, she had accepted his friendship. "Good evening, Myrtle," Harry gently said to the girl. He knew she was a sensitive person. "Harry, good evening to you too," she said as she floated down from her window to where the boy was. "What do you want?" She smiled at him with a gentle smile. According to her, she was 15 when she passed, so she had been reduced to a mess of emotions and hormones due to her puberty years, and even as a ghost, she hated those changes. It made her look like a bipolar person when she was simply a teenager. "I wanted to ask you if you know of the secret chambers in this school," Harry asked. "Well, I don't phase through many places. I prefer to stay in the bathroom because hardly anyone bothers me here," Myrtle said, looking down. "So you haven't explored this castle? I mean, you could phase through a lot of places and see a lot of things," Harry said, trying to convince the girl to do what he needed. "Where is this going, Harry?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry let out a sigh and decided to be honest with her. "I'm looking for the secret chamber of Rowena Ravenclaw. According to a friend, she had made a secret chamber on the 7th floor, and as you were a Ravenclaw, I thought you might have known something about it," he said to the ghost girl. "Well, in my 50 years as a ghost, I've heard about a lot of things. And I heard rumors about a place called the Room of Requirement, but no one has been able to find it," she replied to the boy. "That's okay. You gave me at least a lead on what I must find." "Thank you, Myrtle, you're the best," Harry said to the girl, and he saw that the girl was blushing, or at least he thought it was her way of blushing, since she had no blood that rushed to her cheeks. "You're the sweetest," she said. "Hey, Myrtle, do you want to see the moon with me?" Harry asked. "What?" she said, shocked. "Yes, I was thinking of going to the East Tower and see the moon. Do you want to come?" he asked her. "Why, yes," she said. "Then let's go," he said as they walked together. He liked the small talks with Myrtle, but it was the first time they had talked outside the girl's bathroom. She talked about how her Hogwarts years were and the kind of friends she had, though she admitted that she had next to none, and the people on her year. "When I started, Minerva McGonagall was in her 2nd year, and she was a true Gryffindor. Though we didn't interact a lot, she protected me from my bullies. Who else was here? Oh, there was this boy called Tom Riddle. He was in my year, but he was a Slytherin just like you. He was just so charming, so handsome. But honestly, he was a loner and mysterious young man, which is why every girl in my year was so enamored by him. Myrtle confessed, blushing again. Tom Riddle, what would have happened to him? According to the Slytherin's family tree, he is still alive, another mystery to resolve. Harry said to himself as Myrtle talked about her classes and professors. He didn't understand why someone would bully a good girl like her. But still, bullies were the most vile kind of person. They finally reached the East Tower. The moon was so close and so bright that Myrtle looked at it completely fascinated. "It's gorgeous," she said as her eyes grew large at the sight of the moon and how it illuminated the forest and the castle. "Thank you, Harry, for taking me here," she said without averting her gaze to the moon. "I'm glad you came too, Myrtle," Harry said as he looked as well to the moon. After a few minutes of moon gazing, he put his cape on and walked over the railing. "Harry, are you sure about this?" Myrtle asked with some doubts. "Yes, I've done it countless times," Harry said, extending his arms and holding onto the cape. He could feel the night breeze, the moon on the night sky. For one moment, he thought about Sam Flint and how he had done this same thing a day ago, how he decided to take his life and end everything. But Harry's thought brought him to Hermione, Millie and Pansy, and even Daphne, his family, his friends. He knew that even if he were in the same position as Sam, he would never have done something that foolish and drastic like ending his life. He had many things to live for, and he would live to the best, and be there for everyone who needed him. With that in mind, he made the jump. Chapter End Notes. So what movie will Harry show the school? I'm open for suggestions, though I had at first thought about using Jurassic Park since it would be easier for the Magicals to understand the concept of dinosaurs. Also, what's the mystery with Faye? You'll find out soon enough. Also, I hope the picture can be seen. If not, I leave you the link for the post on my Tumblr, https://www.tumblr.com/blog/view/ShinyMetalAssKnight 7XL9/690074315111 Source equals share. This will be the last apparition of Sam Flint's character. The name was taken by the multiple FIC by Tom H. Richardson, who had the idea of including a brother for the ugly Slytherin asshole. I thank the author for the inspiration of the bully of a character. The Three Buttercups. Chapter Notes. First of all, happy birthday to Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling and Daniel Radcliffe for being a great character, a person who imagined all of this amazing universe, and an amazing actor who brought to life this character. Best of wishes in your special day. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Batsy, I can't believe you have been dealing with Death Eaters, and you didn't told me, Sirius said as he entered Bruce's office on Wayne Industries, London. Cynthia, Bruce's assistant, walked apologetically behind Sirius. I'm sorry, sir, I tried to stop him, she said to her boss. It's okay, Cynthia. Don't worry about it. Bruce dismissed his assistant worries, who quickly rushed out. Sirius, please come in. To what do I owe this pleasure? Bruce smirked as he sarcastically said to his friend. You injured and made a Death Eater get arrested? How am I getting to know that just now? Sirius said. Bruce looked up from the papers he was working on, and he said, I don't know, what are you talking about? Bruce said, but a small smirk told the pure-blood wizard what he needed to know. Come on, dude. Don't make me beg. Amelia just told me this morning before I went to the Wisingamot hearing. By the way, he has been officially sentenced to 6 to 8 years in Azkaban for endangering the lives of Hogwarts students and attempting to cast an unforgivable curse in school grounds. Also, I was on another hearing this time regarding the sentence of Marcus Flint, who apparently tried to kill Harry. I'll ask about that in a moment. First, you have to tell me, in full detail, what was the expression of that asshole of Parkinson when you snapped his wand and punched his face? Sirius said with a glee. Well, I don't know how serious that man is, but his expression was of horror and shock as he saw his wand getting snapped with only my thumb exerting pressure into it. Bruce said to Sirius, who began laughing his ass off. Man, I'm so sad I missed that. I would have put it on the internet, Sirius said. But you would be in trouble for violating the statute of secrecy. Bruce replied, having read all of the laws of the magical American continent, the British wizarding world, and the Asian magicals. How could they know I broke it when none of the pure-bloods bigots know what the internet is, or a cell phone, or a video, or anything new in Muggle technology? Sirius chuckled at his comment. That's very true, Bruce replied. So know about the Marcus Flint incident. What do you know? Sirius asked. I met with Principal Dumbledore. He told me that Marcus had in different occasions tried to intimidate Harry for being a Muggle-born, but this time the teen tried to murder him and claim his girlfriends as his and his brother. Bruce said, informing Sirius of what was discussed at the PDA meeting. Simply by that reason? Damn, ducking Junior Death Eater in the making. Sirius cursed at hearing that. I'm gonna make that boy never rise his wand against my godson ever again, Sirius said angrily. What was his sentence? Bruce asked. Since he is 16, he will be placed in the minor security wing of Azkaban, so when he turns 17, our legal age, he will receive another trial. This time I'll try to ask for a heavier sentence against that little ducker, Sirius said, cursing again. He really was pissed off that someone had tried to attack Harry, especially since he wasn't a Muggle-born but a half-blood. Not that anyone in the school knew that. I see. Can you explain to me what are the Dead Eaters' goal? Bruce asked, knowing full well that he mispronounced the name of those guys. Death Eaters are just a bunch of cowards in a skull mask that thought they were superior to Muggles just because they had magic. Their numbers decreased when Moldy Shorts went caput, but I wouldn't be surprised that if they see even a hint of his return, they would go out of their holes and return to their old ways, Sirius said. They sound too much like Nazis or Klan members, Bruce said. Yes, this is why I'm going to tell you this. I know about your code of Batman, but these guys aren't criminals that are driven by need to survive. These guys feel pleasure of making other people suffer. If you ever encounter one, don't hesitate and kill the bastard, Sirius said with all seriousness in his voice. I'll have it in mind, Bruce replied. After a few days of their meeting, Harry had finally convinced Professor Dumbledore of making the movie night in the Great Hall after everyone had finished their dinner on a Saturday night. I'm still a little unsure, Mr. Wayne, of how the pure-blooded students are going to react to this movie night, Professor Dumbledore said to Harry once in his office as Harry showed the poster he made. He wasn't an artist like Damien or Helena, but he could defend himself on making handmade posters. Trust me, Professor. They will love the movie. Besides, Professor Lupin already told me that the upper years have already been introduced at cinema history with the Lumiere brothers and the Méliès films, Harry explained. Ah yes, I knew full well those men, Dumbledore said as he reminisced of his younger years. You did? Harry asked, shocked. Yes, I lived in France for a time while I studied with my mentor and friend Nicholas Flamel. When I had a day off, I decided to visit Muggle France and went to what did they called it? Ah yes, a traveling circus. I had been before in Magical Circus, so I naturally had curiosity of what the Muggles did for fun. There I saw a big cartel that said cinematograph. I had never heard of such a word, so I went in. Inside the tent, a white cloth hanged on the wall with several wooden chairs in front of it. I sat beside a couple a few years older than me, and I waited for whatever thing this cinematograph was to start. Then in front of us, a train sped toward us. I nearly went for my wand to cast a Protego around me and the friendly couple besides me, but luckily no train came out. It was a simple projection, they said, a trick of using many photographs to create the illusion of movement. I was impressed by the Muggles' ingenious thinking, but the man of the friendly couple besides me was completely fascinated. He looked at the white cloth with the moving train with rapt attention. Once the cinematograph was turned off, the man, who I later learned his name, was Georges, and his wife Jean. Talked with the man who set everything up, two brothers with the last name Lumiere. Apparently Georges wanted to buy the cinematograph, but the brothers refused, and he looked disappointed but not discouraged. Did you see them again? Harry asked. Yes, Georges invited me to some of his projections. I saw some of them actually and invested a little on his company. Sadly, a dark lord of the name Grindelwald started a war on the wizarding world, so I stopped my friendship with Georges and his wife in fear that they get injured during the magical conflict I was facing, Dumbledore said with a hint of sadness in his voice. What a great story, Professor. Well, I can say then that the movies you saw were the stepping stone for great things to come. Just trust me, and you'll see what I consider a national treasure of a movie. Harry smiled at the professor. It was Saturday night, and Harry was setting up his equipment, laptop and projector with the movie Princess Bride ready to show. The students, especially the Muggleborns, were excited to watch the movie while the pure-blooded ones were intrigued by it. Man, you chose a great film, Neville said to his friend as they set the project. I wanted Back to the Future, but I thought that would confuse everyone, Harry joked. You made the right choice, Roberts. The purebloods aren't that used to seeing films. My dad still thinks that Willy Wonka is real, and he searches for those golden tickets. Neville joked as well. I imagine what would Dumbledore do if I put that film later. Harry laughed, knowing the headmaster's soft spot for the sweet delicacies. By the way, thank you, Inigo, for helping me setting this up. Harry said. No worries, Roberts. Neville shrugged, though I don't get why your buttercups aren't helping you, he added. Because I wanted the movie to be a surprise. If they helped, they would know. Besides, I wanted to spend time with my best friend. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages, Harry joked. That's all right. It's not that bad. I get to spend time with Hannah, Neville said with a shy smile, which made Harry more interested in what he was saying. Are you two? He asked. Nothing official, but I guess it could be said that we're boyfriend and girlfriend. I hope she sees it that way, Neville replied. Ask her. You don't lose anything. Harry replied. You're right, Neville said. Has Fezzik and Vizzini made the popcorns yet? Harry asked Neville. She's going to kill you when she learns that you called her Vizzini, Neville joked, but I believe they were getting help from the Weasley twins. They want to make a good impression on the students with the Muggle food, Neville said. As the pair worked, the professor of Muggle studies, Charity Burbage, looked at them intrigued. So you're telling me that this device has stored many books and can work as a mirror? She asked. That's right, Professor. I think that you should interact with Professor Lupin. He has lived amongst the Gnomage for many years, Harry said. I beg your pardon? That's inconceivable. I don't interact with those of his kind. The professor said, almost offended. What kind? Harry and Neville asked. Nothing, she said as she left. Weird woman, Neville said. Tell me about it. Harry said, then a smirk spread on his lips. What? Neville asked. That's inconceivable, Harry said, making a funny voice that Neville recognized. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means, Neville replied as both boys laughed. After they set everything up, they went to the great hall where the tables had been stored away, leaving only rows of benches where many students were already sit. Harry and Neville saw Draco, Susan, and the Weasley twins giving everyone that enter a popcorn bag. It was a great idea, Harry, to make a movie night. Our father will be jealous we got to see a movie before he did, the twins said, which confused and annoyed the boys. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Harry said as he grabbed the popcorn bag the twin gave to him. But just as he was about to eat it, he sensed that his ring was warning him of something. There was something in his popcorn bag. So he simply and casually stumbled and dropped his bag, scattering that he could hear a disappointment in the twins who apparently put a prank potion in his popcorn. At least I hope I was the only target. I don't want anyone associating popcorns with Weasley's pranks, Harry thought. He and Neville grabbed their seats where Neville sat next to Hannah and Harry sat in the middle of Pansy and Hermione with Millie on his lap. In the row behind them was Rachel comfortably talking with Cho, Padma, and Sue. A few rows in front were Blaise and Faye. Tracy was actually talking with Justin, and Gregory and Vincent talked with the Patil twins. Harry did not see Daphne even though he searched for her. He thought that she would enjoy the movie. After all, he thought that she resembled Robin Wright in her character of Buttercup. I hope you like the movie, my beautiful buttercups, Harry said to the girls who looked at him confused of the nickname he gave them. Are we going to see that movie? Hermione asked as a smile spread on her lips, but Harry gently put a finger on her lips to prevent her from spilling the beans. Just watch, Harry said, winking at her. The headmaster stood up from his throne and with his hand began to turn the torches down. Everyone was looking with rapt attention at the white makeshift movie screen Harry and company had made for this event. Just then the 20th Century Fox logo came into view, and after the name The Princess Bride was shown, everyone saw a weird cubic and colorful picture with a weird-sounding tune that Harry was humming. Then everyone saw a young boy, whom Muggleborns recognized as Fred Savage, playing with a weird stick and watching something moving in a weird box. What is he doing? Pansy whispered to Harry. He is playing a very old video game, Harry said, which the girl comically stared at him in confusion. The scene continued with the mother checking on her sick son, and then the Peter Falk character entered the room, giving the boy a present. The boy at first not liking the thought of getting a book, something that earned the scorn of many Ravenclaws that were muttering amongst themselves. This is a special book. It's the same book my father used to read to me when I was sick. It's the same book I read to your father, and now I'm going to read it to you, Peter Falk said as he began to take his reading glasses off and sat on a chair. Does it have sports in it? Fred Savage asked. Are you kidding me? Fencing, fighting, torture, revenge, giants, monsters, chases, escapes, true love, miracles, Peter Falk said. Meanwhile, Millie turned up to see Harry. It is all of that? She asked. Yes, and more, Harry said, kissing her forehead. All right. The Princess Bride. Peter Falk began reading Chapter 1. Buttercup was raised on a small farm on the country of Florin. Her favorite pastimes were riding the horse and tormenting the farm boy that worked there. During the actors reading, the scene transitioned into. The students were devastated when they heard about Wesley's demise at the hands of the dreaded pirate Roberts, but so far they were enjoying their first movie night. Many students compared Andre the Giant's character, the benevolent giant Fezzik, with Hogwarts gamekeeper Hagrid. "They even look alike," said one student amongst the crowd. Though he was slightly offended by the comment, Harry thought that it was true they were similar. They were massive people with hearts of gold. Then it came the confrontation between the man in black against the Spanish swordsman Inigo Montoya. Oaths and awe could be heard as the two men fenced around the rocky terrain. As the fight continued, the students grew impressed at the Muggle fighting style. They were simply stunned and so captivated at that scene. But then the man in black disarmed Inigo from his sword, and the Spaniard man fell to his knees, accepting his fate. "Don't kill him, he's good," some students whispered. "Kill me quickly," Inigo implored at the man in black. "I would sooner destroy a stained glass window than an artist like yourself. However, since I can't have you follow me either." And just as the man in black knocked Inigo unconscious, sighs of relief could be heard from the students. Harry smirked as he also felt Pansy holding his arm tighter and Millie relaxing as they saw that the Spanish fencer lived to see another day. Students cry and laughter on Vizzini's death scene. It was so random and sudden that they laughed at the hilarious way the man died. They also were shocked to see that Weasley was the man in black all this time, revealing his identity as he rolled down a hill with the phrase, "as you wish," as his proof of his identity. When Buttercup rolled down with him and fell in his arms and kissed Millie, Pansy and Hermione began a small competition for kissing Harry's lips, which made the boys smile like, in Jason or Damien's words, an idiot. As the movie continued, the students were completely enchanted on the world the Muggles made. Some of them did not enjoy the way Count Ruggin tortured Wesley, while others said that it would have been quicker with a wand. Then it came the scene in which Humperdinck became enraged by Princess Buttercup's rejection. "I don't like where this is going," Millie said as she hugged Harry tighter. "If you truly love each other, then you might have been truly happy," Prince Humperdinck said to the tied Wesley. Harry knew what was coming, so he embraced his three girlfriends closer. Not one couple in a century has that chance, not matter what the storybook says. So I think no man in a century will suffer as greatly as you will. On the screen, Humperdinck walked towards the torture machine and raised the level to the 50th level. "Not to 50. Count Ruggin yelled as the machine began to suck Wesley's life force. Wesley cried in agony as Humperdinck smirked in satisfaction that his enemy was finally going to die. After intense suffering, Wesley died. His body remained motionless on the wood torture table. The entire Great Hall was in complete silence. "What? They just killed the hero? What kind of sick story is this?" Harry heard the outrageous cries of the students. Harry feared of everyone leaving, but was reassured when Inigo and Fezzik went to look for the man in black's body, and then to Miracle Max's home, and the students stayed. "He's dead, he can't talk," the voice of Inigo said. "Woo-hoo-hoo, look who knows so much," Miracle Max said as he approached the body with a bellow. "Well, it just so happens that your friend here is only mostly dead. There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead," Miracle Max explained. "Am I the only one who thinks that this Max looks like Professor Dumbledore?" Harry heard a muttering, and he chuckled at that. "Look, he even gives candies." The rest of the movie went along just fine, with people relieved when Wesley opened his eyes and laughing that he couldn't move his body. They were impressed how the prince's men fled when they saw the burning Fezzik posing as the dreaded pirate Roberts. But most importantly, almost everyone cried in happiness on the famous line Inigo says to the man who killed his father. "Offer me anything I ask for," Inigo said to Ruggin. "Anything you want," Ruggin responded, but then he swung his sword towards Inigo, who simply swatted it away and stabbed the older man with his sword. "I want my father back, you son of a bitch," Inigo said with pure hatred on his eyes as he stabbed deeper at the other man. The resounding cheers were extraordinary. Harry simply couldn't believe it. When the movie was drawing to its closure and Wesley and Buttercup shared their true love kiss, Harry could hear the enamored sighs of the female students who wished they had a love like that. Luckily for the three girls at his arms, they didn't have to wish for it, as the three each gave a peck on Harry's lips, making the boy blush red at his luck, but making another girl blush red in both embarrassment and angriness. After the movie night, Harry was satisfied with himself. The young wizards and witches had enjoyed the movie, and he could even swear he heard some of them reciting either the "as you wish" line or the "hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. "You killed my father, prepare to die," in the corridors. He was so proud of his small accomplishment, introducing the wizarding world to the cinema. But just as he laid his head to rest, his Sherlock mind began to show him words of the past interactions. Faye and Uncle Remus share some sort of facial features, and I clearly saw a recent scar on Faye's arm, just as thick as Uncle Remus' facial scar. Uncle Remus almost always disappears on full moon nights. Tomorrow is full moon, and Faye and him look kind of jumpy. Uncle Remus has some sort of wolves in the forbidden forest that Hagrid knows about. Professor Burbage said that she doesn't interact with those of his kind. She's a pure blood, so that could mean she's a little bigoted, but according to upper years, she has always shown fascination with Muggle culture, so that can't be it. Think, Harry, thought to himself as he continued to see the clues in his men. People fear of his kind, wolves in the forest, full moon, scars, wolves moon. Uncle Remus is a werewolf. Harry deducted by himself. And tomorrow is full moon. He grinned at himself, knowing full well that tomorrow he will be sneaking out of the castle once again. Chapter and notes. For all of those who gave me recommendations of movies, don't worry, there's plenty of movie nights to come. Hope you had enjoyed the chapter. And a big hug towards Trident B, who is in a conference right now. Hope you're enjoying the conference and that this chapter distracts you a little. The Tiara. Chapter summary. Harry gets his first encounter with a dark magic. Chapter notes. So this chapter has been on my word sheet for months, but I haven't been able to use it. Hope you like it. Once again, Harry found himself in the Forbidden Forest. He traveled to the place where he had encountered Voldemort and decided to climb a tree using his grappling gun to avoid another nasty encounter. He took his night vision goggles and changed the setting to the heat signature mode. He felt like the predator, searching for his prey in the middle of the night jungle. He moved from tree to tree until he found a great concentration of a heat signature near a small pond. He once again moved closer using his grappling gun to silently approach the pond. He saw 15 people wearing robes and cloaks that hide their faces standing up in front of a large fire pit. Then a taller figure appeared in front of them. The figure took its hood off and revealed to be his Uncle Remus. Brothers and sisters of the moon, fear not. The turning point is about to begin. Remember to drink from your vial and to dispose of the outer layer of your robe. You won't like to rip your clothes and then having to walk naked in the cold morning. Trust me, Uncle Remus said, which made every robbed figure to chuckle. Remember to let the wolf be free, but at the same time remember that you're your own person. Not a monster, simply a gifted person. He finished his speech, then he drank from a vial, gulping down every single drop of it. The figures did the same thing and proceeded to take out their robes. Harry was surprised when he saw not only Faye Dunbar, but also Terrence Higgs amongst other elder students. The moment is here, Uncle Remus said as the moon was in the perfect position, and he begun to growl, and right on cue everyone else growled as well. Harry saw with shock and horror how their bodies twisted, their arms and legs stretched unnaturally. Hair begun to spread all over their bodies and fangs replaced their teeth. It all looked that was ripped from a horror picture, and what was worst was that now Harry was in a forest surrounded by werewolves. When the transformation was done, the alpha wolf, Uncle Remus, howled at the moon and called on the attention of all his pack. The younger wolves sat in front of their alpha. He growled and barked some sort of orders, and the wolves ran away in a two-lines formation. Just when the alpha wolf was about to run behind his pack, he began to sniff the air, then immediately turned his gaze towards the tree Harry was perched on. The boy felt terror as he saw the yellow eyes of the werewolf and rapidly ran away, hoping and praying they wouldn't follow him. He never stopped running until he reached the inside of the castle. There he managed to catch his breath and sneak away to his dorm room. During the next day on Professor Lupin's class, Harry was nervous of seeing that side of his uncle. He counted the time on his wristwatch, hoping that the class to get over soon. Then the school bell sounded, and everyone grabbed their materials to leave to their next class. Harry almost sprinted towards the door when he heard a voice calling him. "Mr. Wayne, can you spare a few minutes? It won't take long." The professor called him, and Harry gulped in terror. He walked towards the professor's desk. Harry saw how his classmates walk away, and Hermione and Rachel turned to him and told him that they would wait outside. He nodded at them. The silence was complete in the classroom. Harry, for the first time, felt nervous around his uncle's presence. But then the man he knew all of his life said, "Harry, please, I ask you to not be afraid. Yes, it might have been a shock to see what you saw last night, but I promise you that neither you nor any student in this school is in any form of danger," he said. "But Professor, everything I've read about the werewolves says that they're dangerous creatures." Harry said he realized that he committed a mistake when his uncle's expression denoted hurt. That's how it was, he said in a whisper, but not no. When I started working on the school 7 years ago, I made a promise and a vow that any werewolf child that attended Hogwarts would get my guidance. My experience as a werewolf hasn't always been positive. I must admit that one time I almost ate Professor Snape and your Uncle Sirius. Luckily, I was stopped of it, Remus confessed. Then what happened? How did they allow you to personally care of the werewolves? The boy asked. Well, it was thanks to your father's friend Dr. Langstrom that we developed a sort of cure for the lycanthropy sickness, Remus said. Which is? The boy inquired. The cure is like a cough medicine. It works in a way that when we transform, we remain in full control of the beast within ourselves. Thanks to that, we're changing the way the pure blood see us. It's been an uphill battle, but we're at least trying to change things, Remus confessed. Well, don't worry, Uncle Remus. I won't say anything until you guys are ready. I was just curious if my hypothesis was correct, which it was, only that I got scared when you looked at my direction, Harry confessed. It tends to happen, but I don't want to see you again in my werewolf class. Some students are novices, so I don't want you to end up hurt, all right? Remus said. Yes, Professor, Harry said, and with that he left the classroom to catch up with his girlfriend and his friend. That night Harry sat on his bed, and with a clipboard he began to write a letter. He took some of his white sheet paper and his blue ballpoint. Dear Uncle Ted, how's the family? Hey, so I needed some items from the Potter Vault. Can you take them out for me? I attached the list alongside this letter with a list of some Christmas presents. Thanks. The next morning, Hedwig flew towards him, who was sitting on the Hufflepuff table talking with Cedric and Draco. He snatched the letter from his snowy owl's beak and read the letter. Dear Harry, the family is great. I hope you are making sure that Nymphadora is behaving well. We know she could be a handful, so just bear with her a little more. Consider your petition to be fulfilled, and I'll be going to Gringotts this morning, and I'll try to buy everything you ask for. While we are on that matter, I need your permission as LP to access a certain property. I promise you that everything is both legal, and it's a surprise you're going to enjoy. All I need is your written consent. If you write it on a note, just call upon Muffin, one of the Hogwarts house elves that was donated from the Black family, to deliver the letter to me. Have a nice day, Harry. Permission? Well, I hope he knows what he is doing, Harry said as he took a pen and a sheet of paper from his utility belt, then wrote down his permission. I, Lord Harry James Potter, give my explicit consent to Edward Tonks, advisor, legal, representative, and accountant of the Potter Vaults and Fortunes, that he may do with the best interest to use the galleons to his project. Signed, Lord Harry James Potter. I felt weird writing that, Harry thought as he folded the letter and said Muffin. With an almost silent pop, a healthy-looking house elf appeared behind Harry, startling everyone in the Hufflepuff table. What can Muffin do to Mr. Harry Wayne? The house elf said, bowing down. Please deliver this letter to Ted Tonks. Thank you, Harry said, and the house elf bowed again, and with another pop it disappeared. Harry, what was that? Cedric asked with genuine curiosity. Just something I needed to send right away, Harry explained as he nonchalantly continued to eat from his fruit salad. Unknown to him, someone was watching with interest. After all, no student ever called upon a house elf. At the same time in Gringotts, Ted walked to the teller after Muffin gave him Harry's permission. Next, the teller said, calling Ted's attention away from the letter in his hands. Greetings, Mr. Jussword. May your enemies cower at the whisper of your name, Ted said to the teller, who grinned widely, showing his sharp teeth. And may your fortune always increase, his accountant Tonks. What business do you have on Gringotts today? Asked the teller. I have to do things at the request of my employer. First, I need 50 galleons from his vault to make his Yule gift shopping, and 2, I request to speak with account manager Frank Bolt regarding the reparation of a house. Ted explained. Harry walked beside Rachel regarding the holiday season. You know, I don't celebrate a lot of things, Harry, Rachel said in her monotone voice. I know, but it's Christmas. Besides, I heard that Damien bought you something big for you, Harry said. Please, Harry, don't try to convince me. I know when you're lying, Rachel said, empath, remember? She explained. I know, but please. Last year you weren't there, and I want my best friend around, Harry pleaded at his friend. I thought Neville was your best friend, Rachel said dryly. Best male friend? You're my best female friend, Harry replied. Fine, I'll tell my mother. Not like she would decline, though, she added. Thanks. I'm sure a short boy will be happy about you coming for Christmas, Harry said. You should stop, remind him of his stature. You know, Damien has a short temperament about that, Rachel said. That's what makes it even funnier at his response, Harry said, knowing that his brother hated when someone compared him to Dick, who was the shortest of their older brothers. One day he's going to punch you for calling him that, you know, Rachel added. Nah, He won't do it. Beneath that grumpy exterior, my brother loves me, Harry said with a smirk. They kept walking, and they saw Myrtle floating down in front of them. Good afternoon, Myrtle. How's your day going? Harry happily said at the teen ghost. Harry, great news. I found the hidden Ravenclaw room. Myrtle said, follow me quick. The ghost teen said, making the pair of friends race behind her. They ignored Mr. Filch's remarks of not running on the hallways, and Rachel was a little confused of what they were talking, but she was intrigued by this mysterious secret room. After some minutes, an infinite set of stairs, and what could be described as a growl on the 3rd floor, they arrived at an empty corridor in the 7th floor. Here it is, Myrtle said to the pair. There's nothing here. Rachel pointed the obvious. Well, of course there's nothing here. It's not called the Ravenclaw's secret room for nothing. Myrtle replied Rachel's statement. How do we access it? Harry asked as he took the device Professor Snape gave to him from his utility belt, as well as a magnifying glass, to look for a possible hidden door or panel. Well, it took me a while to find it, but according to the Hogwarts house elves, the way to open it is that you need to pass 3 times in front of the Barnabas the Barmy tapestry while thinking exactly what you need, Myrtle explained. So if he needs a bathroom, it will appear? Rachel said sarcastically. Yes, exactly. Myrtle replied, and though her reply was simple, she was actually annoyed at the pale girl's sarcastic comments. The girl looked even more ghostly than her, an actual ghost. All right then, Harry said as he began walking back and forth the hall thinking. Take me to where the Horcrux is. Take me to where the Horcrux is. Take me to where the Horcrux is, he said each time he passed in front of the tapestry. Then 2 doors appeared in front of them. I love magic, Harry said smiling. Come on, we have a Horcrux to destroy, Harry said as he stepped forward. Rachel simply shrugged and followed him. Myrtle, can you do me a favor and ask Professor Snape to come here? I believe we will be needing his expertise to destroy the evil thing, Harry said to the ghost teen, who nodded and flew away. Harry and Rachel saw pure and utter trash inside the room. Old furniture, very old and used books, cracked mirrors, termite-filled cabinet, rusty bird cages, and dirty sheets. Come, the compass says it's this way, Harry said as they motioned to walk to a direction inside the endless parade of old stuff. They walked right, left, right, left. They felt like they were on a dark labyrinth or a haunted house, but then they saw a big pile of old junk. The compass says it's inside there. You take the left and I take the right. Does it sound good? Harry asked. Sure. Rachel simply shrugged as both of them started to search for an item. None of them knew exactly what they were looking for, but they guessed it would have an eerie feel to it. Harry moved clocks, books, boxes. Who piled all of this stuff like that? Meanwhile, on Rachel's side, she found an old jewelry box. It was dirty, but it was still beautiful. She opened and saw the most beautiful tiara with a raven-shaped form with a blue sapphire on its center. It was the most delicate piece of jewelry she had ever seen. Definitely magic, made since no Muggle artisan could be that meticulous to make those intricate designs. Rachel decided to hold the tiara in her hands when she felt the evil that resided inside of it. Then a dark and hissing voice called on her, Rachel Roth. Rachel Roth. Rachel Roth. I see your heart. I see your soul. Daughter of a naive mother, daughter of a ruthless father. The raven bringer of the apocalypse. Yes, I see it now. The prophecy that you heard. The daughter of the demon will bring the end of the world on her 16th birthday. Place the tiara on your head, and we will bring the apocalypse sooner. Place it and become the queen you're meant to be. Place it, place it, place it. The voice continued, and Rachel was in a trance state, and she was about to place the tiara on her head when her entire body became rigid, and she fell to her back, but on Harry's arms. She felt as the tiara was snatched from her cold and immobile fingers. I'll take that away, Professor Snape said, holding the tiara with a pair of dragon-skin gloves. The man's wand was on his other hand. Thank you, Professor. How long it will take for Rachel to return from her paralysis? Harry asked as he gently placed his friend on the floor. It should be only 2 minutes. I only hit her with a minor stun spell, but she was foolish for holding this thing with her bare hands. It was too dangerous, Professor Snape said as he placed the tiara on a lead box. He took a vial from his robes and uncorked it. What's that? Harry asked. This is a very unique potion that Andromeda Tonks, Pandora Lovegood, and myself created to destroy Horcrux without destroying the vessel nor its magical properties, Professor Snape explained to the boy. The man moved like a surgeon, knowing full well what he was going to do. When I pour the potion, put the lid immediately, understood? He said, to which Harry nodded and grabbed the lead lid. Don't breathe, Wayne, he warned the boy as both of them hold their breaths, just as the older man poured the potion over the tiara, and just as quickly Harry placed the lid and shut the box. A muffled scream could be heard, which shocked Harry. But after a few moments, the screams quieted down, and the professor opened the box, revealing a shiny-looking tiara. It looked brand new, like if it had just been created or repaired by the most skilled of jewel makers. Wow, Harry said. Let this be a lesson, Wayne. Dark magic can corrupt even the purest of things. Don't chase foolish dreams and what-ifs. Focus on what's real. Professor Snape said. His message was confusing for the boy, but he somewhat understood what the man tried to say. Just then Rachel stirred and stood up from her place. What happened? She asked. Young lady, you were about to be possessed by a dark artifact if I hadn't stunned you. Well, the important thing is that you two are fine. 5 points for Ravenclaw and Slytherin for their services to the school, Professor Snape said as he walked away from the kids. Are you fine? Harry asked. Yes, it's just that I'm tired, she replied. It's all right, come, Harry said, hugging his friend. Have a chocolate. It will make you feel better, he said, giving her a piece of his emergency chocolate. Rachel didn't say it, but she was completely shook up from what the tiara had told her. She was the bringer of the apocalypse, the Raven. Even her father told her. She feared for the day when everything would turn to shit and the evil spread on the world. It took days for the goblins to tear down the old wards, create new ones that, for the moment, were going to be charged by Sirius' magical core, since Harry wasn't around to bond with the wards himself. The Lord Black walked inside the manor for the first time in 13 years. He remembered how devastated James was when they were informed on the attack at his home and the murderer of his parents. Sirius loved the Potters and took the news badly himself. Now the manor was completely restored, and he was proud of looking at it once again. He walked inside the manor and saw that things were just the way they used to be. I'm home once again, Sirius said, and he decided to check on the portrait room first, hoping to see the portraits of his long-dead friends. He saw many of the ancestors of the Potters, but what he wanted to see were his friends. And what a surprise it was that James and Lily both shared a portrait. They look exactly like he remembered them from 10 years ago. They must have get those portraits ready before they went into hiding. Sirius, is that you? The feminine voice of Lily Potter came from the portrait. Sirius was happy. No, he was so glad to see his friends again. Man, you look old, James interrupted. At this point, Sirius was shedding tears. How much time has transpired since our deaths? Portrait Lily asked the first of a set of important questions. 10 years, Sirius said, and you didn't thought of restoring the manor and restoring our portraits until now? Lily asked, annoyed. Yes, but I couldn't. It was needed that a living Potter could give his permission to reinstate the manor. Otherwise, I would have done this the second you were killed, Sirius confessed. A living heir? Does that mean that our boy is alive? James quickly asked. Hope could be heard on his voice. Yes, he is doing fantastic, Sirius said with a proud smile. I'm sure that you have done a marvelous job raising him, Lily complimented her friend. Actually, though I'm still a part of Harry's life, I'm not his guardian nor father figure. I'm more like an uncle to him, Sirius confessed as he rubbed the back of his neck. This was going to be awkward. Then who raised him? Remus? Alice and Frank? James asked, and Sirius shook his head in response. Please don't tell me they took him to my sister, Lily said with panic in her voice. Merlin's beard, no? Sirius exclaimed to the portrait. Sirius or I in black? Tell us in this instant who has been raising our child. Portrait Lily yelled, startling Sirius. He hadn't seen her that angry since the day he pranked her and the rest of the Gryffindor girls with a potion that made you completely static, making their hairs stand up. Bruce Wayne. All right, Sirius blurted out. Who the hell is Bruce Wayne? James asked, confused. The orphan Bruce Wayne? Lily asked. Being a Muggle-born, she had heard of the rich boy who saw his parents get killed. It was a major news when she was a girl. Yes, him. He has actually made a great job taking care of Harry. The boy has grown up in a loving family. He has many siblings, and he is more athletic than you, James, and smarter than you, Lil. He is funny, and he has a good heart. Also, his magical power exceeds whatever you had ever dream of, Sirius said proudly. Really? How strong? James asked. His family had always strived for improving themselves and always reached for new heights, so hearing that he was very interested. One of his professors says that he should be around Merlin's level by his 3rd year. Sirius said, what Jason Blood once told him. Wow, James said. So that means he goes to Hogwarts? Lily asked. She loved her years there. so she was hoping that her son attended her school. Yes, he does. He's one of the top students, and he plays Quidditch. He is the Seeker, Sirius said, hiding one particular aspect of Harry's action. I'm sure Gryffindor won during his first match, James said with proudness. Oh no, on the contrary, Gryffindor lost, Sirius said, making James both confused and curious. Harry won for his house, Slytherin. He added, he knew where to poke fun of his friend. The portrait James turned completely red. What? How could my son be in that snake pit? What the hell did that Bruce Wayne did to our beautiful boy? James yelled. Bruce did nothing wrong. He simply raised the boy to be cunning, loyal, brave, and smart. Harry chose to be in Slytherin because he felt he belonged there. I'm not surprised either that he snatched himself 3 girlfriends on his first year due to that. Sirius said, and there's nothing wrong with Slytherins. That old rivalry is a childish and petty thing, Lily added. Now tell us, when we'll be able to meet our son? She asked, looking hopeful. You'll meet him soon enough. After all, Christmas is coming, Sirius replied with a happy grin. Last night in Hogwarts. Chapter summary. The holiday season is about to start, and Harry gives Hermione, Millie, and Pansy their Christmas gifts. The weeks flew by, and the Christmas holidays were around the corner, so the Saturday night before leaving on Monday morning to their homes on holiday, Harry took the liberty to show the entire school the best Christmas movie ever, Home Alone. Though Jason always mocked him, telling him that Die Hard was the best one with Dick, Steph, and Dad defending It's a Wonderful Life with moms, Tim, and Cass defending While You Were Sleeping. Either way, he thought that if the students had loved Princess Bride, they would definitely love Home Alone. The adventures of a young boy stranded in his home completely alone after his entire family leaves to vacations on France. Once again, the benches were rearranged to have a better view of the screen. Once again, the Weasley twins gave popcorn to everyone, with Harry and Susan bribing them to not prank anyone with a potion on their popcorns. The twins were deflated, but agreed once Harry gave them 25 galleons, and Susan gave them 25 galleons as well. Once again, Harry sat with his girls, but this time Hermione was in the middle, hugging him with Pansy and Millie next to him. The movie started, and everyone was impressed at seeing the McAllister house, with some students whispering, "It's as big as my house. I thought Muggles lived in small shacks, and that doesn't look like a barn at all." Harry grinned at hearing those things. As the movie progressed, the students laughed and were pissed with the family's treatment towards Kevin. But then they were relieved when they found out that the small boy was left alone. "Man, that's my dream," one student said. They gasped in horror when Harry saw the Angels with Dirty Faces movie and how the gangster killed another one with a machine gun. Bollocks, Muggles are violent. The movie continued, and the horror they had on the violence they saw changed into laughter when Kevin used that same movie moment to cleverly deceive Marv into thinking that another set of thieves just killed the other. When Kevin started to make his plans to protect his house, everyone looked intrigued. They wanted to know how clever the Muggle boy could be. They saw him set up his booby traps, but still they didn't know what they could do. So they just waited. When the criminal duo started to fall into every single trap, they laughed wholeheartedly. They had never seen something that funny before. Harry saw how Ron had jumped from his sit when Kevin placed Buzz Tarantula on Marv's face. Then they laughed even louder when the tallest of the criminals began to hunt the tarantula, ending with him hitting his partner with a crowbar. Harry even saw a smug smile on Professor Snape's lips when Marv hit Harry with the crowbar. They were relieved when the neighbor, Mr. Marley, saved Kevin at the last second by knocking Harry and Marv with his snow shovel. And some of them were even happier when Kevin reunited with his mom and Mr. Marley reunited with his family as well. What a great movie. I've never laughed that loud, some of the students said. Harry wanted to see Daphne and asked for her opinion, but the blonde ice queen left just as quickly. The movie ended with Tracy behind her. As everyone was retreating to their dorm rooms, Harry took Millie, Hermione, and Pansy to the room of requirement. He imagined a cozy cabin near a lake with a big Christmas tree in the middle of it, with a warm chimney with burning logs, and had he made hot cocoa for his girls. Beneath the Christmas tree were 3 presents, each for every girl. "So, I brought you here to give you your Christmas gifts," Harry said, pointing at the Christmas tree with 3 beautiful wrapped presents. Each girl opened up their presents while Harry recorded with his cell phone. The look on each of the girls, mainly Pansy and Millie, were of confusion as they took a white box with the Wayne Enterprises logo in it. "It's a cell phone, so we can all remain in communication with each other during the holidays, and you can take pictures of your vacations." Harry smiled as Hermione was the first to hug him in a bone-crushing hug that knocked the air out of his lungs. Millie was next with an equally strong hug, and Pansy, while hugging him, decided to kiss him deeply. "This is great, but I hope you show us how to use it," Millie said. Yes, that's why I'm here, it's easy," Harry said as he proceeded to show the girls how to turn it on, where to access to the camera, the phone, the group chat he created for them to share what they were doing, as well as how to get around the other apps and basic commands. After an hour, the inexperienced pureblood girls were now masters of the Muggle devices, with Harry taking a selfie of the four of them. But then all the girls asked for a photo of kissing their boyfriend. When the photo session ended, Harry proceeded to one of the cabin's compartments and took another set of gifts, impressing the girls. "Did you really think that those cell phones were the only things I bought you?" Harry said with a twinkle in his eye and a grin in his face. The look on the girls were of shock once they opened the gifts Harry gave them. "They're beautiful," Hermione replied, taking very carefully her delicate necklace with a diamond-encrusted H. "Yes, very beautiful," Millie replied, seeing her diamond-encrusted M. "They're so freaking gorgeous," Pansy added, adoring her necklace with a similar diamond-encrusted P. "I was worried you might not like them." Harry said he wasn't the best at giving gifts. After all, he once gave Stephanie a book she already had and to Tim a cooking book, even though his older brother doesn't cook at all. "So, what are you going to do tomorrow?" Harry asked them as he sat once again on the carpet floor. "My parents and I are going to visit some family we have in France and visit the Louvre with some entrance tickets your almost soon-to-be stepmother gave me," Hermione said, excited as she held her hot chocolate in her hands. "Honestly, I would just conform to being with my parents and tell them everything that I've learned," Hermione said, not smiling as big as before, but they could all note that she was still glad that her parents were going to spend time with her. "That sounds great, Hermione. And you, Millie?" he asked. "My parents and I are going to visit some of my family on Norway, so I'm going to have fun with my cousins. Can't wait to all of them to see me like this," she said, standing up and showing her skinnier body. She wasn't as slim as Harry's sisters, but he knew that Millie felt proud of the weight she had lost over this months, though she said that she wanted to lose some more. "Do they bully you, Millie?" Hermione asked. "No, just some comments they made last time I saw them just hurt me. But now I'm going to get my revenge," she smiled proudly, which made every chuckle at her antics. "And you, Pansy?" Millie asked. "I'll stay in Hogwarts," she said, but everyone knew that her voice was broken, trying to hide what she was feeling. "Why? Didn't your mother invite you to go home?" Harry asked. "No," Pansy said. Her broken voice was more noticeable as of right now. "Is this something to have to do with us?" Hermione asked. The tears she was holding broke free, and she began to cry, being embraced quickly by her partners, who reassured her with gentle strokes in her hair. "And Mom said that it was my fault that father is imprisoned," she said as she cried. The other three looked at her with concern. She also said that if I wanted to spend time with mudbloods, then I should never return home," she added, crying. And then everyone hugged the fragile Slytherin girl. They were the only ones that had ever seen her like that, and they wanted to be for her just like she had been there for them. "Screw her," Harry said. "Harry!" Language, Hermione admonished him. Harry simply shrugged and continued to hug Pansy, and one of his hands traveled down to reach his pants pocket and took something from there. "Did she cast you out?" Millie asked, worried about her friend and hoping to avoid a tragedy like the Sam Flint's incident weeks ago. She can't. I'm Lady Parkinson, not officially, but with father in Azkaban," she said, continuing her sobbing in Harry's chest. "You're by default the head of your house." Millie completed. "Yes," Pansy whispered. "And couldn't you just walk into the house despite what she thinks?" Harry asked, wanting to find a way to help and comfort his girlfriend. "I could, but I can't. I can't confront her just like that," she said, crying even more. "Sorry for suggesting it," Harry said, kissing the top of her forehead. "It's okay, Pansy," Hermione said. She liked being able to give her the comfort she once gave to her. That's what made them friends after all. They remained hugging for a while when Harry finally spoke. "Would you like to come into my house?" Harry asked. "What?" Pansy asked. Her eyes were puffy from all the tears she had been crying. "Yes, come to Wayne Manor with me. I've been thinking of asking you all out to come, but I thought you were going to have plans. But since that Bic woman doesn't want to see you, well, screw her. Spend the holidays with me and my family. Don't worry, there's plenty of space, and you can see how the Nomage live," he said to Pansy. "Really? I wouldn't be imposing?" she asked with a shyness and nervousness so different from the sassy and sarcastic girl he knew and liked. "Not at all. In fact, I just asked my parents," Harry said, showing them his cell phone with a group chat in it. "Me, Mom's dad, can Pansy stay with us for the holidays?" Wayne Patriarch saw the message. "Cat Mom, Of course, sweetie. Mighty Mom? Yes, honey. We'll prepare her a spare room. See, they're fine with you coming along, Harry said to the Slytherin girl, whose tears were subsiding. Thank you, Harry, Pansy said as she cleaned her tears with the edge of her sleeve. No problemo, he said, joining once again to the group hug. Minerva McGonagall Pennyworth was folding her dresses and the rest of her clothes. She could do it magically, but she preferred the muggle way her handsome husband had showed her. She was always seen as a stern-looking woman, but underneath it she was a compassionate and caring woman. She was so glad she had met the man and being invited to being part of his family. Flashback, Minerva's first Christmas with the Waynes. During the whole day, she saw her newly wedded husband in his element. The man could do practically everything. He had been cooking all by himself the Christmas dinner, and while the potatoes were boiled and the turkey was in the oven alongside some sort of pineapple upside-down cake, he was polishing the silverware. I could help you with that, she had told him. Alfie simply looked at her and smiled, but then he replied, You are a guest, my beloved. I cannot ask you to help me on my chores, he replied to her. You are not asking. I'm offering. Besides, what kind of a wife I would be if I don't spend time with my beloved husband. She teased the gray-haired man who simply smiled at her and brought his lips to her, giving her a chaste yet loving kiss. Then please help me with the silverware, he had replied to her, and both husband and wife work alongside cleaning and preparing the Christmas dinner. She remembered being out of her element with the house elves, always preparing her food or cleaning, but doing it the Muggle way was something new entirely. When dinner had been served and Mr. Wayne had done a speech about being both thankful for his loving family, as well as for how much he loved them and wanted the best for them. After the man had sat down, she used her Gryffindor bravery to stand up to do a little speech. I want to thank you for inviting me to this special celebration. Seeing you always being protective of each other and how they care for one another makes my heart feel at ease of the future to come. I simply cannot state how much I thank the universe for bringing me here and let me being part of this, she said, and sat down while the kids and Mr. Wayne told her how much they appreciated for her appearance and acceptance of being part of this chaotic family. She was interrupted by a knock at her door. It's open, she replied, and she saw Professor Dumbledore at the doorframe. Packing already, Minerva? The headmaster asked. Yes, Albus, I'm going to spend my holidays with my husband's family, like every year, she replied. I see that you're packing the Muggle way, he added. She didn't want it to seem rude, but as the man suggested, it was the Muggle way, so it took longer to make her suitcase. Not to be rude, Albus, but is there something on the matter? She asked. No, I just wanted to wish you happy holidays, Albus said, giving her a small gift. Albus, you didn't have to, she replied. You're my closest friend, Minerva. Sorry if sometimes I don't appreciate it or show it, he said, which made Minerva smile. You're a close friend as well. Now come on, she said, hugging him while they were embraced. Albus saw a picture in Minerva's nightstand. It showcased her wedding day, but there was something about it, a young boy with his hair disheveled, that caught his eye. Well, this was nice, but I need to finish packing if you'll excuse me, she said. Of course, he said, leaving the room, but his thoughts were troubled now. Why does Harry Wayne look like a small version of James Potter? Harry laid on his bed, video calling his brother and sister. So we heard that you are bringing a girl to the manor tomorrow, Damien asked, intrigued. Is she your girlfriend? Helena asked, clearly intended to tease her brother. Yes, hell, she's my girlfriend. Well, one of my girlfriends, he said. How does that work? Damien asked. Honestly, I don't know either. They simply rolled with it, Harry replied. Witches are weird, Helena said. Look who's talking. The girl who make the jam float from the jar to eat it while floating. Damien snickered at his younger sister. I was hungry, and there wasn't any toast. Helena defended herself. You could have asked me or Alfred, Damien replied. I did called you, and Alfred was in the garden, the 9-year-old replied. Hell, I'm impressed that you could do such a thing. You truly are a remarkable young witch, Harry said to his sister, who beamed proudly at being complimented. Thank you, Uncle Giovanni and Uncle Kent are teaching me the way of the wizard. I'm also learning on my junior high school overmorning classes. I'm top of the class so far, she added, which made Harry smile with happiness, learning about his sister's academy achievements. I'm so proud of you, Hell. I can't wait for you to come to Hogwarts so that I can see you every day, Harry said. But then Damien would be alone, and I'm sure he would be driven mad for all the broodiness he would achieve without me to disturb him, Helena joked, making her brother blush and glare at her. I'm sure he'll manage, Harry replied. Are you sure you want to come home? Things are pretty boring here, Damien added. Trust me, Damien. After the months I've had, I need some vacations, Harry said to his brother. I have to go to sleep. Good night. I'll see you the day after tomorrow, Harry said. See you, Har. I love you, Damien as well. Helena said as they ended the call. Soon enough, morning came, and Harry gave his friends and professors a small Christmas gift. He then walked alongside his girlfriends and his grandma towards the chariots. He helped loading the girls' trunks to the chariot, and they finally went towards the Hogsmeade train station, where the Scarlet locomotives awaited for their arrival. They all took a cabin, and considering that their professor sat with them in their compartment, the girls sat within a respectable distance to their boyfriend. Minerva simply smiled at their ashamed behavior. But still, the girls found the presence of their professor very relaxing, especially since the stern-looking woman was able to relax from her otherwise serious nature. And then I found his father chasing him, but naked all around the house because a certain toddler didn't want to get in the tub. Grandma Minnie was retelling the story of how she came to the Wayne Manor one day and saw the billionaire chasing his son. The girls laughed at the story while Harry was completely embarrassed about it. "Grandma, please," he pleaded. The rest of the stories weren't that embarrassing for the young boy, but still the laughs and teases of that story continued sporadically. As the sun sets, they could see they were almost arriving at the train station of King's Cross. The kids were so excited of coming home and being reunited with their families. The platform 9 3/4 was a complete chaos. Families reunited, children running amok, but Harry quickly saw an entourage of people standing on the platform. "Dad," Harry said, waving at his father. The man noticed him and waved back, talking with Uncle Sirius and Aunt Amelia, who saw him as well, and they approached him. "Hey, kiddo," Uncle Sirius said, ruffling with his hair. "Hey, Uncle Sirius. Hello, Aunt Amelia." Harry replied, "These are my girlfriends Hermione, Millie, and Pansy." Harry introduced the girls to his family. "Girlfriends?" Amelia asked. "Yes, Millie actually became his first, but since she knew we fancied Harry as well, she let us join in." Pansy replied with a smug smile. "Well, Sirius, looks like he beat you at that department." Amelia teased her husband, who was actually really proud of his godson. "Have you seen my parents?" Hermione asked. "Or mine?" Millie added. "I think I saw your parents a few minutes ago. Let me call them," Bruce said as he took his cell phone and began to call them. Meanwhile, Draco and Susan arrived, joining the group. Millie spotted her parents and waved them to approach, but the purebloods only looked at Harry's father, speaking through a muggle device that they simply nudged at her to come to them. Millie looked disappointed but agreed. She kissed Harry on the lips and Hermione and Pansy on the cheeks. "Call me when you get to your home," Millie said. "Kiss him for the two of us," she said to Pansy, which made the kids blush a lot. Just as the girl left, the dentist showed up. "Nice to see you all," Emma Granger said, hugging her daughter first. "Nice to see you as well, Dr. Granger and Dr. Granger," Harry replied. "I like that your first boyfriend is polite, but young lady, we will have a talk when we arrive at home," Dan Granger said to his daughter. When they read Hermione's letter explaining her relationship with the other three, they were confused, but they decided to talk with her in person rather than by letter. "Sure, Daddy. Let me just say goodbye to them," Hermione said, giving a quick peck on Harry's lips and an accidental peck on Pansy's lips, which surprised the two of them. "Sorry," she said softly as she left. "Well, I believe those are all right," Bruce said, knowing that Pansy wasn't expecting anyone to come for her. "That's right, Dad. Pansy comes with us," Harry replied. "Actually, she should be coming with us to the Black House. Your dad, and you have an errand to make," Sirius interjected, which made Harry and Pansy confused. "Why?" Harry asked. "It's a surprise," his dad answered. Harry simply rolled his eyes and said, "Dad, whatever it is, I want Pansy to come with me. She's in a fragile state at this moment, and I want her to feel that her boyfriend appreciates and trusts her with whatever thing it is." Harry said, "When did you become so wise?" Bruce said, "Very well. But Miss Parkinson, I must ask you to never tell a single soul what you're going to find out, all right?" Bruce asked the girl. "Yes, Mr. Wayne." The girl replied, a little intimidated for dealing with her father's boyfriend. "Very well. Amelia, please take the kids home. I'll be arriving in an hour or so," Sirius said to his wife, who nodded. She still didn't know what the errand was, but she trusted the mature man her husband had become. "Professor McGonagall, take this." Harry, Bruce, Miss Parkinson, "Hold this, you're going to feel a little pull," Sirius said as he activated the port key. In an instant, the 5 people disappeared from the King's Cross station. Unknown location. Harry and Bruce landed hard on the ground, with Harry managing to roll around to decrease his momentum, with Bruce making a superhero landing. "Please tell us we are never going to use that again," Harry said. "Sorry, kiddo, but this is the only way of entering this place, at least for the time being," Sirius said as he, Grandma Minnie, and Pansy descended with style, clearly accustomed to use that way of transportation. "Where are we?" Pansy immediately asked. "Before I answer that, Miss Parkinson, you must vow to not reveal the secret you're about to learn, Sirius said to the girl, who was a little frightened but nodded. Please leave her alone. I trust her. She doesn't need a vow, Harry said, but this is important, Sirius replied. I don't give a damn, Harry said to his uncle's antics. So he turned to face Pansy and said, My real name is Harry James Potter. I am the Lord of the House of Potter and was adopted by Bruce Wayne in an effort to protect me from Voldemort. Don't worry, nothing about me has changed, so I'm still the plain Harry Wayne, he said, smirking. Pansy was in complete and utter shock. Here she was thinking that he was a simply muggle-born that captured her heart, when in reality, he was from one of the most ancient and powerful houses in wizarding history. Oh, her father was so wrong about him. After her in-turn monologue, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Harry, you're nothing but plain, she smiled, kissing him again. The three adults looked relieved that the girl had accepted the real identity of the boy quite easily. She's a Slytherin Sirius. She knows what's best, Minerva said to the man. Yeah, I realize that, Sirius said. Well, what are we doing here? Harry asked. We wanted to show you something about your heritage. Harry, Pansy, let us show you Potter Manor, Bruce said to his son. The pair of kids were amazed by that. Welcome to Potter Manor. Chapter summary. Harry gets to meet his birth parents. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. We wanted to show you something about your heritage. Harry, Pansy, let us show you Potter Manor, Bruce said to his son. The pair of kids were amazed by that. Close your mouths, or a fly is going to sit in your tongue, Sirius commented, which made the kids to snap out of their awe. Can we see it? Pansy was the first to respond. Of course, but first Harry needs to do something, Bruce said. Then he looked at Sirius, who nodded. Harry, as of right now, the Potter Manor is protected by very new and very expensive wards. This wards prevent trespassers or even muggles to find this place. This new wards were made by the Gringotts goblins. They teared down the old ones and made new ones, but to do so they needed a wizard or a witch to latch their magic to the ward stone. I volunteered since Ted isn't magical. I told them it was only a temporary attachment, so they told me that as soon as I renounced the use of my magic on the ward stone, Lord Potter, you would simply accept the responsibility to charge the ward stone. Are you understanding so far? Yes, Uncle Sirius, Harry replied. Very well. Sirius stepped in front of the group, took his wand out of his holster, pointed at the sky, and said, I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, cede the ward stone to Lord Harry James Potter. He will make sure the ward stone is fully charged and the manor to be safe. So mote it be, Sirius said as the tip of his wand glowed. He took it back to the holster and nodded at Harry. Just do what I just did, Sirius encouraged his godson. Harry did the same as his godfather. He took his bat and thestral wand and pointed at the sky, saying, I, Lord Harry James Potter, take the ward stone from Lord Sirius Orion Black. I will make sure the ward stone is fully charged and the manor is safe. So mote it be, Harry said, and the tip of his wand glowed with a more intense glow. Harry felt how something anchored into his body. Well, not to his body, to his magical core. What did I feel? Harry said as he felt suddenly drained. His father holding him by the armpits, and with Pansy looking concerned while holding his right hand. She had never seen someone transferred his magic into a ward stone. Are you okay, Harry? She asked, and the boy beside her simply smiled at her, looking directly into her brown eyes. Yes, though a little weak. That was simply the ward stone taking some of your magic and changing the property. Don't worry, it will pass in less than 5 minutes, Sirius explained, and then out of nowhere a tuxedo, wearing house elf appeared in front of the group, carrying a ledger of some sorts. Good evening, Lord Potter. My name is Ackley. I'm the head house elf of the Potter Manor. I must say that it is an honor to be here in your presence, the small elf said, presenting before Harry and the group the ledger. Thank you, Ackley. It's an honor to be here as well. What is this? Harry asked with curiosity. This, Lord Potter, is a ward ledger. Here you can write the names of the people that can enter the ward's limits, like family, friends, or one-time visitors, as well as forbid anyone from entering. And those trespassers will suffer a great punishment until they leave the ward's limits, Ackley explained. Wow, so I can write any name in any column? Harry said as he browsed the ledger's empty pages. It's completely blank, he stated. Yes, my lord. After all, the manor might be old, but the wards are new, so the ledger is new as well, Ackley answered. Interesting, Dad. Do you have a pen? Harry asked his father, who gave him a very stylish pen with the Wayne Enterprises logo in it. Pansy recognized it as the same type of pen that Harry's father used to stab her father's hand during their confrontation on the schools. The elf looked confused, yet still he held the ledger, so the Lord could begin writing. Family. Bruce Wayne Talia al GHL Selina Caid. Helena Kyle Wayne. Damian Wayne al GHL Dick Grayson. Jason Todd. Tim Drake. Cassandra Kenner Stephanie Brown Alfred Pennyworth. Minerva McGonagall Pennyworth. Harry stops writing, shaking his left hand. Those are a lot of names. Harry jokes. And you haven't even started writing your family here in the OL country. Bruce said to his son, who sighed exasperated. I know, and I could use my right hand to finish the list, but honestly I think it is where it needs it to be, Harry said, looking at the way Pansy held his hand. So Harry continued writing the list. Family. Narcissa Black, Draco BL. Sirius Orion Black, Amelia Bones Black, Regulus Black Bones, James Black Bones, Alantac Black Bones, Alnalam Black Bones, Mintaka Black Bones, Nymphadora Tonks, Edward Tonks, Andromeda Tonks. Can we finish this later? Sirius, my hand is cramping, Harry complained. Sure, my lord. Ackley responded, but before the house elf could close the book, Harry wrote 5 names in the column of friends. It was almost an illegible writing, but as long as the ledger and its lord understood what they meant, it was enough. Friends. Pansy Parkinson, Hermione Granger. Millicent Bulstrode Blaze, Zabini Rachel Roth. FIU. Those are all, I hope. When we have more time, I'll add more of them. There are several family members and friends that I left out, Harry said, shaking his cramped wrist. Of course, my lord. Whenever you're ready to add more of them, just ask me for the ledger, and I'll bring it to you. Shall we begin with the tour, my lord? Ackley asked. Yes, please, Harry said, and the house elf nodded them to follow them. The group did that. The oakwood doors opened by themselves, and the group saw with astonishment the neatly painted walls, the clean floors, and the many upon many portraits, paintings, and statues, all of them adorned with the palette of red or gold, as well as some pale beige, and with sand accents on its columns. The Potter Manor was built when the son of Linfred of Stitchcombe was about to get married. His son, named Henry the Potter, was 26 when he was about to marry to his betrothed Camille Peveril. Both families weren't happy that they were about to get married at that old age, but Linfred still built this manor so that his son and wife could have a safe place for them. Over the next 6 generations, the Potter family, as it was come to be known, became the symbol of safe haven and power of one of the most ancient and noble of houses. During the war against the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, the Potter Manor served as a way to protect many of the wizards that didn't want it to be forced to serve Grindelwald's forces. Then when the Dark Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters started the Wizarding War, they systematically attacked the Potter Manor, killing its inhabitants in an effort to kill the boy they were after. Ackley said, Me. Harry whispered. That's correct, Lord Potter. Your parents escaped that day, but unluckily your grandparents and uncles didn't, Ackley said with a somber tone. How did you survive? Harry asked. I, alongside all the other house elves, were in the kitchens of the manor. They're deep in the basement, and they're only accessible if you appeared inside of them. Since no Dead Eater knew how to enter, they never reached to us. Ackley explained with sorrow in his voice. I loved this family, and I wanted to protect them and die fighting by their side. Ackley added. Harry instantly hugged the house elf, who looked shocked but nonetheless returned the hug back. After a few moments in which lord and servant hugged, they stepped back so that Ackley could continue with the tour. The elf still took a handkerchief from his jacket's pocket and cleaned a few tears from his eyes. The manor, being an enchanted place, has 30 guest rooms as well as 30 individual bathrooms. Ackley resumed, but Harry decided to focus on Pansy. You know you're taking this way too easily, Harry whispered. Well, obviously, I'm having an internal struggle knowing that my boyfriend is the hero of many stories and published books who is thought to be either lost or dead, but also I'm a Slytherin girl. Knowing this secret identity of your only makes you even more special. And as the cunning mind I know that it's not time to make it public, Pansy said with a strong sense of conviction. I like you. I like you a lot, Harry said. I like you a lot as well, Harry Potter, Pansy said. Potter in here. For the rest of the world, I will continue to use my Wayne last name. Who knows how many of those Dead Eaters are still out there, Harry replied. True. I'm pretty sure many of my father's friends were amongst those eaters, Pansy replied. And here is the library, Ackley said, showing the wooden doors that lead to a library about a third of the size of the Hogwarts library. If Hermione comes here, we will lose her in this place, Pansy replied. Yes, and in my home's library, we'll lost her as well, Harry added, laughing. Now for the main reason of all of you being here. Let me show you the portrait room. Here all of the Potters and their partners were immortalized on a portrait, Ackley said. Does that mean that? Harry gulped. Yes, Harry, your biological parents are here as well. Bruce said, kneeling in front of his son. No matter what happens inside, just remember that Talia, Selena, and I love you as our own. Bruce was a little nervous. I know that. Harry replied, giving his father a reassuring nod, and he felt a slight squeeze on his right hand, which encouraged him even further. As the boy and his entourage walked into the portrait room, they could feel all the stares directed at them and whispered conversations coming from all of the portraits. Harry's stomach was trashing and turning inside his body, his nervousness growing with each step he take. Finally, after what he felt like miles upon miles of steps, he stood in front of the portrait of a young couple in their early 20s, looking at him with glassy eyes. The Potter couple couldn't believe their eyes. Right in front of them was the living proof that their son, their little Harry, had survived the encounter of the evil Dark Lord. Lily quickly noticed how tall he was, probably taller than James was at that age, and he looked like he had some muscular built underneath his leather jacket. She noticed his short hair, perfectly combed but not too serious. Something she thought that a young Muggle modern boy would have. He seemed healthy and in a very good shape for his 11 years. Also, she noticed that the boy in front of her had a green eye while the other one was blue. Meanwhile, James noticed that his son didn't wear glasses, which he was grateful. He hated having to use glasses when he was young, and the boy was holding hands with a girl that looked like a young Perma Parkinson nae Higgins. So I guess you're my parents, Harry said to the portrait couple. His American accent was noticed by the couple. That's right, I'm Lily Potter, your mother, and he is my husband, your father, James Potter. Portrait Lily said, Hey son. James said, not knowing how to truly address this boy, who was completely different from what he would have imagined his son would look like. The three of them stood there motionless, and Harry finally said, Sorry. Where are my manners? This is my girlfriend, Pansy Parkinson, Harry said. This seemed to shock his parents' girlfriend. Lily asked while James said Parkinson, like if it were an insult. Yes, she's my girlfriend. One of three, actually, Harry said. And I'm a Parkinson. Is there a problem with that? Pansy said defiantly. I'm just surprised, Lily begun saying. Your father and I didn't become a couple after our 7th year, and I never dated anyone before that, she explained. Yes, before that you hated his guts. Harry smirked, surprising the portraits. How do you know that? Lily asked. You hate my guts? James asked. When I claimed the Potter lordship, I was able to take something from the vault. I chose Mom's diary, and she wrote many things about you. About Uncle Sirius, about Professor Snape, or Grandma Minnie, Harry explained. And what did you learn about it? Lily asked. Well, that you're the smartest witch of your age, which I never doubt that because Grandma Minnie always told me some sort of versions of the events in your youth whenever I asked about you. For the record, I grew up believing that you died during childbirth, so I always kept a picture of you on my bedside table, Harry said, smiling at the portrait version of his mother. The portrait looked like she wanted to cry. And just retaking Pansy's question, is there a problem that she's a Parkinson? Harry added, well, nothing, James begun, but her father probably is a bastard Death Eater who tried in many times either kill us or mind control us to serve his fuck. Bastard of a boss, James said. Sorry, girl. I'm sure you wouldn't like to hear bad things being said about your father. Honestly, he's an imbecile. He tried to kill Harry's dad in the Hogwarts common grounds just because he was a muggle. Harry's dad became my hero that day because I always heard my father babbling about pure blood superiority and how Voldemort was the greatest wizard, blah, blah, blah. But when I met Harry, everything changed and saw how wrong he was about the Muggleborns or Half-Bloods. So when Mr. Wayne stabbed his hand with a pen and broke his wand, I was relieved to see that his pure blood supremacy bullshit was completely made up. Pansy explained, and James was grinning in pure joy of her retelling. Man, I wish I could have seen that, James said. In that moment, he felt pure shock of seeing that. Harry said, happy. So Pansy is your girlfriend, but you said there's 2 others? Lily asked. Oh yes, I share Harry with 2 other girls who are just as amazing as I am, Pansy said, smirking. Hermione Granger and Millicent Bulstrode, Harry said, noticing that his father was taken aback by Millie's last name. Don't worry, Millie's father hasn't tried to kill anyone, Harry explained. While my son is a ladies' man, James said. I don't think so, Mr. Potter. Harry never forced us or tried to woo us or anything like that. He simply was charming enough that we wanted to share kisses with him, Pansy said, innocently enough, but they could still see that her words were true and serious. While I've never imagined that our boy would have 3 girlfriends on his first year at Hogwarts. Speaking of which, why did you end up on Slytherin? James said. James, we already talked about that. He can be in any house. We will love him nonetheless. Lily said, actually, it was thanks to the sorting hat that I ended up on Slytherin. He could have placed me in any house, but he thought that my skills would be better used in the snake's house. And given the fact that I'm a Parseltongue speaker and I'm Salazar Slytherin's descendant, it was obvious which house I belonged to. Harry smirked. You're a Parcel speaker? Lily asked. Yes, Mom, just like you. Harry said, which made the portrait tear up a little. Sorry, it's just that there's so many emotions as of right now, she said. It's okay, really getting to meet you has been great. I can see many traits on you that I see on myself, but no offense to you guys, but I wouldn't trade the moms and dad I ended up with. They're great as well, Harry said. But seeing the disappointment on the portrait's faces, he added, I want to reassure you that even though I love the parents that raised me, it doesn't mean that I don't want you in my life. I want to learn more about yourselves and make you proud, but right now we need to move. We have a plane to catch, Harry said. Harry, wait. James said what? Harry asked gently. There's a cloak that has belonged to our family since the time of Henry and Camille Potter. It was an invisibility cloak that had an enchantment. Only a Peveril descendant can call upon it, James explained. Why? Just out of curiosity, Harry asked. Well, it's an invisible cloak. Many people, including me, forget where we left them. So the enchantment has been very useful. You just need to state your name, point your wand to the sky and say, I call upon the Ignotus Peveril cloak to come to its rightful owner, James said. Sure, I guess it could serve me whenever I sneak around the castle, Harry admitted. You what? His father's voice said, and Harry looked at the tall man in the entrance of the room who had an eyebrow raised and grimace on his lips. Sorry, Dad. I sneak around to know the secrets of the castle. Harry apologized to his father. Is that your father? Lily asked. Yes, Dad, come over here, please. Harry called to the man who approached the boy. Lily was breathless of the handsome man in front of her. She felt like a schoolgirl with a silly crush. Hey, nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. I'm Bruce Wayne. Bruce introduced himself. I can't express to you how grateful I am you have taken care of our son. I would shake your hand if I could, Mr. Wayne, James said. I have taken care of Harry and loved him like my son, Bruce said, but was interrupted by Lily, who had managed to compose herself. We know. Sirius told us how you accepted him without hesitation, even though you had no part on our war. For that we will be forever grateful. And seeing the handsome, well-mannered young boy in front of us, we can say that you have made a wonderful job. Thank you, Mr. Wayne. God bless you, Lily said, wishing to hug the man. You're the true heroes of the story. I may have taken Harry and raised him, but you stood your ground to defeat a powerful enemy that earned you my respect. If there's anything you need, I will do it, Bruce offered. Seeing Harry healthy and happy is enough. Thank you, Mr. Wayne, Lily said. Before you go, Harry, please make sure to summon the cloak. It's important, James said. Sure, so I, Harry James Potter Wayne, call upon Ignotus Peveril's cloak to come to its rightful owner, Harry said to the air, and a moment later the cloak appeared in his hands. Its silvery look was breathtaking. Harry quickly put it on and disappeared in front of everyone, with Minerva letting out an exasperated sigh. You just had to mention the cloak, didn't you? Minerva approached the portrait, to which the portrait version of James Potter went red with embarrassment. Professor McGonagall, I didn't know you were here, James stammered. I am here because my grandson needed me, and I can't believe you just let him have that powerful cloak, Minerva said. But it's part of his heritage, James said. I don't care, young man. He shouldn't have something so dangerous. Minerva replied, What's dangerous about an invisibility cloak? James replied. The pair continued arguing, and after several minutes the group decided to head back to the King's Cross station where the Wayne Mobile was parked on. They went to Grimmauld Place to leave Sirius and the presents for all the kids, and to pick up Rachel, who was with the Black family, and then Bruce, Harry, Pansy. Minerva and Rachel went to the Heathrow airport. Pansy was shocked and awe seeing the Muggle side of London. She had never traveled beyond the Leaky Cauldron, and her parents never took her anywhere that wasn't magical and always traveled by portkey or apparition. She was surprised at the technology advancements the Muggles had and how they didn't live in shacks on dirty roads, but rather in big buildings bigger than any magical construction she had ever seen. But soon enough, Mr. Wayne arrived at the Heathrow airport, and some men approached the vehicle and begun to take their trunks away. Pansy was tense seeing strange dressed men carrying her belongings, but was reassured by Harry, who simply told her that they were airport employees that were going to put their trunks in the cargo bay. She relaxed at that and climbed aboard what Harry told her was a private jet plane. The space inside was so amazing she was completely breathless at the luxury she saw inside. The seats were big enough that she could sit right beside Harry. And what was best, she could cuddle him without being interrupted by Millie or Hermione. She liked those girls, perhaps, even more after that accidental kiss by Hermione. But she didn't want to think about that. She wanted to cuddle around her knight in shiny armor. When the jet plane begun to rush forward towards the takeoff, Pansy felt something weird in her stomach. She had flown on a broom before, but being in a muggle jet plane was something else. Luckily, Harry felt her stiffness, and he hugged her tightly. "Don't worry, I hate that feeling as well," Rachel said without taking her eyes from the book she was reading. "She means about the change of pressure when the plane begins to lift in the air. It's normal. Look on the window," Harry said, calming her, and Pansy saw how the London city became smaller and smaller until they left it behind, and she could only see clouds and the sun that was beginning to set. Then it was only pure ocean, but she didn't care as she decided to cuddle Harry and then fell asleep on his strong arms. A few hours later, Pansy woke up when her stomach felt funny once again. She saw a grim-looking city, but with many lights and some sort of muggle flying devices that Harry explained to her were police airships. "So, this is the city you grew up in?" Pansy asked. "Yeep, welcome to Gotham City," Harry said, grinning. It was good to be back home. Meanwhile, on the 12th Grimmauld Place, the Blackbones and the Tonks family were having a supper in honor of the arrival of their children Susan, Draco, and Nymphadora, so the house elves cooked their favorite dishes. "Thank you, Dobby," Draco said as the small house elf gave him a plate with French fries and spaghetti with meatballs. "You're welcome, Master Black," the house elf replied before popping away. "So as I was telling you, you should have seen me, Mom. I was a speed demon on the field. Not one of the strikers could keep up with my speed," Draco boasted to his mother, who watched him with a smile. She liked hearing about her son's days at school whenever he wrote a letter, but hearing his stories made everything worth it. "Yes, you were fast, but I was faster, and I remember that I took the football from your feet," Susan added, smiling to herself. As the cousins argued, Narcissa's cell phone ranged as she had received a text. She saw who had sent her a text. "Talia. Merry Christmas, Chiss, I love. Talia. Hope to see you on the New Year's Eve party." Reading the message of her fellow Board of Governors member made Narcissa's stomach to flutter with happiness. She immediately responded. "Merry Christmas, Tal. Hugs and kisses." Narcissa didn't know why she had sent those letters. She knew, of course, what they meant, but she simply couldn't understand what pushed her to send them in that text. She didn't even acknowledge the fact that it wasn't Christmas already. She simply felt happy about it. Chapter and notes. So here's the complete list of people on the ward ledger that weren't able to make it on the first run. John Kent, Dwella Dent, Richard Dent. Arthur Curry Jr., Francine Langstrom, Don Allen. Padma and Parvati Patil, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle. Tracy Davis Kent, Nelson Jason Blood, Giovanni Zatara, Zatanna Zatara. Welcome to Wayne Manor. Chapter summary. Pansy gets a taste of the Muggle world. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry, Pansy, and Rachel awaited in the car as the employees of the Gotham International Airport loaded their belongings on the car's trunk. The kids sat on the back of the Mercedes-Benz while Bruce and Minerva sat on the front. Pansy was shocked when some flashes of apparently cameras began to light up encircling the vehicle. "What's happening?" she asked. "Oh, this is nothing. Only paparazzi that want the next big scoop regarding my father. He's a businessman and a philanthropist, so everyone wants to know about his social life and all that stuff," Harry explained. "Pretty boring person, if you ask me," Rachel added once again without taking her eyes out of her book, which earned a glare from both Harry and Bruce, who glared at the girl by the rear view mirror. "It was a joke, Mr. Wayne. You're great," she dryly replied, feeling the glares without even looking up from her book. "So what else is there to do here in Gotham?" Pansy asked. "Well, there's the Gotham Museum, the Cobblepot Park, Wayne Tower that has some sweet technology, there's the docks, the river, and I think that's it. My brother Dick says that the real fun begins when you're able to enter other places, but that I'm too young to go there, wherever he says it is," Harry said. "Well, I'm sure we'll find something fun to do," Pansy said, smiling. Less than 40 minutes later, and the Wayne Mobile was parking at the front of Wayne Manor. Pansy was once again speechless. She had thought that Potter Manor was big, and Wayne Manor wasn't that far behind. "Impressed?" Harry asked. "You have no idea," Pansy replied. "Rachel." A voice was heard from the main entrance, and the group saw Arella Roth running towards her daughter, hugging her tightly. Behind her came Alfred and Damien to greet the group. "Hello, Minnie," Alfred said to Minerva, kissing her knuckles, while the elderly couple were greeting Bruce, took the trunks towards the manor entrance. "Oh, you old charming man." Minerva blushed at her husband's antics. Pansy looked confused, especially since she had seen Professor McGonagall being stern and strict, and now she was here behaving like a seventh-year student with a brand-new boyfriend. Did I miss anything? Pansy asked Harry. Professor McGonagall married my dad's butler a couple of years ago. She's practically my grandmother, and we can't see her in any other way, Harry explained his girlfriend. Except that Harry, Rachel, and you must see her as your professor. Hello, I'm Damian Wayne, Harry's brother. Damian said as he stretched his hand to shake. Pansy looked at Harry, who simply nudged at her, and she shook Damian's hand. I'm sorry for hesitating, but where I come from, males should greet by kissing women's knuckles, Pansy said. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but I don't kiss people I don't know, Damian said, which made Harry roll his eyes. Damian, behave, Harry said. I was just expressing my point of view, Damian said, leaving the couple to greet Rachel. The awkwardness the boy had was evidently. Sorry about that. He is different. The rest of my family will be more accepting of you, Harry reassured his girlfriend. Actually, it wasn't that bad. Yes, I'm used to some formal greeting, but I knew that muggles don't follow pure blood traditions, which honestly is a breath of fresh air, Pansy said. Well, I'm glad you weren't offended. Come on, let's find my moms, Harry said, which confused Pansy. Moms? She asked as they walked inside the manor. Yes, my mom Selena and my mom Talia. They're mothers to my sister Helena and my brother Damien, but they accepted me as their own, which I'm thankful for, Harry said, looking everywhere for a sight of any family member. They checked the living room, and no one was there. They checked the dining room, and once again, no one was there. The kitchen was empty as well. It wasn't until they reached the gym that they heard panting and grumbles. Dick, please, you have to stop that. A female voice came from the inside of the room. You need to know your limits, another female voice said. As the couple walked inside the gym, they saw Harry's brother Dick suspended in the air on the rings, his right leg completely casted in a 90 degrees angle, with Barbara and Corey looking at him with worry. Hey Corey, hey Babs, what is Dick doing? Harry asked. Without answering his question, the orange-skinned redhead hugged the boy tightly and almost leaves him breathless. Not that the boy would mind, since the hug placed him between the mountains the woman had for breasts, but Pansy glared daggers at the woman who was so lusciously holding her boyfriend, especially with the way she was dressed. Her shorts were too short, and her tank top had a huge cleavage. She felt ashamed for her. Didn't she knew the value of modesty? At least the other woman was wearing something more conservative, though those tight black leggings left nothing to the imagination. Harry, it's so nice to see you. How are you? How was school? Did you have fun? Who's that accompanying you? Corey asked in a series of questions. Corey let him breathe first. Barbara interrupted, making the other woman letting the boy breathe. Harry let out a big gasp as he begun to breathe. First, she's my girlfriend Pansy. Pansy Parkinson, meet Corey Anders and Barbara Gordon, my brother's fiancés. Harry introduced them, and Corey hugged Pansy exactly the same way to Pansy. When Pansy was released from the orange-skinned woman, she was blushing red, since just like with Harry, the woman had placed Pansy's face between her breasts. Harry chuckled at her expression. Okay, now for the questions you had, Corey. I'm fine. School was great. I got to learn new things I didn't know. Got to meet 3 lovely ladies that became my girlfriends, and I had plenty of fun, Harry answered. That's good, Harry, Corey replied. Why are you here? I thought you were in Cancun, Harry asked. We were, until your brother broke his foot because he didn't follow the tour guide instructions, Barbara said. It wasn't my fault, Dick said from where he was suspended in midair. Yes, it was, the redheads replied to him. The tour guide told you to not run on the pyramid stairs, but you wanted to recreate Rocky's scene, didn't you? Barbara scolded him, making the man blush in embarrassment. Who was I supposed to know that the space in each step was so small? Dick complained. You would have known if you had read the brochure at the hotel, Barbara said. Harry, nice to see you, little bro. I see you brought your girlfriend home. Hi, nice to meet you, Dick Grayson, the eldest of the Wayne kids. Dick introduced himself as he continued to do some push-ups on the rings. See you later, Dick. I'll find some other family members, Harry said. Only your mom Selena is here. Tim got his flight canceled. Cass and Stephanie went downtown to do some errands, and Talia is in a conference. Don't know of what, and Helena, I think she went out, but I'm not sure of that, Dick said. Well, let's go greet my mom, Harry said, grabbing Pansy's hand. I think she was in the swimming pool, Corey added. Thanks, Harry said. Meanwhile, in Hogwarts, we should try to get the Stone Master. Without the children here, it's going to be easier to get our hands on it, a man's voice said. No, we need to wait for Dumbledore to leave the castle. We're too weak to properly fight him, a hissing voice replied to the man. But Master, the traps are impossible to pass, the coward man's voice said. You fool, When Dumbledore leaves the castle, we will be able to do any dark magic we want, and those pesky traps will be swiftly taken out from our path, the voice said. But Master, the man's voice said. But nothing. First we ensure the stone, then we'll deal with Dumbledore, and finally we'll be able to hunt down that meddling Harry Potter, the hissing voice said. The couple walked into the indoor pool. The marble columns stood out to the ivory walls. The roof of the room was so tall that they even had a jumping platform of about 18 to 20 feet tall. Pansy was focused on the platform that failed to notice the beautiful, slender, and short-haired blonde on the black bikini. "Mom," Harry said, approaching the woman, who joyfully hugged him. "My beautiful boy, it's so nice to see you," Selena said, embracing Harry. Unlike what the hug the orange-skinned woman had done to her boyfriend Pansy did not felt jealous or angry at the attention Harry was receiving. After all, she was his mother, and it was an affectionate hug, though she had to turn away because the scantily way the woman was dressed. "Is this Pansy?" Selena said as she stepped away from her son. "Yes, Mom, meet Pansy Parkinson, my girlfriend," Harry introduced her. "Hey, darling, you can call me Selena," she said to the girl as they shook hands and Pansy tried to avoid looking at the woman's body. It was so awkward. "It's a pleasure," Pansy replied, making Selena chuckle. "Sorry, darling. If I knew you would be arriving at this hour, I would have been properly dressed, but I was taking some leaps on the pool that I forgot to change," Selena explained as she took her bathrobe and covered herself with it. "Why don't you jump into the pool? The temperature is perfect, and it's the perfect way to relax the body after a long flight," Selena offered. "Though it does sound tempting, Mrs. Wayne. I didn't bring any swimsuit and no offense, but I don't feel comfortable with the kind of swimwear you're using," Pansy said. "Oh no, dear, I'm not Mrs. Wayne. Harry's father and I. We never married. We are just good friends who raised their children together. Just Selena is fine. I don't want to feel old," she said to the girl, and Pansy looked at her wide-eyed. The woman was the opposite of old. She didn't know her age, but the woman didn't look older than 27 or 30 max. "Very well, Selena," Pansy said. "Why don't we go shopping tomorrow?" "Just the girls. I'm sure you'll love Harry's sisters," Selena replied. "I'd like that," Pansy said, nervous. "Hey, Mom, where's Helena?" Harry asked. "She's with the Dents and the Langstroms in a sleepover," Selena said. "Oh man, I wanted her to meet Pansy." "Well, I think she will have to wait," Harry said. "You know she'll be over the moon to see her big brother," Selena said. "I know, and I can't wait to see her as well," he said. "You better go to your rooms. You had a long flight, and jet lag can be a pain in the butt," Selena said. "We will. Thanks, Mom," Harry said, with Pansy added a thanks as well. The pair arrived at what was Harry's bedroom. And for the first time, Pansy saw her boyfriend's passions displayed in the multiple posters he had on his walls. She saw a poster of something called Sherlock, a poster of the guy Harry dressed up in Halloween, Superman she remembered, some dinosaurs and Lego creations, as well as some figures of something Harry told her it was called Star Wars. "What a big bedroom," Pansy said, looking at the big space he had and throwing herself on the big queen-size bed the boy had. She stretched herself on it. After all, it had been a long flight. "Yes, it is. When I arrived at Hogwarts, I had some privacy issues, but I got used to sharing my bedroom with the others quiet fast. After I asked Grandma Minnie of the silencing charm," Harry chuckled, making Pansy laugh. "Well, it's pretty neat. Hey, don't you think we should, what did you call it? Video call Hermione and Millie?" Pansy asked. "Yes, that's right. I'm sure they are already at their destinations. Or at least Hermione has arrived at her home," Harry said, taking his cell phone out and opening their chat group and pressing the video call option. The screen split in three and it began to ring. The couple waited and waited, and after a few rings, Hermione appeared on screen. "Hey guys, how's Gotham treating you?" Hermione asked. "Pretty well, though it's a little dark and grim. No wonder they call them Gotham," Pansy joked, making the other two laugh. Then Millie's face appeared on screen as well. "Sorry, I couldn't find the answering option," she said. "It's okay, Millie. How are you?" Harry asked. "Fine, really fine. When I got home, we took a portkey and appeared on my aunt's house. Honestly, seeing everyone's faces at seeing that I lost a lot of weight was worth it. Can't wait for them to see me next year when I lose even more," Millie said proudly. To her, it was a sort of payback for all the years they mocked her weight. "That's great, Millie," Harry said. "You should curse them for mocking you," Pansy said. "Pansy, don't give her that idea," Hermione said. "You are gorgeous, Millie. Don't let them drag you down," she added. "Hermione is right. You three are so gorgeous, don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise," Harry said. "Thank you, Harry," Millie said, blushing. "Pansy, give our boyfriend a kiss because he's a gentleman," Millie added. "Well, if I have to make that sacrifice," Pansy replied before giving Harry a peck on the lips. making the Wayne boy blush at that, the three girls laughing at that, and making small jokes at his expense. They continued talking for a few more minutes until on Hermione's side of the call, they heard Emma Granger saying, "Hermione, go to sleep, we need to wake up early for our flight." Her mom had said, "Yes, Mom, sorry, I have to hang up. See you later. Merry Christmas," she said, waving goodbye. "Bye, Hermione." Everyone waved at her. "I should hang up as well. Nighty-night." Millie said in her call, "Are you hungry?" Harry asked her. "Yes. No offense to the jet plane's food, but that small sandwich wasn't a full plate," Pansy said, making Harry laugh. "Well, I think it's best if we go down and have some dinner. I'm sure Grandpa Alfred has finished making it," Harry said, nudging Pansy forward as he grabbed her hand. The pair walked into the dining room and found the same people they had already met. Damien was sit next to Rachel, who at the same time had her mother on her right. Harry's dad was on the place of honor with Selena on his right and a save space on his left. Dick was on his chair with his crutches behind his chair, and he was in the middle of Barbara and Corey. On the other place of honor was Professor McGonagall with an empty chair to her right as Alfred was serving soup on everyone's places. The elder man saw the couple standing at the doorframe. "Well, don't stand there, just there. Take a sit, kids," he said, which made them realize that they were still standing, so they went to sit. Harry pulled a chair for Pansy, and then he sat to her right. Alfred passed and served them soup as well, and he was about to sit when the doors opened. It was a tan-skinned, brown-haired woman. "Sorry for being late. The meeting took longer than I hoped," she apologized as she sat on left of Harry's dad. "It's okay, Talia. We just sat here," Bruce said as the woman sat. She analyzed the room and saw a new face next to her son, Harry. "Hello. Who are you?" she asked to the pure-blooded girl. "I am Pansy, Harry's girlfriend," she said. "Nice to meet you, Pansy. I'm Harry's other mom, Talia al Ghul," she replied to the girl. "Nice to meet you as well," Pansy said. "She's a nice girl, Talia. We're taking her and the girls to the mall tomorrow," Selena added. "That's a wonderful idea," Talia said. "I'm sure it's going to be a madhouse, but we will manage," Talia replied. The next morning, Madhouse couldn't describe the scenery Pansy saw in front of her. The group consisting of Pansy, Talia, Selena, Rachel, Arella, Barbara, Corey, and Minerva had been joined by a woman named Francine Langstrom with her daughter, also named Francine, a woman named Rachel Dent with her daughter named Dwella, who was a little crazy according to Helena, Harry's sister, who came with a group of mothers and daughters. "So you are my brother's girlfriend?" Helena said. "Yes," Pansy replied. "Really?" The girl asked. "Yes." Pansy replied again. "You?" The girl asked again. "Yes, I am. Is there anything else to ask?" Pansy asked the younger girl. "Not for the moment," Helena replied as she strolled happily. Pansy felt awkward on the company of this woman, especially on the Dwella girl, who many times Pansy catched her glaring at her. The group entered an exclusive fashion clothing store. "Pansy, choose whatever you like. Consider it a Christmas present," Talia said. "But I can't let you do that. You don't even know me," Pansy replied. "Please, money is not a problem, and we want to give you something. Harry has spoken highly of you and Hermione and Millie, so don't be proud and choose something you like," Selena added. "Oh," Pansy replied as they entered the shop. Many beautiful muggle clothes were put on display. "This is going to be a hard choice," she thought to herself. Meanwhile, in the Wayne Manor, two brothers stood facing each other. Both of them had a sword in each hand. Harry had his claymore on his left hand while Damien had his katana on his right. They waited for their older brother Dick to give them the signal to start their duel. Their eyes were focused on each other, waiting patiently to the whistle to blow. Then after tense moments they heard the whistle, and they rushed towards the other. Claymore met katana. Steel met steel. Strength locked them into a standstill. They jumped backwards and then rushed forwards once again, this time attacking the other one. Each boy avoided the blows the other one threw at them. Harry's sword was longer, but heavier. Damien's katana was shorter, but lighter, which allowed him to block easy swings coming to his way. Damien simply waited for the right moment. The moment in which his taller brother would tire himself out by brandishing the sword with long strokes or movements. And even in the recovery, Harry was slower than normal. But one thing Damien could see was that his brother wasn't going to tap out and quit. He would keep coming attacking. Finally, Damien saw his opening, and with the back of his sword, he swept Harry's feet, making him stumble to the grass. And just before he could stand up, Harry saw his brother's katana tip pointed at his face. "You're slacking, brother," Damien said to Harry as the blue and green-eyed boy laid on the grass. "Well, I didn't have a good sparring partner. All I could do was practice alone," Harry said, moving Damien's katana out of his face. Damien only made a small smirk and then gave his hand to his brother to help him stand up. You need to keep up. By the way, tomorrow you have to do the breakfast, Damien said to Harry, who looked at him shocked. It's my turn? Harry asked. Yes. You haven't been in the house for a couple of months. There's plenty of chores you need to do to compensate, Damien replied. Beginning with gardening, you need to cut the grass, Dick joked as he approached the pair. Come on, Harry said. Sorry, kid, rules are rules, Dick said, ruffling Harry's hair. Hey, Harry yelled. You know I don't like my hair out of place, Harry said, glaring at his brother. Wow, with that look you are identical to Bruce. Are you sure, Damien, and you aren't twins? Dick joked, earning 2 glares from the kids. I think I'm gonna go, he said. It wasn't wise to tease 2 kids with swords, Dick said, moving slowly and supporting himself with his crutches. When Pansy returned from her shopping trip with Harry's moms and sister and friends, she was a complete new young woman. She was wearing a muggle black t-shirt with the Wonder Woman logo in it, denim jeans, and an emerald green coat that could be worn in the castle alongside her Slytherin uniform. What do you think? Pansy said, turning for her boyfriend to see her new clothes. You look very pretty, Pansy, Harry said. Thank you. That's what your mom said. Pansy said, by the way, I finally have a swimsuit modest enough for my tastes. Want to go to the pool? She asked. Sure, let me change, Harry replied. As the kids arrived at the pool, they were joined by Damien and Rachel, the latter wearing a modest as well one-piece swimsuit, hers being dark purple, while Pansy's being dark green, and Helena arrived shortly after arriving with a very colorful one-piece swimsuit. The water was perfect and Pansy relaxed. She couldn't care less about her family, who had cast it out for making a relationship with a Muggle-born. After all, she was Lord Parkinson, and she will be bringing her full wrath towards them sooner than later. She would be writing a letter later, but for now she enjoyed the company of her boyfriend and his family. They accepted her quite easily, and she couldn't be happier. At the same time in Egypt, Bill Weasley was a promising young curse breaker. He had managed to get enough references from his superiors to get the lead role on the excavation on one of the many pyramids and tombs in said country. He felt a little homesick, especially with Christmas just a few days away, but this was his big chance to prove he was the best of the best curse breakers Gringotts had at their disposal. Bill liked working with the goblins who had financed this entire expedition. They had tasked him with discovering and breaking the curses and traps inside the treasure chambers in a newly discovered secret chamber inside the Giza Pyramid. Bill went there with high hopes of being recognized as a great curse breaker, not knowing that his fate was going to change forever. He managed to get to the hidden chamber. Symbols of Ra, Anubis, and different kind of hieroglyphs adorned the chamber's halls. He was using his wand with the Lumos spell combined with a curse detector spell to avoid setting any trap the Pharaoh had left behind. He entered the newly found chamber. He was admiring the view when a voice filled the chamber. William Weasley, we have been expecting you, the ominous voice said, and then Bill saw nothing but pure blinding light, and then he vanished. Chapter and notes. Hey everyone, I wanted to post this chapter because I will be going to the beach this weekend/week, so I won't be able to post on Monday as I like. So hope you like this chapter and see you later. As always, every comment and review is very appreciated. Merry Christmas, Harry Wayne. Chapter summary. Harry and friends celebrate Christmas. Chapter notes. Holy rusted metal Batman. It has been so long since last update. First, let me clarify you that I was so busy at work because I was going to go into the beach. So I took some time off from everything. I wrote some scenes you see in this chapter as well as some others I wrote that are going to appear in many chapters. This isn't the beginning, I can say you that. I had some trouble developing many scenes, so just bear with me if I made a mistake or if the pace is all over the place. I think this is the longest chapter I've written for any of my fics, so without further ado, enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Nothingness and emptiness. That's what William Weasley felt at this moment. Once he had been a promising curse-breaker wizard. Now he floated in an empty void with nothing as his company. Even his voice seemed to abandon him as well. Was this the Oblivion? This isn't Oblivion, Mr. Weasley. The ominous voice he heard on the pyramid's chamber rang inside his head. Who are you? Bill asked. His voice was finally heard, but he couldn't feel his lips moving nor his vocal cords doing their job. I am Nabu, god of fate. I have a proposition to you, Mr. Weasley. The voice resounded. Harry laid in his bed with Pansy cuddled to his body. She looked so peaceful, and he was glad that he managed to give her a safe space in his home, and that his family had accepted her quite easily. He hoped that the situation with her family could be resolved sooner or later, but whatever the outcome, he wanted to be for her. After all, she had been a great friend and a wonderful person to be around. She deserved the best, just as Hermione and Millie He needed to protect the people in his life. At first, Pansy was a little ashamed of sharing a bed with him, but luckily her black and green plaid pajamas were modest enough for her to be comfortable, and Harry decided to wear his full pajama outfit as well. Luckily, sleep caught them sooner, and they fell asleep almost as quickly. It was Christmas Eve morning, so he knew the whole family was going to be in a complete frenzy. Luckily, it wasn't as frantic as the New Year's Eve frenzy, but still was a little maddening how they rushed in everything they did during this day. He amused himself as he remembered how last year Jason arrived at the last second because he forgot to buy the presents and because he forgot the day he lived on. Or how when Harry was 7, he remembered how Cass had tried to make a recipe she found on the internet only to make everyone sick to their stomach because she forgot to defrost the turkey a day early. He knew he needed to make the breakfast, but he wanted to sleep a little more. He liked the way Pansy clanged to him and how her hair smelled like roses. But he knew his family was about to wake up as well. So he carefully detached himself from her and put his Superman slippers on. Walking into the kitchen, he saw his father already in there with a cup of coffee while he looked at his cell phone. "Good morning, Dad," Harry said. "Good morning, Harry. Is it your turn to make breakfast?" he asked his son. "Yes. Damien told me yesterday. Do you want something?" Harry asked him as he begun to look for ingredients in the fridge to make waffles for the whole family. "I'm good, Harry, thanks. I already got a slice of toast with strawberry jam and some fruit. I have a meeting with some investors, and I need to go to the airport to bring Diana over. I should be back around 2 o'clock, his father informed him. "That's great, Dad. So, is she going to be another new mother?" Harry asked. "Only if you want it to be. I know how you look at Selena and Talia as if they are your real mothers. I don't want you to feel like if I'm imposing her to your life," Bruce said. "I'm fine, Dad. Honestly, I should be grateful of having 4 mother figures in my life. I can't wait to reunite with my mom, Lily, and learn new things from her," Harry explained. "Speaking of learning new things, when I return you, and I need to have a talk," Bruce said as he sipped the last of his coffee. "The talk?" Harry looked at him confused. "Yes, the talk," Bruce said as he left his coffee mug on the sink. "By the way, Damien is on dishwasher duty," Bruce said as he smirked at his son, who smirked as well. "Love you, kid. I have to go," Bruce said as he left the kitchen, waving his son goodbye. Harry begun to make the waffle batter. He had learned from the best of the best, Grandpa Alfred, and he knew how everyone was going to love the smell of freshly made waffles with blueberries and strawberries alongside some maple syrup and butter. Less than 3 minutes that the first batch of waffles were made that Tim arrived at the kitchen sitting in front of the bar. "Good morning, Harry. Those waffles smell delicious," Tim said. His face denoted tiredness. He arrived yesterday at 10 p.m. and he went almost immediately to sleep. Who could blame them? After all, the flight wasn't as long as his, but it was long enough to tire someone out. "I also have some bacon and eggs with some hashed potatoes. Do you want some?" Harry asked. "Yes, please, little brother," Tim said. "Then a full breakfast coming to your end, Timothy," Harry teased as he knew that his brother hated being called by his full name. "Harry, what have we talked about?" Tim said. "I know, but I haven't seen you in months. Let me have this," Harry said. "I know, little brother. I missed you in the university," Tim replied, smiling at his brother. "Is that bacon and eggs that I smell?" Jason asked as he appeared in the kitchen. "Yes, do you want some?" Harry asked as he placed more waffle mix on the pan. "Why is that even a question?" Jason replied as he sat next to Tim, and Harry simply chuckled as he served his brothers a plate. The duo began eating, enjoying the breakfast their little brother had just made for the whole family. "Man, this tastes better than the instant noodle cups," Tim said. "Are you seriously eating that?" Jason admonished his brother. "What? They're cheap enough that I can eat 5 of those in a day," Tim replied. Jason looked at him in disbelief. "How can I have lived on the streets and still know that those things are bad for your health?" Jason said to Tim. The pair began to argue about food as Harry continued to prepare breakfast. He had forgotten that they were a very numerous family. "Harry, why are you making breakfast?" Pansy asked him as she arrived still wearing her pajama. "Because it's my turn to make it. So sit down and I'll serve you a plate," Harry said as he continued to move in the stove or mixing even more waffle mix. "Orange juice, milk, tea, or coffee?" Harry asked. "Tea, please," Pansy replied. She felt awkward being in a muggle kitchen with her boyfriend's older brothers who were too busy discussing something about energy drinks, instant noodles, and trash food to notice that a new member had arrived at the kitchen bar. "Ignore them. They often fight against each other, so you'll just have to eat with background noise," Harry said, amused by it as he gave her a plate with 2 waffles, 2 eggs, and a strip of bacon that made a happy face. "This looks adorable," Pansy said, watching her plate. "Hey, How come she gets her plate decorated and ours was simply there? Jason said angry. She's my girlfriend, and I want her to make her feel welcomed here. Not like you two had made the best of impressions. Harry commented to his older brothers. He might not be as tall as they, but he was at their level and wasn't going to take a crap from them. "He's chill, little bro. We were just joking," Jason said as he took his plate and stood from the kitchen bar. "What's wrong with him?" Pansy asked, confused. "A lot of things. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Tim, the youngest of Harry's older brothers." Tim introduced himself. "And I'm Cassandra," another voice said as the Asian sister appeared behind Pansy, startling the girl. "Hey, Cass, when did you arrive?" Harry asked. "A few minutes ago, and I smelled waffles. So who's the girl?" She asked as Harry gave her a plate with her breakfast. Seeing that no other family member was going to appear, he served his own plate and sat in front of Pansy. "I'm Pansy, Harry's girlfriend." She introduced herself. "You can't be on a BF/GF status. You're 10. Cass said. "I'm 11 and Pansy is almost 12. We're fine," Harry said with an unamused expression as he took a waffle bite from his fork and started chewing as he glared at his sister. "You can't help me from trying to worry about my little tiny younger brother." She dramatizes her voice as she hugs him, making it almost hard to breathe for the boy and making Pansy chuckle at her boyfriend's terrified expression. "Cass, leave me breathe." Harry's muffled voice came from the young woman's arms. "Sure, I'll let you go only because I hate burnt waffles," she said as Harry shoved his tongue at her. "So tell me about yourself, Pansy," Cass said as she sat in front of the girl. Her dark brown eyes stared at the girl with curiosity and interest. "Well, I'm simply in Harry's House of Slytherin. We share all of our classes. And Professor Lupin says that I'm very good at history, and Professor Flitwick says that I have potential at charms." Pansy said she spoke about her academic accomplishments rather than about herself because then there would be questions about why she was in their house, and she really wanted to avoid that. The rest of breakfast was calm. Cass continued talking with Pansy through all the meal. As the other members of the family finished their breakfast, they left the plates on the sink and thanked Harry for the food he had made. Damien appeared, and Harry offered the breakfast. "Just the waffles, please. I'm vegetarian, so I won't eat no meat," Damien said, which confused Harry. He remembered his brother and him fighting over the last pork chop or for the last hot dog. "Really? Since when?" he asked. "Since I was almost shred to pieces by Professor Poirot's machinations," Damien thought to himself before answering. "Since I saw a documentary of the slaughterhouses. Trust me after seeing that you avoid eating meat." As he ate, Damien was scowling through the entire ordeal, often glaring at any family member who put their dirty dishes in the sink. He especially hated when Dick gave a big grin at him as he left the glass and plate. When breakfast had finally finished, the boy stood up and went to the sink. As Pansy and Harry were leaving, he yelled, "Couldn't you use any more dishes?" Damien angrily said as he began to scrub all the plates, silverware, cups, pan, and utensils. Harry and Pansy laughed as his brother was on dishwashing duties. Meanwhile, in Gotham Airport, Diana Prince, head of the restoration department in the Louvre Museum in Paris, walked with her distinctive grace through the white floors of the airport. Her carry-on bag was with her, as well as her purse with her necessary documentations. She wore a burgundy suit with a beautiful pearl coat Bruce had gifted her for her birthday months ago. She knew that many men and some women stared at her, but she never did anything to tease or make them believe they had a shot with her. After all, she had only truly loved one man before, and she was serious that she was deeply falling in love with the man she had come visit for the holidays. When they had met was during a fierce battle. They saved the world together, and she had to admit that he was a mysterious figure, and she wasn't the exact same naive woman she was when she had left the Themyscirus coasts. She didn't want to pursue any potential romantic relationship with anyone after Steve's death, especially with a fellow superhero and co-worker. The pilot had left a huge impact on her life and had made her see the world of men with new eyes. The first time she saw the Batman like some entire new person was when she overheard a conversation between Batman, Aquaman, Flash, and Superman talking about their toddler kids and how they were enjoying fatherhood. She would have never imagined that the Batman, the broodiest of all superheroes, would be a family man. She asked Superman, to whom she had taken a great respect at that time, about Batman's family. He told her that Batman had never married, but he had adopted kids that had a tragedy in their lives, and that now he had a kid of his own. Well, too, because days after that particular conversation, she heard the Flash teasing Batman for having a daughter with a supervillain. The mysterious aura surrounding the Batman always showed deeper layers of his personality. And even though she had never intended to, she grew feelings for the man. But would he reciprocate those feelings for her? The first time she noticed that the Dark Knight had feelings towards her was when she was crushed under a missile that tried to destroy Gorilla City. He so desperately tried to save her from the debris, only to realize that she was unharmed. During the following years, him and she grew closer. Her first impression was of the man so wrong as she begun to ask him directly about his personal life. And though he begun reluctant, he begun to share his life, his personal tragedy, and his family life. How he was so lost in his quest of vengeance, and how he was defined by his past that no one could enter that obscure facade. But then she got how big his heart was when taking under his wing all those children and how he loved them, especially his youngest ones. There was pride in his voice whenever he talked about them. Diana at first thought that Bruce was the facade while Batman was his complete persona, but getting to meet the man outside of his frightening armored suit was something else. She got to meet his eldest first, Dick Grayson, the original Robin, though he called himself Nightwing when she met him. He was the first glimpse into Bruce's true nature and caring persona. Not the brooding Batman she had expected, but a true father of that boy. Then she got to meet other members of the Bat family, as Barry liked to call them, and she knew how they had a lot of respect to the man. Then, after years of circling around the idea, she decided to take a leap of faith. She invited the Batman into a date. Taking no for an answer, she had convinced him that who cared about relationships at the workplace? They were just going to have fun. And fun did they had. The date had been magnificent. He picked her up at her hotel in Gotham City. They went to have a lovely dinner at a fancy place. And just as they were dancing under the stars, the evil Riddler appeared with several machines that had bombs strapped in them. They had the right opportunity to defeat the villain in tandem, as he was too distracted making riddles to the police that was watching his live stream in the spot. Their fight against the villain had been short-lived, since he wasn't ready for the combined efforts of the two heroes. And for the first time, Diana saw both Bruce and Batman, and she knew she was hooked on the multi-layered man. When the battle was over and they left the scene after the officers arrived, they stood over a rooftop and she simply pulled him in and kissed him. At first, he didn't reciprocate, which hurt her ego a little, but then his lips met hers in full passion, and she felt as strong as when she used her brace's pulse, only 100 times stronger. After that, they became an item. Diana stopped her reminiscence as she arrived at the conveyor belts to wait for her other suitcases to arrive. She could see the happy families reunite. Everyone looked happy to see each other. Kids raced towards their grandparents. Couples embraced each other, and overall Christmas ornaments were in display. Just as she was waiting for all of the luggage to slowly move on the conveyor, she felt two hands covering her eyes and obscuring her vision. "Guess who?" the dark and mysterious voice said. If she didn't know that voice, she would have probably one of the many moves she has mastered in her centuries of life and training with the Amazons. But instead, she simply smiled, reached those hands without removing them, and said, "Lex Luthor?" She said teasingly. "Lex? Seriously? Of all the names you could have chosen, you chose that egomaniacal, narcissistic asshole?" Bruce said, annoyed, as she smirked at him with a playful expression as her strong arms begun to embrace the man. "Please, do you really think I would date that kind of man? I already have my hands full with you and your brooding persona," she said smugly as she kissed the corner of his lips. He glared at her, but his brow relaxed as he was simply so happy for her to pass the holidays with them. "Like if you were any better princess," he teased her, earning a light smack on his arm. Even though she measured her strength, it still hurt a little. "Are you ready?" he asked her. "Almost. There's 2 suitcases that I still haven't claimed. They must be on their way," she replied, and just as if on cue, said suitcases appeared in front of them. "Let me," Bruce said, leaning in to grab the suitcases. Diana pouted at that, but decided against saying anything. "I know you're an independent woman and that your strength is bigger than mine, but it's called chivalry. Besides, you probably had a long flight. Paris isn't exactly right around the corner," Bruce said. "Fine, but you need sometimes let me carry my own weight," Diana replied to him. "I'll try." Bruce smirked at her. Just as they were exiting the airport, they were surrounded by a mob of paparazzi. "Mr. Wayne, are you and Miss Prince formally dating? Are there plans for a wedding soon? Miss Prince, what's like to date Gotham's most eligible bachelor? Mr. Wayne, what are the rumors that she's just another member of your harem and that you and Miss Kyle and Miss Al GHUL are in a polyamorous relationship?" All of the reporters asked, which made the couple to hurry towards his car. Luckily for the couple, the luxurious car was parked quite close, so they simply rushed and Bruce opened the trunk and its doors with the push of a button. "Let me," Bruce said as he grabbed her luggage. "Bruce, you know I like to be independent," Diana said. "And you know that I like to be a gentleman." Bruce smirked. "You know you don't need to do that," Diana said to Bruce as he placed her luggage on the trunk of the car. "I know that. I want to do it," Bruce said, smiling at her, which she returned. Despite the obvious presence of the paparazzi, they continued with their journey, and they drove off from the airport. During the entire way, Diana couldn't help but have a goofy smile on her face. She really liked this man, and she knew there was a deeper word, but she was afraid of using it so soon into their relationship. They were closing in on Gotham when the sky darkened and snowflakes begun falling down on the windshield. "Hey, look, it's snowing. I thought you said there wasn't going to be a white Christmas this year," Diana said. "It wasn't supposed to," Bruce replied. Victor, he thought to himself. "Would you mind if we make a small detour?" he asked her. "Not at all." She smiled at him, and before she could think, she saw him driving into another part of Gotham, away from the city, but at the same time she felt this wasn't the way to his manor. They stopped at a small flower shop business. He bought 3 bouquets, red roses, pink peonies, and gardenias. He gave the gardenias to her. "Thank you, Bruce. These are beautiful." She sniffed the flowers. She wanted to ask about the other 2, but decided against. Whatever purpose it was, she would find out soon enough. After 15 minutes of drive, they stopped in front of the gates that read Gotham Cemetery. The car slowly moved into the empty streets of the graveyard. It wasn't the best place to be on Christmas Eve, but they were probably there for a reason. The snow had covered most of the tombstones, but Bruce moved with a determination she only saw in his Batman outfit, not in his alter ego. He took the peonies and the roses and said, "I'll be right back." She saw him walk away into the emptiness of the graveyard while wearing his long coat tight to his chest to avoid getting sick due to the snow while hiding the roses inside his coat. Bruce walked a few meters until he saw him kneeling in front of a tomb with a handmade machine shooting snow into the air. The man had a pale bluish skin, and his feet and hands were naked while his eyes denoted infinite sadness. "Hello, Victor," Bruce said to the man. "Hello, Bruce," Victor said to the man. "This are for her," Bruce said while giving him the bouquet of pink peonies. "Thank you, Bruce. These were her favorite," Victor said. "I know, I remember," he replied while continuing standing up next to the sad man who stood in front of the tomb of Nora Fries. "Victor, about the machine," Bruce said to him. "Don't worry. It's only made for making it snow. Not a snowstorm nor a blizzard. It's just that she loved white Christmases," Victor said as he began to cry once again. "I know." Bruce stood there looking for a way to comfort the man. "Thank you for being here," Victor replied. "You're my friend, Victor. I worry about you," Bruce said. "I know, but I think I'll be fine," he said, dismissing his friend. "All right, call if you need anything," Bruce said. "I will," Victor said. Diana waited for a few more minutes when she saw the tall figure approach the vehicle. Bruce entered and began to shiver. "Only Victor can make the snow this cold," he said as Diana embraced him. "Victor?" she asked him. Victor Fries, former head of applied sciences in Wayne Enterprises, he became a metahuman and a supervillain when he tried to do the research for his wife's illness. He succeeded, but he was permanently disfigured. She remained with him for a few years until her illness returned, this time taking her life. She passed last year. Bruce said, "Were they your friends?" She asked him. "Yes, I still care about them." Bruce said, "I know. And the roses?" She asked. "They're where they meant to be." Bruce said he didn't want to tell her, but he didn't want it to sour the festivities. Not that the mood had changed since he had taken her to a graveyard on Christmas Eve, but still he was at least at peace as the bouquet of red roses laid inside of the Wayne family crypt. "Alastair, nice to see you. Happy Christmas Eve," Albus said to the former Auror as he appeared from the flood chimney. "Albus, why did you call me here? And don't tell me this is about your celebrations," Alastair growled at the elderly man. "No, this is about Harry Potter," Dumbledore explained. "Again with this nonsense? We talked about this. The boy simply vanished from this world or dead. Forget about him," Alastair replied. "No, I believe he is still living and he is actually in the school," Dumbledore said, which intrigued Alastair. "What do you mean?" Alastair asked, intrigued. "I think you should head for the United States," Albus said as he gave the gruff-looking man a ledger. "Harry Wayne?" Alastair asked. "Yes, he lives in Gotham City. I have the theory that he is Mr. Potter in hiding," Albus commented. "I don't like this, Albus. I believe you're having an unhealthy obsession with the Potters. They're dead, so is their child. Leave them rest," Alastair said to his old-time friend. "The boy is alive, Alastair. He cannot die just like that. He has a purpose to fulfill," Albus declared. "And what purpose is that, Albus?" Alastair asked, intrigued of what his old-time friend was plotting. "I want to train the boy. He has potential to be the greatest wizard. Albus declared, greater than you? Alastair commented, and he saw the flicker in his friend's facade. Why, yes, even greater than me. Albus commented, but Alastair wasn't convinced. I will check on the Wayne boy, but I won't continue doing this kind of job for you, the gruff man said as he left the office. Wayne? Wasn't he the boy who looked like Riddle? He thought to himself as he left. The burrow. So, Ron, how was your first year at Hogwarts? Arthur asked his son as they sat on the table ready to eat their Yule dinner. It was good. It's a little difficult, honestly. And yes, Mum, before you ask, I did apologize to that Granger girl, Ron said, rolling his eyes as his mother served mashed potatoes in front of him, slapping his hand as he tried to dip his finger in it. You should have seen it, Mum. He was so embarrassed by your howler, Fred and George said to their parents. And did you met Harry Potter? Ginny asked with shyness. She knew her brothers knew she had a crush on the boy who lived, but she hated being teased by that. Sorry, but no, the only Harry I know is that Slytherin guy who always beat me in chess, Ron replied, offended. He isn't that bad. He's a nice student, and you should spend more time with him instead of only challenging him to a chess match. For a Muggleborn, he is pretty advanced, though according to Professor Snape, his potion work needs polishing. Percy interjected as he was placing the plates on the table. That reminds me, when you return to Hogwarts, I want you to give them these sweaters to Harry, Hermione, and that Slytherin girl Pansy, as a token of compensation after you endangered them with the troll, Molly said as she showed the already gift-wrapped presents. Ron rolled his eyes at her antics. Anyway, no, Ginny, your boyfriend Harry Potter isn't in the school, Ron said to his little sister. Ginny looked disappointed. Aren't waiting for Charlie and Bill to come home? She asked, trying to change the topic and noticing her brothers missing. Well, Charlie said that he received new dragons and there were some eggs that were about to hatch, so he couldn't come home. And Bill, he hasn't responded to our letters. Molly responded, he probably has a lot of work going on. Harry and Pansy laid resting in his bed. They had played in the snow with Harry's siblings for a few hours, and they were exhausted. The laid cuddled while Harry read out loud one of his favorite books, Sherlock Holmes and the Hounds of Baskervilles. They had been saved of helping with the Christmas dinner when Pansy cunningly said that since Harry had made everyone's breakfast, it wasn't fair for him to help with dinner. So thankfully, Cass and Stephanie alongside Jason began preparing the Christmas dinner while they simply rested. They were getting at the end of Chapter 3 when Pansy's phone began buzzing. She saw it was Millie on a video call. Hey, Millie, what's up? She asked, but as the pair looked at the other girl's facial expression, they were shocked. Millie was crying. What happened? Both of them asked. Well, my family has a lot of traditions, and they pushed me in an eating contest. Millie said, all of my hard work was for nothing, she said, sobbing. What happened? Pansy asked again. She had been friends with Millie since they were toddlers, so she knew she was a sensitive person, so she had been praying her family wouldn't push her a lot during these holidays. Millie, that's nothing to be worried about, Harry said. Harry, I ate 15 bowls of porridge and cheese. Millie yelled, seriously? Pansy asked. That's impressive, Millie. Harry smiled at her. Are you insane? I broke my diet. And all because of those bloody taunts. Millie said. They could even see how her face was fuming red. Millie, just because you broke the diet once, it's nothing to worry about. Besides, everyone gains a little weight during this time, so there's nothing to be worried about, Harry said to the girl. Really? She asked. Yes, really. When we start school once again, we'll continue our morning routine. Don't worry about it. You're perfect, Harry said to her, which seemed to cheer her up a little. Thanks, Harry. Pansy, can we talk in private? Millie said, which made the other girl grab her cell phone. Just at that moment, a knock was heard on the door. Harry, can I come in? His dad's voice came from the other side of the door. Harry sighed and stood from his bed to open his door. He knew what was coming. His father had told him that he wanted to have the talk with him. He didn't know why, but he was afraid of said talk. Pansy walked past Bruce, who saw her talking over the phone. Kids, give them a cell phone and they'll never talk to you again. Bruce mused himself at that thought. As he entered the bedroom with Damien behind him, he noticed that the scene wasn't that different than when he gave the other five the talk. Jason was the hardest to talk about Fex, while Dick often made jokes about it. Cass was completely serious about it. Stephanie and Tim were the ones who ended up lecturing him about safe Fex. He prayed that Damien and Harry can be more easy to talk about this. And he prayed that Selena is the one to talk about it with Helena when the time comes. Father, why are we here? I don't get why this talk needs to happen. We talk all the time, Damien said, scowling as he took a sit in Harry's desk chair. Because you might be young, but you're also almost 12, and you're about to enter a very weird and awkward phase called puberty. Bruce began speaking. For the three of them, it was going to be the most awkward and informative of talks. 12th Grimmauld Place. The Blackbones family sat on the table. Thanks to Dobby and Cookie, the head kitchen elves, the food smelled and looked terrific before they begun with their meal. Sirius stood up with his glass of wine on his hand. He looked to his family, his 5 children, his beautiful wife, his best friend/brother, his cousin with his nephew, his adopted daughter Susan, his other cousin with her husband and their daughter. Overall, Sirius always got emotional of seeing them all gather around in the table. "My family," he begun saying, "it's your time once again, and I have nothing to say than what it has already been said. I couldn't simply believe my luck of having all these people around me that I love, and they love me. It feels magical being here. That's it, let's toast," Sirius said, making everyone laugh at his short speech. They begun toasting, and the sound of the glasses clanking each other rang in the air. Sirius noticed something in his wife's drink. "Aren't you drinking wine, Amy? You always drink red wine in your dinner." Sirius said, "I can't," she replied. "Why?" he asked, confused, but then his face grew larger in shock and awe when he looked at her directly into her eyes. "No, really?" he asked her. "Yes," she smiled sheepishly. Sirius was about to stand up, but she stopped him. "You already talked, now it's my turn," she said, standing up. "People, I'm pregnant again," Amelia said to everyone who begun to clap and congratulate them. This definitely was a great Christmas. Zabini Manor. Blaise Zabini was enjoying the festivities alongside his mother and his half-brother. He was shaking the Christmas presents to know what he had gotten before the unboxing day, when a weird buzzing sound came. He didn't know where it came from. He remembered that Harry had gifted him a cellular phone. And speaking of which, the ID caller said, "Harry Wayne." "Hey, Harry," Blaise said as the image of his friend appeared on screen. He was still confused on how to use it, but Harry had made it quite simple how to answer the phone. "Hey, Blaise, long time no see," Harry joked. "Hey, Harry, what are you doing?" Blaise asked, "Getting ready to eat." "And you?" Harry said, "Getting ready to bed." Blaise replied, "Oh, sorry to keep you up. I forgot of the time zone difference," Harry apologized. "Don't worry, man. We can talk tomorrow," Blaise said. "Who are you talking to, Blaise?" The voice of a boy came from behind Blaise. He looked behind him and saw his brother's hazel eyes looking at him. "With my friend Harry from Hogwarts," Blaise said. "Oh, the Muggleborn," he said. "Yes, that's him. He gave me this phone." Blaise showed his brother the device, which showed Harry's face. "Hello, nice to see you. I'm Harry, Harry Wayne." Harry greeted at the boy. He noticed that he had fairer skin than Blaise. But then he remembered how he told him that his mother had married several times and that his brother was actually half-brother. So he didn't comment on that. "Hello, I'm Breton Zabini," the boy said. "So you're the famous Breton Blaise is so proud of," Harry said, making his friend blush at his comment. Blaise had only confessed him that his little brother was one of the best people in the world and that he loved him and wanted to protect him. "Really?" Breton asked. "Really," Harry said. "Yes, little brother. You're one of my favorite people in the world, not counting Mom," Blaise said. "Well, I just wanted to tell you Merry Christmas, Blaise," Harry said as he saw that the brothers were already hugging each other and he didn't want to mess their bonding. "Happy Yule, Harry," Blaise said, ending the call. "Brother, are you really proud of me?" Breton asked. "Yes, I can't wait to see you grow into the greatest wizard ever," Blaise said to him. "Then for you I will," Breton replied. "So Nabu, who are you? And why did you kidnap me?" Bill asked as he floated on the nothingness. "I needed privacy for the proposition I am about to make," Nabu responded. "You could have simply asked," Bill replied. "I could, but would you have accepted if I asked?" Nabu asked. "Well, considering that right now I'm floating in the middle of nowhere, I think yes. A simple question would have avoided me getting trapped in here," Bill replied, and he could swear he heard a deep sigh from the ominous voice, and then the environment changed into a studio office with several bookshelves, with tables with antique items, weapons, and a curious golden statue of a humanoid-looking man playing chess. Ron would love that statue. Is that a human skull? Bill asked himself as he saw the new environment. That's the skull of Count Vlad Dracula III, or most infamously known as Vlad the Impaler. And the statue isn't a statue, is a highly sophisticated android called Amazo. He likes to play chess and rest in front of the board. A new voice came from an opening door. Bill saw a simple 80-year-old man walking with difficulty aided by a cane and wearing simple muggle clothes like a cotton sweater and plaid pants. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. My name is Kent Nelson," the elderly man said as he slowly approached the young man. The older man stretched his wrinkled hand for them to shake, which Bill did. "Please call me Bill, Mr. Nelson," Bill said after some hesitation. There was something in the way the old man's eyes that denoted both kindness and sorrow. I hope my associate hadn't startled you. Naba can be quick, blunt, and spooky, Ken explained. You know of the ominous voice? Bill asked. Yes, I've served as his avatar for a long time. Please share a cup of tea with me. The elderly man said as he slowly moved to a small coffee table near a window with the infinite vastness of space on its view. You have an impressive house, Mr. Nelson, Bill admired. This, Bill, is the Tower of Fate. It's an ever-changing tower filled with an infinite amount of resources and knowledge for Nabu's avatar, the Dr. Fate, personal use. This, Bill, is what Nabu and I wanted to talk with you. We want you to become the next Dr. Fate, Kent said as he took a little sip from his teacup. What's the Dr. Fate? Bill asked, confused. The Dr. Fate is the mortal incarnation of the god Nabu. However is chosen, he or she obtains all of its powers over the elements, as well as other beyond imagination like telekinesis, teleportation, flight, energy manipulation, and of course magic. Though I'm sure you already know some of it. Kent smiled as he sipped from his cup. How do you know I'm a wizard? Bill asked. Because Naba told me. You see, Bill, I'm old, and not only that, but I am sick, like terribly sick. My doctor told me that I had 6 or so months to live, Kent said, which shocked Bill. I'm sorry to hear that. Naba can't heal you? I mean, he is a god, isn't it? Bill asked. He could, but I've lived far too long, and in this way, I can die peacefully and reunite with my beautiful wife Inza, Kent gently replied. He had missed her since they had parted ways years ago. And why are you telling me this? Why did it bring me here? Bill asked. As I told you, we want you to become the next Dr. Fate. The world needs to have a Dr. Fate. The world needs you, Bill Weasley, Kent said to the young man. Harry was sitting in his desk as he had begun building his Lego Millennium Falcon he had received from Santa Claus. The Wayne was a family of traditions, and as per tradition dictated, they had opened at least one present after dinner. The rest will be opened once it was the actual date. He was lucky because he got one of the best ones, especially one that would distract his mind from the talk he had with his father. He still shivered remembering the words he used. He was alone in his room since Helena and his sisters invited Pansy into a girls-only slumber party. Harry didn't mind since he was now playing with Han and Chewie as they escaped from the evil forces of the Galactic Empire. The dinner had been amazing. They had set the bar so high this year that it was going to be difficult to top it next year, especially since it was a great way for all the family to get together. He had missed them these past few months, and now they were here with him. As the Falcon soared through an asteroid field, at least in his imagination, he heard it tapped on his window. He placed the spaceship on his desk once again, and he opened the window to see a beautiful brown and gray owl rushing and hiding from the snowy weather. Copper and Hedwig looked at the newcomer with confusion. Oh, you poor thing. You look so tired. Here, eat this, Harry said as he gave the exhausted bird some of Hedwig's bacon treats. And although the snowy white owl hooted offended, she let him give the guest owl a small token of gratitude for her long journey. Who sent you? Millie and Hermione have my phone number, and Pansy is in the next room. And I know it's not a Harry Potter fan letter because Dr. Fate and Uncle Ted still filter those out. So who sent you? Harry asked to the owl as he grabbed the letter that was attached at its leg. He unfolded the letter and saw the beautiful and neatly handwriting. Dear Harry, when I met you when we were just kids, I thought that you were a fascinating boy. You weren't like any of the pure-blood kids I interacted with. You weren't full of yourself, you had manners, and you held yourself even before you found out you had magic in you. That all changed when we began to spend time in Hogwarts. You somehow became real. A boy whom I liked to spend time with, a boy with a weird sense of humor, duty, honor, and wits, someone I could trust and that I could see myself growing fond of. You snake your way into my heart, and you remain there. I consider you the first love of my life. They say those are the hardest to left behind, but I must do it. I have to confess that while we are simple 12-year-olds, I can be certain that I love you with all of my heart. Yet the sad thing comes from the fact that you chose to not only have one girlfriend, but 3, and in none of those choices I was even considered. It was painful for me to see you surrounded by those 3 beautiful and amazing girls, and not even look at me the way you see them. I'll see you in Hogwarts next year, but we will only be housemates, nothing else. I'm not as brave as the dumb Gryffindors, but I had to be honest, and to say it to you, Merry Christmas, Harry Wayne. With love, Daphne Greengrass. P.S. It's not necessary to write a reply. You don't owe me anything nor an explanation. The owl will return once the letter has been read. Harry had finished reading the letter. He was so sad to read that Daphne loved him, and she thought that he didn't even see her. Then he noticed that the owl hadn't flew away. Either you're too tired to fly back, or you are going against your master's orders and you're expecting me to write a response. Harry grinned at the owl, who hooted back. Let me grab some paper, Harry said, going to his desk to grab a white sheet and a ballpoint pen. After 20 excruciating minutes in which he didn't know what to write and how to write it, he finally was satisfied with his letter towards Daphne. He sealed it on an envelope and placed the letter inside the package he wanted to give her. He neatly packed it up, and he gave the owl some treats for the long flight home. Just as he saw the owl fly again, he could only think in one person: Daphne Greengrass. Chapter and notes. Hermione will be featured in the next chapter. Worry not, haha no. Daphne did not love Potion the letter. Also, Millie's family contest is based on an old Norwegian folk tale of a boy who challenged a troll to an eating contest. You can watch the video of the storyteller in the following link: https://www.youtube.com/. Batman scene is from an old Batman, the animated series comic panel, in which they are knelt in front of Nora Fry's tombstone. Also, I will write a Batman POV of how he fell in love with Diana in next chapter. Also, Harry gave all of his friends a Wayne Tech cell phone to keep in touch. New year, new me. Chapter summary. Bill trains to be able to take the Dr. Fate mantle. Chapter notes. First of all, it's my birthday, and I took my time to write this chapter because I needed to finish it and I hadn't been able to. See the end of the chapter for the notes. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Greengrass Manor. Daphne had a good Yule. Her sister had been babbling on and on about what she had missed during her time in Hogwarts and how she couldn't wait till September for her to attend Hogwarts, as well, saying that she wanted to either be in Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Knowing how her personality was the opposite of hers, Daphne bet Astoria would end up in Hufflepuff. Despite having a good time with her family, her mind was somewhere else. She often thought about the blue and green-eyed boy, and if he had read her letter, if he would hate her for telling him the truth on that way, or, like in a good fairy tale, he would tell her that he loved her, and they would be happy together with him, riding into the sunset and sharing a true love kiss. Daphne shook her head and buried those thoughts deep into her mind. She had to face the sad truth. He was in a relationship, and she was going to honor that and honor what she had said in the letter. She would leave him alone. It was mid-morning when the fluttering of wings could be heard outside her window. She quickly let her owl, Gaia, enter her room. The poor owl looked exhausted. Perhaps she had put the instructions of wait at least an hour before flying back to her. Daphne quickly gave the tired bird a bowl of fresh water, as well as some salmon she always kept around for her little girl. She looked at the girl with kind eyes. Many people thought she was an ice queen, but she had Gaia since she was 6 years old, and Gaia was a hatchling, so she felt a strong connection to her little girl, as she liked to call her. As she was stroking the owl's head, she was a little bummed out, nostalgic even. Then she noticed that her owl had a small white envelope and a small paper box attached on her right leg. "What's that?" Daphne said. "Gaia. Did Harry send anything?" She asked suspiciously at the owl, who simply hooted nonchalantly. "Once again you go against my orders," Daphne said as a remark. "Should I open it?" She wondered, but then the package and the envelope grew larger in size to their real size. A simple spell, Daphne reassured herself. But while she said something, her heart was beating faster than never before, while her stomach was turning and churning inside of her. She read the package label. "To Daphne, from your beloved Harry." Her heart definitely skipped a beat at reading the label, but she could at the same time feel the smug smile he must have made as he wrote the addressee. That prat, she thought to herself. She was about to open both the package and the envelope when Tracy opened the door of her bedroom. "Happy Yule, DAPH." The other girl said, yelling and rushing to hug the blonde, who simply let herself be hugged. "Come on, we have a day full of activities in our future," Tracy said, grabbing Daphne's hand, dragging her along. Daphne casted a quick glance at the forgotten letter and package that now laid on her bed. "I guess it can wait," Daphne thought as she saw her sister was already waiting for them. On December 26th, the Blackbones family, alongside Remus Lupin, the Tonks and Narcissa, and Draco Black arrived on the Wayne Private. Just as the jet finished lowering its stairs, two figures rushed outside yelling, "Helena!" The twins Reggie and Jimmy raced towards their friend Helena Kyle, who rushed towards them as well. They met halfway and hugged each other tightly. "Reggie, Jimmy, it's so nice to see you," Helena said to her friends. They were already 10 years old, and they haven't seen each other in months, so they had a lot of mischief to create to compensate for the lost time. "Bruce, it's so nice to see you," Amelia said, embracing the man who so nicely had let them borrow his jet. Thought she preferred to travel by flu. In her state, she preferred the comfortness of the Muggle transportation. I say the same thing, Amelia. He looked over Sirius's shoulder and saw no baggage nor trunk. Did you travel lightly? He asked the couple. Oh no, we decided to shrink everything in a single bag. Sirius is carrying, it's better that way. Amelia said, excellent, sometimes I forget the benefits of magic. Now let's go inside the bus. Gotham in the winter is something one has to get used to. Bruce said as they nodded, and Sirius helped his wife climb on the bus while she was saying, Sirius, I'm pregnant, not invalid. Bruce continued greeting everyone else and even having to run behind his daughter and her friends. Daphne was exhausted. Tracy really wanted to dress to impress on the New Year's Eve party her parents were making. They had traveled to Madame Malkin's and checked every row, shelf, and corner looking for the best of the best accessories and fabrics for an elegant dress. They had paid for an express work as New Year's Eve was a few days away. Still, her best friend had been happy with what they had chosen. She was about to lay her head to rest when she noticed the forgotten package and Muggle envelope that she had received at noon. Her heart had beaten faster than ever the whole day, and she was mostly absent-mindedly during all of Tracy's conversation/ramblings. Daphne decided to open the package first. She wasn't sure why, but as much time she could avoid reading the letter the better. She carefully cut the adhesive paper Harry had wrapped the package and begun to unwrap it. She saw a small box on the package with a gift wrap in it. She finally gathered enough courage to read the letter. She silently read it for herself, and for the first time since the holiday season begun, she had a reason to smile again. The following days after Christmas passed flying quickly. But then New Year's Eve was already here, and with it the Wayne New Year party was coming. The whole day, the entire Wayne family helped cleaning, decorating, and moving things to make every guest feel welcomed into the Wayne Manor. It also helped having magical relatives who accelerated the process, making it at least 3 times faster. At 6 o'clock, the first guests arrived, those being the Kents. Uncle Clark, Aunt Lois, Aunt Martha, and John arrived together. They had lost Uncle Clark's father 2 years ago from a heart attack, but they were still one of the most caring families they knew. One auburn-haired girl practically glowed when the Kansas boy arrived at the library, where all the other kids were. Oh my goodness, John is here, Susan said, giggling as she rushed to the boy and hugged him. Then she claimed his arm while they approached Harry, Pansy, Draco, and Damien. Hold your horses, Susan. I thought you were in love of Harry Potter, Draco said, looking at his cousin's clinginess to the other boy, while Harry smirked at that statement. Well, obviously Harry Potter and I are meant to be, but I still have a soft spot for shy blue-eyed country boys, Susan said while holding John's hand, which made the boy grow some shades of red. Poor Johnny looks like he is in trouble, Damien snickered. It's because I am. Susan is gorgeous, John said without thinking, making both of them blush, while also stating that he liked the British girl. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Come on, let's dance. And at that, the auburn-haired girl took the boy from Kansas to the dance floor, putting a rhythmic music on the speaker. Damn, being Gryffindor brave really brought Susan out of shell, am I right? Harry said to Pansy and Damien. Yes, that's a great thing for her, Damien replied, remembering how she was easily embarrassed. Meanwhile, Pansy took Harry's hand and joined the other couple on the dance floor. Aren't you going to join in? Draco asked Damien. Nah, I don't like to dance. Besides their couples, I don't have one, Damien said. He didn't want to admit how much he wanted for Rachel to be here, but she hadn't responded his texts. Dance with me then, Draco said, to which Damien simply shrugged off and scowled at the floor. 5 minutes later, a pale-looking girl on a deep purple dress appeared on the library. Damien quickly stood up and went to the girl. Care to dance? He asked her. Sure, why not? She said, but before they joined, she went and grabbed Draco's hand. Join us. Don't be a party pooper, she said. She didn't need to be an empathic person to know that something had changed Draco's mood, but today was a celebration, to shed the people you had been this year and bring a new version for the following year. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the party guests were arriving as well. Diana and Bruce talked some time with Clark and Lois. Diana still haven't gotten used to the idea of seeing Batman and Superman on civilian clothes, let alone being friends with one another. But she liked the change. It was nice. I'm going to the ladies' room. Do you mind serving me a drink? Diana said to Bruce as she detached from his arm and whispered on his ear. Sure, princess, he said as they parted ways. Bruce excused himself as he walked towards the bar. He saw his children talking with other guests, Dick on a chair while Corey and Barbara danced in front of him. Harry and Damien had taken everyone from the library towards the main room, and they were talking with some of their friends. He saw how close Harry was with Pansy and Damien was with Rachel. Helena and the twins were filling their plates with many sweet treats like cake with chocolate pudding. Jason was skulking on a corner while Tim and Stephanie were talking. He also saw how Cass was looking bored at their discussion. He also noticed how everyone was simply having a great time. Amelia and Sirius took care of their three youngest. Selena talked with Commissioner Gordon and Remus Lupin. He also noticed the flirtatious looks between Narcissa and Talia. He wondered when they were going to formalize that relationship. Anyway, he finally arrived at the bar. He asked the bartender for a gin and tonic for him and an appletini for Diana. As the bartender nodded and went to prepare said drinks, a figure approached from behind him. "Hello, Bruce." The sultry voice of Samantha Venaver took him out of his concentration. He glanced at her. She looked gorgeous with that silver dress she was wearing. But honestly, she couldn't measure up to Diana's godly beauty. "Miss Venaver, didn't know you were invited to my New Year's party," Bruce said to the woman. "As a member of Wayne shareholders, I was easily able to persuade Chairman Fredericks for him to give me his invitation, so he could spend the new year with his family," Samantha explained. "That's odd. He has never missed any of the Wayne New Year's party. He always came here even when my parents were alive," Bruce explained. Then the bartender returned and placed both drinks in front of him. Samantha extended her hand to reach the appletini when a new hand beat her to it. Samantha glared at the woman, who simply smirked at her as she drank the beverage. "Appletini, how did you know I love this?" Diana asked as she went to stand beside Bruce, wrapping her arm around his waist. "Because I know my princess very well." Bruce smirked at her, completely ignoring Samantha, who huffed. "I guess that's my cue to leave," she said as she left the couple. "Former girlfriend?" Diana asked as she raised her eyebrow to her boyfriend. "Just a fling I had when I was the Playboy Bruce Wayne. Nothing serious happened between me and her. Besides, you're the most wonderful woman I've ever met," Bruce replied with a grin. "I could crush you under my boot if you ever flirted with another woman if what you're saying is a lie," Diana said. "That's a little hot, actually." Bruce chuckled at her expense. "Silly man," she said teasingly. Then both of them saw a couple of women approach them. Bruce light up as he saw who those women were. Colonel Kane, Lieutenant Montoya. Bruce greeted the pair as they walked to them. Diana was confused as she looked at the redhead woman and the Hispanic woman. "Bruce, you don't have to be that formal. We're cousins." The redhead said that last part towards Diana, who acknowledged the new information. "I thought you were deployed overseas," Bruce said as he finished his hug on his younger cousin. I was sent back after I got a shrapnel on my shoulder and was taken back home. I was lucky because someone wanted her Christmas gift wrapped under the tree. Right, Renee?" The redhead commented to the other woman, who blushed deeply. "I'm guessing in the literal way, right?" Diana asked as she guessed the couple reunited while one was hurt and all patched up. "Yeah, let's say that," Kate said while a smirk was on her face. The group chat a little more, getting to know each other better. In Bruce's case, getting to know Lieutenant Montoya outside of his bat persona. They were talking about school years and Bruce slipped up that Kate was the head cheerleader. "You never told me you were in the cheer squad," Renee said to her girlfriend, who blushed a little at being exposed. "It was just a phase before I entered the ROTC. Besides, the cheer squad was full of strong and athletic women who wanted to prove how strong they were," Kate defended herself. "I don't doubt that, Mississippi Kane. You seem like a strong and athletic woman," Diana said to a woman in front of her. "You should have seen Katie on her cheerleader uniform. I believe the word is cute." Bruce teased his cousin, who blushed as red as her crimson hair. "You should see how cute I can be when someone pushes my buttons," Kate said as she glared at her cousin. She had military training. She could easily take on the billionaire former playboy. "I don't doubt that, Kate. I'm just teasing you to lighten the mood. As a family, we always cheered you, we still do," Bruce said to his cousin. The party in Wayne Manor was at its peak. Everyone was having a good time, except for the woman who left early. She was disappointed her plan did not work out. "Did Wayne fell for your charms?" A deep voice through her cell phone asked. "Not yet. Don't worry. Wayne is an idiot. He will fall on my web one way or another," Samantha said to the voice. "What's the order?" The voice asked. "To wait. In the meantime, gather as many talons as you can. The night is closing in," Samantha said. "As you wish, Grandmaster," the voice said as it hanged up, ending the call. Close to midnight, everyone gathered around in the Great Hall to watch the Times Square ball drop. Pansy was next to Harry when she asked, "What's this tradition?" She asked her boyfriend. "It's a simple one American muggles have. We gather around in front of a TV and count from 12 to 0 to celebrate the new year. We count it alongside the ball that is in the middle of Times Square in New York City," Harry explained. "And what do you do when the ball drops?" We often hug when we hear that is the new year, Pansy explained. We hug as well. Though some couples kiss, other people drink, others shake hands, but in the end, everyone gathers around and sings a song. Harry said he loved singing besides his family, though this time there was a lot of people. Luckily, all of them were friends and family. Everyone, let's begin with the countdown, Alfred said as he hugged closer Minerva. The old professor loved spending the holidays with the family, though she was sad to think that in 2 days she would have to return to her duties as deputy headmistress. But now it wasn't the time to think that. She loved her job as much as she loved her family. 12. They begun saying, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, they said, and they all exchanging kisses, hugs, and handshakes. Though one kiss that surprised everyone, especially young Draco Black and young Damian Wayne Algol, was when they saw Draco's mother in the arms of Damian's mother, kissing her deeply. After a few moments, both women stopped kissing while at the same time resting their foreheads together and looking at each other tenderly in their eyes, whispering sweet things to the other. Mother, care to explain? Damian and Draco said almost at the same time, while the women looked like teenagers that had been caught by their parents. It was January 1st. Bill Weasley had spent 7 days working tirelessly. According to what Mr. Nelson had told him, he needed to understand the basics of wandless magic, because the power Naba was going to give him was going to be like a power-up to his magical core. He needed to be able to canalize magic through his body, not only by using a wand. It is hard, Mr. Nelson, Bill said as he tried one of the enchantments in the Book of Fate. I know, young man, everything is hard in the beginning. But if you continue with your training, then even the hardest of tasks will be as riding a broom, Kent Nelson said to his apprentice and future successor. I have to admit that wandless magic isn't my stronghold, Bill admitted as he placed his hands on his pockets. Nobody, but you can put limits to what you can or can't do. Simply think outside the box, and everything will follow suit, the elder man said, which confused him a little, but he wanted to achieve this. He nodded and extended his hands once again. Bill was sweating as he tried to levitate wordlessly the cup in front of him. He truly wanted to say Wingardium Leviosa and move his hand the way Professor Flitwick had taught him, but he couldn't. He had to refrain himself from doing what he had learned since he was a kid. He stretched his arm and opened the palm of his hand, trying to focus on making the enchantment. But to his surprise, the cup didn't move at all. He sighed in disappointment. Kent Nelson placed his hand on the younger man's shoulder. I know it's hard, Bill Weasley, but you're unlearning what you've learned all of your life. When I became the Dr. Fate, I was a little older than you, but I was how do you call it, a muggle. But when Nabu and I connected, we simply worked alongside learning new things, so it was easier for me to apply this knowledge to make me a stronger wizard. You, on the other hand, have already learned a way of how magic should be done, so it's taking you a little more time and effort to accomplish even the most basic of spells, Kent said to the younger man. Mr. Nelson is right, Mr. Weasley. You have a strong magical core. When you put the golden helmet, you'll be 10 times stronger. You need to practice at a very basic level. Amazo, the golden android, said as he entered the room. Bill had simply accepted the weird humanoid creature, but still the android's empty red eyes were unnerving. Let's continue then, Bill responded with a glint of determination in his eyes. He loved challenges after all. He wouldn't be a curse breaker as it weren't for his passion of new challenges. He was focusing on the levitation spell when from an explosion full of confetti appeared a tuxedo-wearing man with a very beautiful and about his age black-haired blue-eyed woman in a similar tuxedo, but with some fishnets that showed her long-toned legs instead of the black pants the older man was using. Bill was completely speechless in front of the woman, and whom he hoped was her father. Kent, nice to see you, my friend, the man said as he approached Mr. Nelson and hugged him. The beautiful woman hugged the elderly man as well, but her piercing blue eyes stared right at Bill, who simply smiled at her. She smiled back at him. Giovanni Zatara, it's so nice to see you. How was your tour? Kent asked as he embraced the woman. It couldn't have been better. Zatara here is a master of the arts. She captivates the audience like her mother used to do. It was a great way of showing that my daughter has truly surpassed me, Giovanni said proudly. Dad, you're embarrassing me, Zatara said, blushing. Meanwhile, Bill simply couldn't take his eyes out of the woman's even for 1 second. She was a vision, truly captivating. What can I say? It was a magnificent idea of showing that the Zatara Magic Show was in good hands and an excellent way to say farewell to those stages that I loved so much, Giovanni said with some nostalgia on his speech. He truly loved being the main magician, but he knew that he was getting old and better to retire when you're on top than be forgotten when you're low. Speaking of saying farewells, Let me introduce you to my replacement, William Weasley, Naba's chosen one. Kent said, showing the father and daughter the speechless redhead who was still mesmerized by the woman in front of him. Mr. Weasley, say hello. Kent nudged at the young man, who quickly recomposed himself and stood straight. Sorry, hi, I'm Mr. Weasley. William, sorry, Bill. You can call me Bill, he said, shaking Zatana's hand. She found it cute and at the same time adorable the way he was flabbergasted by her looks. Nice to meet you, Bill. Please call me Zatana, she said, smiling at him as she shook his hand. They remained there for a few moments, not taking their eyes out of each other, nor their hands separating from one another. Cough! They heard Zatana's father coughing, so they, embarrassed, let go of the almost eternal handshake. Sorry, Bill said, apologizing. I'm the one who should be apologizing, Bill, Zatana said. Please accept my apologies, Bill replied. Rolling his eyes, Giovanni intervened. Both of you, we're not here for that. You can flirt all you want after we end the meeting, okay? Giovanni stupidi con la loro ridicolagen, the elder man said, which made Kent giggle at the whispered words. Who else is coming to the meeting? Giovanni asked. My potioners Pandora Lovegood, Andromeda Tonks, and Severus Snape, Kent said, but was interrupted by Bill. Wait, Professor Snape is coming here? You know him? Bill asked, confused. Yes, he has been working with me for years, actually. He has helped us with Voldemort's Horcrux, Kent explained, and saw how Bill squirmed at the mention of the evil Dark Lord. You know who is alive? I thought Harry Potter had killed that bastard, Bill asked, shocked of finding out this new information. Not only alive, Mr. Weasley, but I have a theory that he is inside the school. Snape's voice made everyone turn around to see the new arrived potioner, followed by other two apparitions of Andromeda and Pandora. Is this your next embodiment? Snape asked Kent. Yes, Mr. Snape. Bill will be Naba's avatar. He was chosen for his talent, his knowledge, his determination, and bravery, Kent replied. Snape's lips thinned. Is there something wrong? Bill asked. No, Snape coldly replied as he stepped away from the redhead man. What was that? Zatana asked. Well, he used to be my potions professor when I was in school. We didn't get along. Let's just leave it at that, Bill replied to her with a smirk. All right, she said with a happy expression. Where's Harry and Etrigan? Zatana asked. They should be arriving any minute now, Kent replied. Who's Etrigan? Bill asked, and just like that, behind him a fiery pentagram appeared on the floor, and from it a yellow-skinned demon wearing a metal armor appeared. The man who calls himself brave is amongst the most cowards. Etrigan is my name, and rhyme is my game, Etrigan said as he saw how Bill was scared in front of him. The demon huffed at the young man. This one smells like fear. Of it he reeks, Etrigan said. Etrigan, please don't scare our friend, Kent said to the demon. The demon then huffed and said, Done the did is gone. Gone, oh, Etrigan. Rise once more the form of man. And just like that, hell fire rose from the ground, enveloping the demon, and from it come out a man in his 40s with a white streak in his dark hair. Sorry if Etrigan frightened you. He is a little harsh with newcomers. The man replied, I'm Sir Jason Blood of Norwich, at your service, Dr. Fate, the man said as he bowed in respect in front of Bill. I haven't taken the mantle yet. I just decided to practice the spells Mr. Nelson showed me, but to be honest, I'm not even sure if I should take the mantle, Bill confessed as he looked at Zatana and Ken, apologetic. He felt like they were showing him a world even beyond his wildest of imaginations, a world where nothing could be impossible to achieve, and yet he was scared of taking the next step. You should take the mantle, Weasley. It's the greatest job promotion magic could gift to you, a gruff voice said. Bill saw his employer, King Ragnarok of the Goblins, approach him, two full armored guards beside him. Think about it. You wanted to be the best curse breakers, while the mantle of Dr. Fate gathers the best of curse breakers, aurors, and even potioners. Combined, everything is possible, Ragnarok said, which made Bill nod at the king. I guess I'm ready, Bill said. Excellent. We just need a very important ally to arrive, Kent replied. They waited for a few minutes, and then a bright, blinding light appeared in form of an ankh, and from it appeared three figures, two adult men and one boy. Bill quickly saw the new arrivals. One of the men was a somewhat familiar face. He had seen him in the ministry and Gringotts offices from time to time, Lord Sirius Black. The other adult man was taller than him and Lord Sirius. His hair was stylized as a muggle would wear, and he had white hair in the midst of his dark hair. He wore an expensive suit as well as a smirk on his face. And lastly, the boy that was with them had the same dark hair and haircut the muggle man wore. A similar-looking smirk was on his lips as well. He wore a black leather jacket and his eyes were blue and green. Bill had to admit he had never stumbled upon those kind of eyes. Bruce, Sirius, Harry, it's so nice to see you. Kent, Giovanni, and Zatara greeted the newly arrivals. Sorry we're late. Someone wasn't ready to arrive. The man named Bruce said to Sirius. How can he say that to one of the strongest house lords? Bill thought to himself, you clearly haven't had the need to check on 5 different children under 10 years old and a pregnant wife at the same time. Well, did you, Mr. Rich Boy? Sirius responded to the man, who simply chuckled at that. People, this is Bill Weasley. He will be the next Dr. Fate. He just accepted the position, so we need for Nabu to fully merge with him. Shall we? Kent said, and as everyone nodded the main office, they were changed into a stone platform surrounded by stairs that lead to the infinite space of the cosmos. Many of the guests looked at the strange place they were at with complete amazement. Then Kent Nelson walked to the center of the platform, was a 6-pointed star in the ground. I love magic, Harry said out loud as he was marveled by the immense space they were in. Please, Bill, stand in the center of the platform, Kent said, and the young man nodded following the instruction he was given. He stood in front of everyone. But he remained focused on Kent. Something told him that he could trust the elder man. The elder man closed his eyes and began to pray. The old man glowed for a moment, and then in his hands appeared a very old and tattered parchment. Then he gave Bill said very old parchment. Nabu wants you to read this, Kent said to Bill. He examined the parchment and nodded. He unwilled it and began reading. Hear us out, Nabu, Lord of Order, humble server of fate and justice. Nabu the wise, Nabu the just. Hear my pray and allow me to become your avatar. I will possess your strength while you possess mine. My power will be your power. Let me protect the world from outworldly threats. Let me be the embodiment of fate. Let me be Dr. Fate. Bill finished reading the parchment, and the star begun shining so brightly, and in front of him appeared a gold helmet. Said helmet begun to speak. Your prayer has been heard. Speak the oath now, William Weasley. The helmet said, I, William Weasley, swear to protect the secrets of magic entrusted upon me. Swear to protect Earth and its inhabitants, to follow the light at all costs, and be a truly believer of the pure magic of order. I, William Weasley, swear to become the Dr. Fate. Bill finished reading the next part of the scroll. Your heart is true, William Weasley. That's why I am choosing you to become my next avatar. Place me on your head, and let us become the Dr. Fate, the helmet said, and Bill nodded. He took the helmet on his hands and looked at it. He felt nervous. He looked directly into Kent's eyes, who gently nodded. King Ragnarok was smiling, showing his pointy teeth, and Zatara was looking worriedly. He let a sigh escape and placed the helmet on. In an instant, thousands of years of spells, of knowledge of past, present, future, and alternate timelines passed through Bill's mind, lighting. Fire, water, earth, air, light, and darkness surrounded him. He felt like he was floating as all of this was happening to him. His clothes vanished, and his body was being enveloped in a tight, fitted ocean blue pants and shirt combo. Then on his hands and feet appeared golden gloves and boots. On his waist, a golden belt with the ink cross on the middle. His chest was covered by a chest plate and pauldrons, while a long golden cloak hung from his shoulders, and to top it all off, the helmet had fused with him, and now they were one and the same. To the outside people, they only saw a bright, blinding light, and when they managed to open their eyes, they saw Bill. Well, the Dr. Fate standing where Bill had been, he was looking at his hands, moving his fingers as he checked his new persona. I feel stronger, Bill said as he shot to the air and flew through the infiniteness of the chamber. I did the exact same thing when I became Nabu's avatar, Kent mustered himself. They all saw how Bill/Dr. Fate flew at high speed, shooting bolts of lightning, creating light barriers and many spells that he couldn't do beforehand. After a few hours in which everyone got acquainted better with one another, they made a toast for Kent and for Bill. Even King Ragnarok exchanged some words of encouragement to his former employee. As Zatara was leaving, she gave Bill her phone number, whatever that thing meant, and everyone left except Kent, Lord Black, the muggle called Bruce, and his son Harry, as well as Bill, who was going to live there practically. I need to inform you something, Dr. Fate, Kent began saying to Bill, who was sit with his helmet in front of him. It's about Harry Potter. What about him? Didn't he disappeared? Bill asked. Yes and no. You see, Bill, I'm sure when you put the helmet you had visions of past, present, and future, as well as other points in time, but I need you to know that there are things that Nabu chose not to tell you, Kent said. And this has to do with Harry Potter, Bill said. Yes, you see. The night when the Potters were killed, I felt the dark magic of Voldemort. His evilness had claimed the lives of two of the strongest and purest magicals ever, but he had failed at trying to kill the baby who could defeat him. I, along with your future father-in-law, Kent teased Bill, took the baby out of harm's way and placed him with someone we both trusted. We gave him to Bruce Wayne, Kent said, glancing at the Muggle father and son. You're Harry Potter? Bill asked, impressed. Lord Harry Potter Wayne, actually. I don't think there's a Wayne house per se, but still I'm as much as a Wayne as I am a Potter. Though everyone, including your brother, think I am a Muggleborn that due to perchance shares the name with the famous wizard boy who defeated that bastard 10 years ago, Harry explained. Bill was in shock, not so much of standing in front of a living leg, but to hear an 11-year-old boy speaking like that, especially compared to Ron, who more often than not said everything with food stuffed in his mouth. Impressive, hiding the most famous child wizard in front of everyone, Bill said. Yes, he needed to be protected. United States and into the Wayne family were the best options for the boy to be placed on, Ken explained. Why? No offense, Mr. Wayne, but you're a Muggle. What type of protection could you give Harry when there's Death Eaters trying to kill him? Bill asked. It's simple, Mr. Weasley. I'm well connected. I fund research of many applied sciences. I fund the crusades of the superhero team, called Justice League, as well as other superhero teams. I work to build a better tomorrow for every member of my family. So if anyone was going to defend and protect Harry, it was going to be me. And there's not a single second of the day where I regret choosing him as my son, Bruce said. But if he is Harry Potter, how come he doesn't look like the Potters? He doesn't have the need for eyeglasses, nor the messy hair. Only one of his eyes is green, and he has no scar where the curse hit him, Bill said. That I can explain. When I gave Mr. Wayne possession over the boy and he took him in, the boy's magic actually enveloped Mr. Wayne. Boy and man became son and father. And as if Harry's magic could sense that he needed to hide with his family, then it decided to change Harry's appearance a little, so that in the future no one would think that Harry Wayne and Harry Potter were the same person. His wild, untamed hair became spiky. His eyesight improved to the point of a 20/20 vision. His eyes changed to reflect that of his new father, but preserving some of what made his mother special. Ken explained what had happened that night. I never thought of that, Bruce said, as he hadn't questioned of why the boy looked like him, even though he was a stranger from a distant land. And I do wear eyeglasses, but only when I read or I'm in my computer. Other than that, I don't wear them all the time, Harry interjected. And why the need of taking him to an outsider? Why didn't you took him in Lord Black? Bill asked, serious. Because I was in Azkaban during that time. I was framed by Fudge and Dumbledore. Fudge wanted power and money, and I, being imprisoned, would have let him free access to the Black family vault so he could search for dark objects. Luckily, the family goblin managed to interfere with his actions for so long until I was freed, Sirius explained. And Professor Dumbledore? Bill asked. Ja. That manipulative bastard, Sirius exclaimed. He wanted Harry to be his child soldier. Let me show you, Kent said, and a glass orb began to shine as it showed Dumbledore leaving baby Harry, who had a very gruesome and terrible injury in the shape of a lightning on his forehead. Curiously, Grandma Minnie was with him, saying something about the worst sort of muggles imaginable, and Hagrid was teary-eyed as he gave Professor Dumbledore the little bundle that was Harry. They really are? Grandma Minnie asked. The only family he has, Dumbledore finished, silencing her. This boy will be famous. There will be no child in our world that doesn't know his name, Grandma Minnie said. Exactly, he's far better off growing up away from all of that. Until he is ready, Dumbledore said as he placed the baby on the doorstep alongside a note. He didn't knock the door or anything, Bill said almost in a whisper. What would happen to that Harry that was left in the care of those muggles? Bill asked. This, Kent replied, and the glass orb fast-forward several years, and everyone saw glimpses of Harry's miserable life. He was bullied, beaten, berated, manhandled, yelled at, malnourished, and severely punished for things out of his control. When the glass orb finished slowed down, it showed a very thin, small, and fragile child with glass that denoted how little care did they put on them, waking up from a small bed on the inside of a cupboard under the stairs. Harry and his father were enraged. They looked at each other and saw that their scowling were the same. Sirius was in no better shape either. He was angrier than before to the man. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. That bastard, Bruce said, and Sirius nodded. Why are you showing this to us? Sirius said, because you need to know why Nabo interfered. For 10 years I've questioned myself of why I was on Godric's Hollow that night. Why I was the one who found Harry, It wasn't until I begun my research on the many different timelines that I got clarity. In many of said timelines, Albus Dumbledore took Harry after that Halloween night and placed him with his Muggle relatives. There they made sure to break Harry's spirit, so when Dumbledore and Hogwarts appeared, Harry would found a safe haven that he would defend with his life. He was, in his own words, a pig for a slaughterhouse, Kent said, which made Harry shed a tear. He couldn't bear to look at someone being bullied, but seeing what his life would have been if the headmaster would have gotten away with his plans broke his heart. How can we stop him? Harry asked. Venom filled his voice. Well, as someone who had the charge to protect and preserve justice and fate, I cannot completely interfere, but since I'm not Dr. Fate anymore, I can tell you a nexus point that is going to happen soon. Can't say a lot, but you need to check on Professor Quirrell and his plans to get to the Philosopher's Stone that is currently safeguarded inside the chamber on the third floor corridor. Kent said. I knew something fishy was inside of there, but I never checked it out. What will I need? Harry asked. He trusted Uncle Nelson and his alter ego, Dr. Fate. Await for Professor Dumbledore to leave the castle and go with your strongest of allies. According to what Professor Snape told me, Dumbledore placed several traps to slow down or entrap an intruder. You need to outsmart those traps to get to the Philosopher's Stone, Kent said to Harry. Harry, are you sure you want to do this? Bruce asked. Yes, Dad. I'm not a pawn nor a child soldier like you wanted. I'm the greatest detective that has ever existed, and this is a case I'm ready for, Harry said with a very strong conviction. The burrow. Molly Weasley was worried to death. Bill had never stayed out of touch for so long. He always wrote home at least once every 3 days. Arthur had told her not to worry about him, but the fact that his spoon on the family clock didn't indicate any place on Earth troubled her. She scrubbed the dishes as she did when she was worried, but then she saw something that distracted of her mundane chore. A man had appeared on the outskirts of the burrow's wards. The man had appeared in a cross of some sorts and wore a very strange but valuable golden armor. She was curious, but at the same time she was frightened by his presence. What if he wanted to hurt her family? She was drying her hands when she heard a rush on the stairs and saw Arthur, Percy, Fred, and George head outside with their wands on their hands. Who are you, and why are you here? Arthur yelled as he pointed his wand at the stranger outside of the wards. The man did not respond. He simply stepped forward and crossed the wards like if they were nothing. Don't take one step further, or I'll harm you. Arthur yelled once again, and Percy, Fred, and George pointed their wands together at the stranger, ready to help their father in protecting their family. Thank heavens that Ron is still asleep, and Ginny is with the Lovegood, Arthur thought as he gulped. The man looked imposing and at the same time powerful. He would need the whole order to defeat him. Stupefy, Arthur said to the man. He hadn't seen the man's wand, but one could never be too careful. But before the spell could hit him, the man extended his arm, and a light cross appeared and absorbed the spell, shocking Arthur and his children. Stupefy! He yelled again, and the man did the same thing. He nodded at his children, and the 4 of them started throwing a series of binding spells, as well as disarming spells and immobilizing spells. Unfortunately, all of those spells did nothing to the man. Meanwhile, the man did a simple movement of his hand, and their wands flew towards his hand. Arthur placed himself in front of his children, ready to fight the Muggle way if it come to it. Instead, the man stopped and spoke with a deep voice. You are true Gryffindors after all. Weasley family, not only did you never back down in front of a menace, but also you even wanted to fight despite being disarmed. The man said. Who are you? Molly asked as she had stepped on the door frame to watch the commotion. You don't recognize me? Honestly, woman, and you call yourself my mother? The man said, and though the Weasley family couldn't see it, he was smirking at that. Bill? Molly asked, and the man nodded as he placed his hands at the side of the strange golden helmet he wore, and as he pulled it off, they were blinded by the light, and the armor and cloak he was using transformed into a simple tweed dark brown suit, but with the strange golden helmet still in his hands. Bill! Fred, George, and Percy said as they rushed forward to hug their older brother. William, Arthur said as he embraced his son as well. Why didn't you told us it was you? Nor why didn't you write about your whereabouts? I was worried sick. Molly yelled at his eldest, who simply smiled at her. Well, I needed to test my new powers, Bill said, smirking. What new powers? What happened to you? Arthur asked. It's a long story. Can we enter so I can explain this better? Bill said. His mother nodded happily, and they walked inside the house. Bill was happy to be back with his family, but now his mind and life had changed. He had a new purpose, a bigger fate to fulfill. Hagrid sat alone at the Hog's Head pub in Hogsmeade. He often had this tradition of going to the almost deserted pub for a New Year's midnight pint. He would often talk with Aberforth Dumbledore, share a few stories, and then the half-giant would return to the castle to sleep till morning so he could continue his work as gamekeeper. He was about to call it a night as he saw the bottom of his jar. "Well, Aberforth, I'll call it a day. See you later," Hagrid said as he was standing up. He bumped into someone spilling the other man's drink. "I'm sorry, mate," Hagrid said to the man. At least he thought it was a man. His face was obscured by the hood of his robe. "None taken," the grave voice of the man said. Let me buy ye a drink," Hagrid said. "That would be generous, thank you," the man replied as he took a seat next to the half-giant, just as 2 jars of golden pint. "So tell me about ye, mate," Hagrid began asking. He always thought that to make a friend, one should always start speaking about themselves. "Not much, just a traveler," the man simply said. Hagrid found it odd, but let it pass. Not everyone wanted to share their stories with strangers in a pub. "I get ya. If I had money, I would travel around." "You know," Hagrid replied. "Why would you like to travel?" the man asked, never taking his hood off, nor his eyes from the drink, so Hagrid couldn't see his features better. Even Aberforth couldn't place the man's features as he cleaned the glasses and jars. "I always wanted to see the world, meet new creatures like dragons. Fascinating creatures there," Hagrid confessed. "Funny of you to talk about dragons," the mysterious man said. "Why is that?" Hagrid asked. "Because I happen to have a dragon's egg with me," the man replied. Hagrid didn't know what to think of the stranger, but there was something deep within himself that so desperately wanted that dragon egg. Unknown to him, this was the moment that would be the catalyst of the events to come. Chapter and notes. And I wanted to make it more mysticism into the Dr. Fate character and how it picks a new host. From what I found, the user only places the helmet on, and that's it. And Daphne's owl Gaia is named after the goddess Daphne, the nymph prayed to in Greek mythology. In some way, she prayed to her owl to deliver a message, hoping for a response. Thanks to Kinky JC for the idea of putting Kane into the Reserve Officers Training Corps. At this point in the story, she hasn't taken the mantle of Batwoman, but that's about to change. Also, I wanted to place her as Bruce's younger cousin, because I think I didn't establish that in the earlier chapters. Also, for Jerry056, sorry if I didn't put that Harry found out that Diana is Wonder Woman. Don't worry, he will. Let's just say that the Hogwarts Express gives you a lot of things to think about. Also, I want to write shorter chapters so that I can be able to update faster. But every time I sit and write, I let these words pour out like a waterfall. Return to Hogwarts. Chapter notes. So first of all, sorry I've been delaying the updates of the chapters. I'm working on getting all the paperwork for a new job, so that it's taking me a lot of time to do so. Warning, there's some Dumbledore bashing in here. So I hope you don't hate me for it. There's a reason and a redemption for the character in the future. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As she did every night, Selena Kyle, former cat burglar turned hero, tucked her 9-year-old daughter to bed. She covered her well and kissed her in the forehead before stepping out of the bedroom. As she was doing that, she saw the light on Harry's bedroom. She knocked, hoping she didn't interrupted whatever the pubertal kids were doing, hoping at the same time that anything they were doing was PG rated. "Harry, Pansy, are you okay?" Selena knocked as she opened the door. She had been told that Bruce had the talk with him, but still, she had been young once and how things were when the hormonal changes begun. She peeked inside and saw the couple laying on the bed while Harry read to her Pride and Prejudice. No wonder he took it out of the library for her. He never steps away from the mystery section, Selena thought to herself. "Am I interrupting?" Selena asked. "Not at all, Miss Kyle," Pansy said. "So the lovebirds have taken a date yet?" Selena teased them but laughed as she saw the confused expression on their faces. "For what?" they asked. "For the wedding, of course," Selena teased as she saw how crimson red their faces went. Harry yelled as Selena chuckled even more. "Sorry, kids, I just wanted to tease you one more time before you leave tomorrow," she said while a nostalgic feeling expanded in her heart. She was going to miss her son. "Mom, don't worry. I'll be back just as soon as I can," Harry said, embracing his mother. Pansy wanted to get out, but a strong arm stopped her. "Young lady, you need to be part of this hug as well," Selena said as she embraced the girl as well. Pansy relaxed because she could feel the love Selena had for Harry. She wondered if her own mother would ever love her as much as Harry's stepmother loved him. "Well, I leave you lovebirds alone. Good night. I love you, Harry," Selena said as she kissed his forehead. "I love you too, Mom," Harry replied. "Good night, Pansy," Selena said, and out of instinct, she kissed Pansy's forehead as well. She had truly changed since her older times, and she was happy she had found a family. What she yearned in her youth, she had gained in her adulthood. "Good night, Selena." Pansy smiled at the woman. She definitely wouldn't mind that she became her future mother-in-law. I hope she treats Hermione and Millie just as well, Pansy thought. Selena resumed her journey and overheard Damien talking with his mother. Mom, it's okay. You have nothing to be ashamed of. The voice of Damien could be heard. Really? It's just that I have been attracted to her for so long that I never thought that she reciprocate my feelings. Talia confessed. Selena felt for her friend and fellow mother. It was always hard to tell the children of a new relationship, and that said person would become part of their dynamic. Selena was glad her love life was over, and that Damien was taking the news rather well. She knew her friend was a strong woman, but what her son thought of her was important to her. They'll be all right, a deep voice whispered from behind him. Bruce! She almost yelped in surprise. Of course, the Batman couldn't simply make a noise or something to alert that he was behind you. No, he had to give you a heart attack. Sorry if I scared you, but as I said, they'll be all right. He replied, Are you sure? She asked him. Positive. Talia is one of the strongest women I know, and she deserves happiness, and Damien loves his mother. So he wants the best for her. Though I'm sure part of him expected her and I to become an item. Bruce said. Oh yeah? How are you so sure? Selena asked. Because I know our son, he replied. Selena had to wonder if who he meant when speaking about our son. Talia and him, or Talia, her and him? She wouldn't question it if Damien saw her as a mother figure as well. She liked the kid and Harry saw her as his mother, so she wasn't against it. I think they make a cute couple. Selena finished referring to Talia and Narcissa. Good night, Bruce. She waved goodbye to him. Yes, they make a cute couple, Bruce whispered to himself. Next morning was a complete chaos inside Wayne Manor. Sirius, Amelia, Bruce, Diana, Talia, Narcissa, Minerva. Alfred and Selena were chasing the kids around to make sure they didn't forget anything before they were transported to King's Cross. Luckily, the Watchtower teleportation device helped them reach their destination far quickly, and without nausea like the apparition or portkey the wizards like to use. They appeared in a secluded area of the King's Cross station, and the group quickly went to the platform 9 and 3/4 where many wizard families were already saying their goodbyes to their children. Once again, I must thank you, Bruce, for developing that device for your Justice League, Amelia said. As far as she knew, Wayne Tech had made the device and everything else the Justice League had on their spaceship. As I already told you, it wasn't only my idea nor my work, it was a combination. He begins, but his line is finished by Selena and Sirius in a mockery tone. Of Wayne and Palmer Industries alongside Dr. Cord and Dr. Holt working on the specific measurements to allow the device to work. They finished and Bruce simply rolls his eyes. Ignore them, Bruce. I'm sure the League are grateful of your work, Diana said, smirking at him. Thank Diana, he says, kissing her cheek. Bruce stopped his son before he boarded the Hogwarts Express. He knelt down and looked him into his eyes. So, do you have everything with you? Bruce asked his son. Yes, Dad. Once again, the belt is safely kept within my clothes. Harry pulled a little his leather jacket, showing the signature utility belt. And do you have everything? Bruce asked. Yes, Harry replied. Grappling gun? See, smoke pellets. Duh. Lockpicks? Ja. Magnifying glass? Oui. Night vision goggles? N. Bat shark repellent? Han. Detective's kit? Hi. Bat boomerang? Ida. Duct tape? Sure da. That's my boy, Bruce said, hugging his son. I'm still worried that you gave your son all of those things and a bat boomerang, Amelia said to him. What? Batman isn't going to get mad for taking some of the bat boomerangs I sent him. He receives like 10,000 a month. He won't miss a dozen, Bruce smirked. As Bruce and Diana talked with Sirius and Amelia, Talia and Narcissa were saying their goodbyes to the latter's son, who seemed cold towards his mother. Draco, I love you, Narcissa said as her son climbed the ladder of the train. The blonde boy simply looked at her and nodded, continuing his ascent. Talia could see the sadness in Narcissa's eyes. She was caressing her own arm as she watched how her son simply grabbed his trunk and went inside the express. Talia approached her girlfriend. She loved how that sounded and took her hand, lacing their fingers between them. My love, you shouldn't be that concerned about Draco's reaction. He is a kid. He will accept what we have here, Talia said as she took Narcissa's hand in hers. Are you sure, Talia? The blonde and black-haired woman asked her. I'm sure, Talia replied, giving her a small kiss on the lips, making the pair smile. Harry looked through the window at his family. Pansy went to the ladies' room, and he hadn't seen Hermione nor Millie. and Draco went to sit with some of his friends from Hufflepuff while Susan went to look for her friends. Harry was glad that he had a small time to think. First and foremost, Diana, his dad's girlfriend. He had noticed the similarities between the woman and Wonder Woman, but interacting with her this holidays simply cemented what he suspected already. They were one and the same. It wasn't that difficult. After all, Wonder Woman was one of the easiest superheroes to snap a picture, and he easily compared the picture of her with the superhero, and voila. Still, he hadn't had the opportunity to talk with his father about it, but he would try to call him, or at least wait till the summer to talk to him about it. The other thing he wanted to know was how to beat Professor Dumbledore's scheme. He knew that the man was trying to do it. Harry was in deep thought when Hermione hugged him from behind. "Harry, Happy New Year," the girl excitedly said. Harry turned around and hugged her as well. "Hey, Hermione, did you enjoy Paris?" he asked her. "Oh, yes. Sorry if I didn't keep in touch, but there was so many things to see and do that it was simply fantastic. I've never seen something like that. The passes Diana gave us allowed us to see behind the scenes and see how the restorers work, or made us avoid the long lines of tourists." Harry was so focused on her excitement. He had missed her and simply stared at her, listening on hearing all of the details of her vacations. He likes his girlfriends, and he was so glad they liked him back. He hoped he could pull what was next. Pansy returned and jumped in joy as she saw Hermione. She even returned the peck on the lips the other girl had given her when they said their goodbyes on December. The girls had been friendly towards each other for this past months, and they began comparing their holidays. Pansy explaining how great she passed the time at Wayne Manor, omitting completely the part in which she learned about Harry's secret. And Hermione told her about all the great activities she did in Paris and the Louvre. A few minutes before the train parted, Millie arrived, which made the trio equally excited as they all hugged in a lengthy group hug, with Millie claiming Harry's lips as she told him how much she had missed him. They all quickly catch up together as the train began to leave the station. Millie was in a happier mood, since apparently she demonstrated that even though she was skinnier now, she was still the champion in her family's food festival. Everyone cheered on her, and then after a few moments in which Harry debated with himself, he finally spoke up and said, "I kinda invited Daphne Greengrass to be part of our relationship," Harry said, looking at them with a forced smile, hoping that they weren't that angry with him. The expressions of all of them were of full shock and surprise, clearly not expecting those words coming from his lips. "Harry Wayne, what did you say?" Hermione asked with a very vocal pronunciation of his name. "What are we, some kind of club? Is that what we are to you?" Hermione said accusatory. "And oh no, that's not, I just thought." He tried to explain, but Pansy interjected. "Please tell me you're joking," Pansy asked. She didn't have nothing against Daphne. She considered a friend, but she was too stiff and serious on her personality. She hoped that the Greengrass air could lighten the mood if she ever wanted to be a part of all of this. "How?" Millie simply asked. "Well, on Christmas I received a letter from her. She told me how she was smitten by me since we were kids, and how during this month's coexisting together and attending classes, she realized that she loved me, and that she was sad that I was on a relationship with you three. So I wrote her back and gave her a similar-looking necklace I had for her, but I couldn't give it because she had been avoiding me like the plague. So I sent the necklace alongside the letter in which I explained her that I had feelings for you three and for her as well, and that if she wanted, she could join this thing we have between the four of us. I mean, we like her, don't we?" Harry presented his case. The three girls looked at each other and the boy in front of them. "We need to discuss this. Please leave," Hermione said, to which Harry nodded and grabbed his book of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and stepped onto the aisle. "Hey man, what happened?" Blaise asked him as he was coming from the bathroom. "I think I just angered my girlfriends," Harry explained. "That's a bad thing, man. My mother always told me that if you want a happy life, you need to make your wife, or in this case girlfriends, happy. What did you make to encourage their wrath?" Blaise asked him. Harry told him, "You're a dead man. Can I have Hedwig and Copper when they kill you?" Blaise joked. "Why are you sure they're going to kill me? And you need to feed them well to avoid them from fighting all the time." Harry joked back. "Want to come to our compartment? Gregory has a new game of exploding snap." Blaise said, "So that's where the burnt smell came from." Harry joked. "Let's go," Blaise said, but then the compartment door opened and revealed the three unamused girls looking at the Wayne boy. "I have to go. Good luck, Wayne," Blaise said as he sped off to avoid their wrath. Harry gulped and entered the compartment. The three girls looked at him with a complete stare and their arms folded in front of their midsection. "First, we need to understand," Millie begun. "What were you thinking?" Pansy continued. "When you invited her to this," Hermione concluded. "Honestly, I really wasn't thinking that much," Harry said. "Is that so?" Pansy said. "Is that the only explanation?" Hermione continued. "The detective Harry Wayne can give us?" Millie finished. Yes, well no, I was thinking of how devastated she looked whenever we were together. So I felt bad for her, but at the same time I remembered that I like her just as much as I like you three. So it seemed like a simple solution for all of us, Harry said. And what you thought we were going to be thinking? Hermione asked. Did you think we would simply accept it just like that? Millie asked. Or did you think that you were going to break up with us to be with her? Pansy accused. No, I would never break up with any of you, but I thought that you might accept the situation. After all, what's different from her than when we started all of this? Harry asked, confused. It was simply months ago, and you simply accepted that you wanted to be with me and just rolled with it. Can Daphne enter our weird club/relationship? Harry finally asked them. Don't know. We will have to see what she has to say. Hermione replied. I already sent her a note telling her to come here. Pansy added. We will have to wait. Until then, you're on still in trouble, Wayne, Millie said with a glare. Less than 2 minutes passed, and Daphne entered the compartment after being granted access. Behind her came Tracy, who was wearing a big smile. I'm sorry, but this was supposed to be a talk with Daphne only. Sorry, Tracy, Hermione said. Oh, don't worry. I already know everything about Harry's proposal, and I want in as well. Tracy replied, shocking everyone, including Harry, who looked at the blonde with a shocked expression. Well, if I was going to be in a relationship, I wasn't going to leave Tracy behind. She's my best friend after all, Daphne shrugged. Okay, so what do you want with our Harry? Pansy started. The same as you, I want to be able to hug him, cuddle when we're sitting on a couch, being read to with one of his books, and be able to give him little pecks on the lips from time to time, and being able to be called his girlfriend, Daphne said methodically and to the point. I simply want kisses and hugs, Tracy added. We'll get to you in a moment, Davis, Pansy said. She was scary when she got serious. You have no ulterior motive? Pansy asked. Look, my father makes business with his father. If I wanted, I could simply ask him to write a contract that allowed me to marry Harry, so that it would be me and only me, his one and only girlfriend and future wife. But I consider you my friend, so I wouldn't do that. Instead, Harry offered me to enter this relationship. If you want it, excellent. If you don't, then be warned that you have made me very angry and don't know what could I do, Daphne said. Her serious tone was even scared, but Harry and Hermione saw what she meant with her statement. Surprisingly, Millie was the first one to speak up. I'm fine with Daphne and Tracy joining. After all, I was Harry's first girl, and nobody can take that from me, Millie said, making Harry laugh and be embarrassed at Millie's words, remembering the talk he had with his father and what he had explained about having his first time with someone. I'm fine with it too. Daphne is smart, and no offense, Millie and Pansy, but you're not that fan of going into the library. I could have a study buddy, Hermione said. Pansy let out a sigh. Fine, but I'll be watching you, Greengrass. Pansy said. What about me? Tracy asked. You're fine as well, Pansy said as she sat on the compartment's couch. Great, she said as she went and kissed Harry on his lips, surprising the American boy. It's as great as I imagined. Tracy said, come on, Daphne, do it. She encouraged her friend, who simply approached him and gave him a quick peck, clearly ashamed of being seen by all of these girls. What have I gotten myself into? Harry thought to himself as the girls chatted and giggled between themselves. As he watched the British countryside moving on his window, he began to plan on how he was going to take down Professor Dumbledore, which he felt wrong doing it, but if Sherlock Holmes had ever thought him anything, was that justice had to be served. Leaky Cauldron. Bill Weasley walked inside the pub, the helmet of Nabu being on his hand, but under a notice-me-not spell, so that no one could find out he was the newest Dr. Fate. He greeted Tom the bartender and went to sit on an empty table. There he drifted away in his thoughts. Memories of the sad and tragic life of Harry Potter flashed through his eyes. Bill was livid at this. He had finished watching the other possible timelines in which Dumbledore had manipulated Harry Potter's life, and he was beyond disappointed. He had admired Professor Dumbledore for years. He had read the stories of how he defeated Grindelwald, heard of his greatness from his parents' lips, heard about him from the man itself. How could he even threat a child like that? Endanger his life year after year, just so he can be part of a greater scheme to defeat evil. Bill began to meditate about what should happen next. Yes, Harry had claimed to find a way to defeat Dumbledore inside the castle, but on the outside he needed to be punished as well. He knew that the headmaster was also Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugrup. He couldn't technically take those titles away, but he could assist the Board of Governors to take him his headmaster status. But the question was how. The bell rang, and from there, it entered Alastair, Mad-Eye Moody. His trademark scowl on his face and his multiple scars on his face made everyone recoil in fear. That's how. Bill smirked as he took the helmet and approached the gruff aura. Mad Eye, nice to see you, Bill said with friendliness. The older man looked at him over the shoulder. Weasley, what are you doing here? The man asked. Well, I came here to lunch, before my final shift in Gringotts, Bill said as he sat beside the man. Final shift? What are you saying, boy? Alastair asked. I quit. I got a better job opportunity and I took it, Bill explained. I see. Well, let's toast to that, the man replied in a sarcastic tone. Yes, I celebrate to that. How about you, Mad Eye? You seem disappointed, Bill asked as his turkey stew and pumpkin juice arrived in front of him. Just a missing person case I've been working on. The person is still missing, Moody replied. I see. If you need anything I could help you, Bill offered. No, thank you. This person is of particular interest for, Moody replied as he made a hand sign of a long beard. Oh, Bill simply replied as he took a bite from his meal. Still, I could help, Bill replied. No, kid. The person he is looking should be kept a secret. He doesn't want anybody to know that he is looking for said person, Moody said in a hushed tone. Let me guess, he is looking for you-know-who, Bill said. He had studied under the man, so he knew very well his mannerisms. Besides, Nabu allowed him to enter into the mind of anyone and see their thoughts, even if they were good at a clemency. No, Moody replied. Harry Potter, then, Bill said as he drank from his pumpkin juice. Moody's expression changed for a moment, and that's all Bill needed. I see. So what is he looking to gain from the legendary boy? Bill inquiring further. He wants to train him to make him a weapon against the Dark Lord, Moody confessed as if he had been under Veritas serum. He quickly checked the water he was drinking and found it unaltered. Train him, he told you? I'm afraid he lied to you, Bill said as he approached the man's ear and whispered. I've seen what your friend did to Harry in multiple timelines. He placed him in a house of horrors where they ignored him. They fed him poorly, treated him like a slave, like dirt in a punching bag, just so when the time arrived, he could willingly follow whoever showed him some kindness. Do you think that's the training the future slayer of Dark Lords deserve? Is that what you want for a child? Or do you think that's a worthy life someone deserves to live? Bill asked Moody, who was at loss of words. The magical eye on Moody's eye socket showed him flashes of the miserable life the Harry Potter boy could have, and when they were done, Moody saw a magical golden aura surrounding Bill. I guess I should stop looking for Harry Potter, Moody said as he left some nuts on the counter and proceeded to walk to the pub's exit. It was nice seeing you again, Mad Eye, Bill said loudly as the older man left and simply waved him goodbye. Bill returned to his meal, and he saw his reflection on the glass in front of him. Instead of his reflection, he saw himself on his Dr. Fate armor. Thanks for the little push on letting me get to Moody's secret mission, Bill said to the reflection. It was necessary. Justice must be served, Dr. Fate replied. Gotham City. Harvey Dent, former mayor of Gotham City, arrived at Bruce's CEO office in Wayne Enterprises, but he found it empty. The man turned his right side towards the assistant. I thought you told me he was expecting me, Harvey asked her. He is, sir. There's a live feed on the computer, the assistant replied as she walked out of the office. Thanks, he managed to say as he went to sit in front of the computer. On the screen, he saw his friend reading and signing some papers. And before Harvey had a chance to speak, Bruce spoke first. Sorry, I'm not there to greet you personally, Bruce apologized. And I'm sorry I missed the New Year's party. There's nothing to apologize for, Harvey Dent said, shrugging. Rachel told me that Duella was sick. Sorry to hear that. How is she? Bruce asked. She's fine. She had fever and vomit, but luckily, she seems fine now. The doctor gave her something for her stomach, Harvey said. That's great. Okay, so let's go straight to the point. Your presidential campaign, Bruce immediately said. Bruce, I already told you, I'm not in a hurry to race for the presidential chair. Besides, it's 2 years too early to think about that, Harvey replied. Yes, and in 2 years, everyone will be going mad, trying to put their candidates to the front. You already did a great job at Gotham for 8 years. You could do better for the whole country, Bruce said. Yes, and look what cost me. Harvey pointed to his scarred left side of his face. It had been years since Mayor Dent, with the help of the GCPD and the Bat family, had apprehended the last of the mobsters in Gotham, the Maroni family. But after the trial that sentenced Salvatore Maroni to 75 years in jail for his multiple charges of murder, blackmail, drug dealing, weapons smuggling, and prostitution, the mayor was giving an interview to the many reporters when someone threw acid to the left side of his face. If it were for Batman's quick thinking and reaction, he managed to cure the mayor quickly. Using one of his many gadgets, healed the mayor from what could have been a mortal wound. Please, Harvey, it's barely noticeable by now, Bruce said to his friend, and it indeed wasn't that obvious. Yes, his eyelid had some traces of burnt flesh, and his upper lip was slightly charred that showed a little of his canine tooth. Still, Rachel, Harvey's wife, said he was still handsome. Look, it's a touchy subject, and I'm not sure if I want to be president anymore. Some days I don't even have time to see my kids before they go to bed. So I know you mean well, Bruce, but I'm not going to be running for a presidential campaign just yet. Harvey said, is a no then. Bruce stated without a hint of angriness nor disappointment in his voice. It's a maybe, Harvey said. Fine, I won't push this, but you know that whatever you need you can call me, Bruce replied. I know, Harvey said. I have to go. My next appointment just arrived. I'll return to Gotham in a few days. Perhaps we can convince Ethan to go play some hoops, Bruce said. Detective Clayface Bennett? Please, he never has time for basketball anymore, but sure it would be nice to get the gang back together, Harvey said, smiling. Don't tell him that name in front of him, or else he'll get really mad. Bruce joked. Let's hope he doesn't use his powers then. Harvey joked back, see you later, Bruce. Harvey waved goodbye, and the transmission ended. Harvey leaned on the chair and contemplated Bruce's office. It wasn't the first time he had been there. Ever since they graduated from college and he officially returned to Gotham, they had shared many talks and drinks in here. He contemplated how the office had changed across those years. When he took the mantle of CEO of Wayne Enterprises, the office had looked like the one Thomas Wayne had. A picture of the Wayne could be seen, and said picture was surrounded by photos of Bruce with celebrities, politicians, supermodels, musicians, etc. But now the Wayne family photo was surrounded by pictures of Bruce's family, his children on a birthday, on a competition, on an achievement or celebration. Bruce has changed for the better, Harvey said as he stepped outside of the office. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was deep in the night, and the students had already gone to their dorm rooms after the feast, but a single person was still fully awake and plotting something. You wasted the best opportunity at getting the stone. The hissing voice of the master talked to his servant. And master, but there were still students in the school, and with so little staff, Professor Dumbledore would have realized I was up to something. The cowering man replied with fear. You're wasting my time, Quirrell. I can't continue feeding from unicorns. We need the stone. The master replied. Chapter and notes. What did you think of Harry gaining new girlfriends? At first I only wanted for Daphne to join, but then I realized that would left Tracy alone and forgotten, so I added her as well. Batman used essence of Dittany to cure Harvey Dent's injury and prevent his scar to be bigger. As I already established, this is a mix of many interpretations from the DC universe. Whenever I think of Bruce/Batman, I think of Affleck's interpretation. Harvey Dent is Aaron Eckhart's version and so on. But if you picture them as some other version, that's okay. Top hats and hunting caps. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hogwarts breakfast time. It was the first breakfast on the new year. Since it was early, almost nobody of the students were awake. Only a few Ravenclaws, Slytherin, and some Elder Gryffindors, so Harry sat on the Ravenclaw table alongside Hermione, Pansy, Millie, Daphne, and Tracy, which made the resident Ravens sending questionable looks at the group. They simply ignored those looks and continued the talk with their friends from the Blue House. Cho talked how she had been improving her flying skills during the holidays, while Rachel and Padma talked about new spells they wanted to try out. They were eating quietly and in peace when Ron came rushing into their table, almost knocking some of the other plates and disturbing the peace. Hold your horses, Ron. Where's the fire? Harry asked. Nowhere. It's just that yesterday I forgot that Mum gave me these presents for you three. Ron explained, giving Harry, Hermione, and Pansy the 3 wrapped presents. Why, thank you, Ron. Tell your mum that they're great, Hermione said as she took her hand-made sweater with a neat H on it. Tell your mother thanks, Ronald, Pansy simply said as her sweater had a P on it. She wasn't a fan of it, but it was warm, so she could probably use it underneath her robes when it was a colder weather. Thanks, Ron. Tell your mom that they're great and are fantastic, Harry claimed. As the kids talked in the staff table, Professor Dumbledore received a note. We need to talk. Moody was the only thing the note said. What does he want? Perhaps he has found information that proves that Harry Wayne is actually Harry Potter. Dumbledore thought as he glanced at the Slytherin boy surrounded by girls. He's too popular. He's going to be so arrogant if he defeats Voldemort, he added as he retired to his office. He knew that boy was Harry Potter. In a small restaurant, 2 ordinary-looking people reunited to have breakfast together. They sat facing to each other. A redhead man and a dark-haired woman who had purple light streaks in between the darkness of her hair who fall easily over her shoulders. So tell me about yourself, Bill said as he sat in front of Zatanna. He had never been into the Muggle world, but she said that this restaurant was one of her favorites. So he took a leap of faith, After all, he was going to be the protector of Earth. He needed to know about Muggles and Muggles' customs. The only thing he wasn't that sure was the denim jeans he wore. His father told him the Muggles used them often. Well, I'm a magician from Las Vegas. My parents went to America looking for a better life and left the old Italian home for the exciting Vegas Strip. I'm technically a magician or an illusionist thanks to my father, who began doing magic shows in a casino, and now the legacy has extended to me. I'm also a member of the Justice League. Their Dark Division. Zatara said, "What does it mean, Dark? And what is the Justice League?" Bill asked, confused. All right, well, the Justice League is a group of superheroes that work together to defend and protect the planet. In the beginning, it was only Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, and Hawkgirl, with Aquaman, Nightwing, Cyborg, and Shazam being the ones who helped them on most occasions. Then, after a disaster with some alien race called the Thanagarians, that group decided to keep closer contact with the rest of the heroes in other parts of the planet. That's where Dr. Fate, Etrigan, my dad, and many others joined their ranks. Now that Dad retired, the Batman offered me the role of magical consultant in their division of anomalies, rituals, and karmic threats. Zatara explained. That sounds important, Bill replied. It is. I have lost count how many times I've saved the world, she said as she took a bit of the cheese omelet in front of her. Really? How many times? Bill asked, intrigued. 2, but honestly, I have saved some of the heavy hitters from weird curses, like the time Wonder Woman was turned into a pig, Zatara replied with a smirk. A full transfiguration? How long did it lasted? And how did you counter its effects? Bill asked, quite intrigued as he leaned forwards, expecting the explanation of a lifetime. Well, I tried everything. In the end, we had to make a deal with the goddess Circe, so that she could return the heroine to her original form. Zatara said, a little bummed out that she wasn't the one who beat the curse that afflicted Wonder Woman. Wow, that's so amazing, Bill said, almost yelling, which surprised Zatara. Whenever she retold the story to someone like Constantine or Etrigan, they more often than not simply scoffed at said story. But Bill wasn't like them. He was genuinely eager to know more. Oh, really? You think it's amazing? Zatara asked. Yes, I only deal with long-forgotten curses, so having you here telling me that you faced a goddess and one, it shows just how amazing you are, Bill replied, making Zatara blush. Gosh, she felt like a teenager. She thought she had left that part behind. She was a 23-year-old woman now. She shouldn't blush. I didn't defeat her, she said, mumbling to herself. But you did want to find her. Believe me, no one can find a god, or at least nobody I know has met a god, Bill explained. Thanks, she said as she felt her cheeks turn red. And what else is there to know about you? Bill asked. You haven't spoken about your mother. Is she all right? He added. Not so much. I'm not that interesting. Zatara said she hated that of the first dates, having to talk about themselves. On stage, she could be confident as heck, but on one-on-one interactions, she was a nervous wreck. I don't believe that. So far, everything you have told me has been an amazing thing after the other, Bill replied as he looked at her directly into her eyes. Most men she tried to date went directly to her cleavage, but Bill has proven that he was actually a perfect gentleman. She liked that. Why don't we talk about you, and then I'll talk about me later, Zatara said, trying to change the direction of the conversation. What's to tell? I'm the eldest of 6 brothers and 1 sister. I was until 2 weeks ago a Gringotts curse breaker. Now I'm learning how to be a good Dr. Fate. I live in a small flat, but it's mine and mine only, though I still get a howler from my mom from time to time yelling me for not having a girlfriend or wife so that she could be a grandmother, Bill explained. That's what all parents are alike, Zatara replied. Yes, but magical parents are worse than that. Since in our world the legal age for someone to be considered an adult is 17, my mother has been on my heels asking me and taunting me with those topics. For her, the moment I stepped out of school without a girl by my side, it showcased that I was going to remain single the rest of my life. Bill joked, making Zatara giggle. That's how mothers are, I suppose, she said. Suppose? Is your mother not around to shame you on your life choices? Bill asked. He hoped he hadn't overstepped any line or something. My mom passed away when I was 3. Car accident. Dad raised me ever since, Zatara replied with a small smile. I'm sorry to hear that, he said as he reached for her hand and caught it between his. It's okay. It really wasn't something I would have revealed on a first date, Zatara said. I'm not bothered by that. I'm glad you feel confident enough with me to reveal that. And is this a date? Bill asked, smirking, trying to ease out the situation. He felt stupid for asking something like that. Of course. Why would have I invited you here if it wasn't a date? Zatara said as she smirked as well. Then it's officially a date. I guess I owe Mr. Nelson $5, Bill replied. You made a bet on this? Zatanna asked. Yes, he was sure this was a date while I said that it was simply breakfast between two people trying to get to know each other. Bill explained his reasoning. Don't get me wrong. I really like that this is a date, Bill said. I really like it as well, she said as she put her hands beneath her chin and parted her lips a little. Bill quickly understood that signal. She wanted to be kissed by him, and he wanted to kiss her so badly. He was leaning in when two voices interrupted. You're Giovanni Zatara. We saw your New Year's livestream show in Las Vegas. It was amazing. Two 10-year-old children, most likely to be brother and sister, said as they stood next to the table. When I grow up, I want to be a magician like you. The girl said. Oh, thank you for the compliment, children. Do you want an autograph? Zatanna offered, making the kids beamed in happiness as they saw how made a ballpoint pen appear from the nothingness. She begun scribbling on a clean napkin since the children didn't have anything to write on. To my biggest fans, sorry, what are your names? She asked the kids. I'm Andy, and this is my brother Gardner, the girl said. Very well. To my biggest fans, Andy and Gardner, may the magic guides you on your life. With love, Zatanna Zatara. Sigmund Seatorp Eset Nerdlik Syala. Zatanna said at the end of the autograph as she gave the children the napkin. They thank her and rush to their table where their parents awaited for them. The mother muttered, I'm sorry, to Zatanna, who simply shrugged it off. She liked being recognized by her fans, especially children. They were the most enthusiastic of them all. As Zatanna turned to her date, she saw he had a very deep stare in his face. Something wrong? She asked, worried. Nothing, I'm just thinking. Bill said. About? Zatanna asked. Well, it's just your magic. It's so unique, Bill said, trying to comprehend what that meant. Thank you. But what are you trying to say? She asked him. Well, your magic doesn't work the same way mine does. For what I just saw, you need to say the words backwards for it to work. No enchantment and no wand movement. Nothing. You simply are unique. How does it work? Bill asked. Well, the Zatara family has learned through centuries how to channel our magic with simple words. According to our grimoires, the magic is latent in everyone. Unlike the pure bloods on your side of the world, the Zatara family was and is completely made by ordinary people. We are not superior because we were born with magic. They just need to accept the fact that anyone who puts its mind into it can accomplish wonders. Zatanna replied to a very convinced Bill. I think that's a good thought. I hope that as Dr. Fate and with you by my side, we can change that worldview, Bill said. I want that too, Zatanna said, smiling at him. Albus Dumbledore stepped into his office and noticed that his friend Alastor Moody was already in it. Alastor, my old friend, nice to see you. How was your holiday? Have you already brought me proof that the Wayne boy is actually Harry Potter? Albus said as he took a sit in his throne and ate one of the candies in the bowl. He offered one to Moody, but the man refused. Albus, you're wrong about that Wayne kid, Alastor bluntly said. I saw him. Checked on him and his family during the holidays, and I have no doubt that the boy's only relation to Potter is the name. But the name is very common, so that's only a coincidence. You should leave the boy alone, Alastor said, which took Dumbledore by surprise. That can't be true. No Muggleborn has ever been that powerful, especially at that age. Dumbledore said. That's where you are wrong, Albus. I've trained purebloods, half-bloods, and Muggleborns for years, and I've come to the realization that no matter their blood status, with the proper training, anyone could be a Merlin or Morgana by their own merit, Alastor explained. But it can't be. I was so sure that Harry Wayne was Harry Potter. Albus looked shocked. It's true, he is the firstborn of Bruce Wayne and Silver Wayne née St. Cloud. She died during childbirth. I checked the records of the Gotham General as well as some of the records inside the house, which was quite honestly almost as impenetrable as Gringotts. Let me tell you that Wayne guy is a complete paranoid, Alastor said. Yes, he is. Even his mind is tough to probe, Albus said as he leaned on his throne, completely defeated. Let me ask you, Albus. What would you have done if I told you that Harry Wayne was actually Potter? Would you have trained him like I do with my Aurors, or what would you have done? Alastor asked. I would swiftly place him underneath my wing and train him to defeat Voldemort, Albus said. What about his family? Do you think they would agree to that? Especially placing a minor against a formidable foe as him, Alastor asked. They would see it as necessary. Everyone makes sacrifices. Why they wouldn't offer their child to a great cause? If they didn't agree, then perhaps a small compulsion charm or an obliviate spell could make them reconsider it. Albus said truthfully. He quickly realized that his candies tasted funny. Veritas serum. Low blow, Alastor. Do you even hear yourself? I'm glad Wayne is not Potter, because if that was the case, I would have denied every link between the two of them. All I'm going to say is that Potter is safer without you in his life. Even if you found him, you should leave the boy alone. He is not a soldier nor a pawn for you to sacrifice. When we were younger, we always fought for the right reason. Alastor said, "The greater good is a good reason, Alastor." Dumbledore replied, standing up from his seat, his voice resounding in the entirety of his office, startling the portraits and even Fawkes, who squeaked in surprise. "Not at the cost of innocent lives. I thought I followed the great wizard Albus Dumbledore, not Gellert Grindelwald," Alastor said, making Albus' fury subside as he realized what he was planning to do to a child. "Alastor, I'm sorry if I put you in a compromising position. I apologize. I don't know what was I thinking. I won't ask you for this again," Dumbledore said. He only saw the other man nod at him before disappearing into the green flames of the Flint network. "Fawkes, have I made a mistake?" Dumbledore asked to his phoenix, who simply shrugged at his question. The elderly bird was soon to burst, so he couldn't expect much from his old companion. After a very uneventful day, Harry decided to visit Hagrid. He had missed the gentle giant during the holidays. Besides, Grandpa Alfred had made some of his home-made bagels, so he wanted to share them with him. He walked to his hut and knocked on the door. He waited and no one answered. He knocked again and again, nothing. Then he smelled something burning. Harry's eyes went wide. He stepped back and, using his grappling gun, he locked it in the door's lintel and rushed forward, leaping on the air to gain momentum to break the door apart. "What in the bloody hell was that?" Hagrid's voice sounded alarmed as he went to check his destroyed door. Harry quickly noticed that his hair was messier than usual and he was wearing an apron. "Hagrid, you're fine," Harry said as he hugged the man. "Of course I'm fine, ye lad. Why wouldn't I be?" Hagrid said. "It's just that I smelled that something was burning and I got worried. Sorry about the door, by the way," Harry apologized. "It's all right, though. Ye going to pay for it," Hagrid replied. "Okay. I'm simply glad you're not hurt or anything," Harry said. "But why was the burnt smell?" he inquired. "Oh, that was me diner ya. I was making dinner burn a little," Hagrid replied, but his nervousness denoted something else. "Hagrid, what are you hiding?" Harry asked. "Me? Oh, I'm not hiding anything," Hagrid replied, but Harry remained unconvinced. Profuse, sweating, stuttering, his eyes are moving everywhere, which denotes that he is hiding something. His eyes avoid going into the kitchen, so there's something inside the kitchen. What could be hidden inside the kitchen? Where could be the best place to hide? Something? The shelves? No, too obvious, the racks? Too on the nose. That leaves me with the conclusion that there's something in the kitchen's cauldron. Harry's thought as he reached the conclusion of Hagrid's secret. "Please tell me, what are you hiding on the cauldron?" Harry said, completely flabbergasted the man. "I am not." Hagrid tried to defend himself, but Harry's inquisitive look destroyed the walls the man tried to put on. "Fine, come here, Harry. You're about to see a real miracle," Hagrid said as he took the boy near the chimney where the cauldron was boiling water. Inside of it, Harry could see an oval shape. "That's too big to be an ostrich's egg, that's for sure," Harry joked. "Ostriches? No, Harry, that is a dragon's egg. You see, you need to keep it warm for 2 weeks inside boiling water for it to be able to break free," Hagrid said. "You're going to have a pet dragon? Aren't they illegal for their domestic use?" Harry asked. "Yes, but I can prove that they're misunderstood creatures," Hagrid said. "Hagrid, they're dangerous and volatile creatures. They need open spaces, not be kept as a pet," Harry said the giant. "Ironic considering that you have a basilisk as a friend." "Please, Harry, don't tell anyone about this. I always wanted a dragon. Please, if they found out, I'll be fired and they'll take the egg away," Hagrid said with tears forming in the corner of his eyes. Harry's heart was torn between what was right and what was necessary. "Look, I won't tell anyone. I consider you my friend, and I don't want the egg to be taken away. So I'm going to wait till the dragon is born, and then we'll see what to do, all right?" Harry said to the giant, who nodded. "Thank you, Harry," the man said as he sniffed and cleaned his nose. "Come, let's eat. My grandfather sent me a freshly baked bagels," Harry said as he took a miniature box from his utility belt, and then he enlarged it and heated it up with a simple movement of his wand. "Those smell delicious," Hagrid said. "Then bon appetit," Harry said as he grabbed one of the bagels and took a bite out of them. "Just out of curiosity, who gave you the egg?" As Harry laid his head to rest, his mind raced 1,000 per second, thinking of everything. "Facts. Professor Quirrell is trying to help Voldemort. He might have given Hagrid the dragon's egg to get knowledge of Hagrid's pet Fluffy." "What's Fluffy?" "Don't know, probably a puppy. Though knowing Hagrid, it's going to be something bigger. Quirrell wants the Philosopher's Stone that is stored inside the castle, probably inside the Forbidden Corridor. So if that's what is hidden in there, then it's going to be dangerous. I should ask for help, especially if this can make the headmaster get fired from his post. Harry thought. He looked directly into the sleeping snowy owl and the snake at his bedposts. According to what Aunt Amy once told, the wizards care only for the pure blood status. If someone endangers a house, then said person who endangers said house should be punished. Who do I know that is of said status? Harry thought to himself. Neville, Draco, Susan, Daphne, Pansy, Blaze, Gregory, Vincent. Damn, almost all of my friends are from pure blood families. I need to ask for their help, if any of them are. Endangered by Dumbledore's action, the headmaster will be fired on the spot. My best options are Nev, Draco, and Susan. I hope no one is injured, but still we need to be careful. Now, Quirrell is probably waiting for an opportunity for the headmaster to leave. He is too chicken to try to do something with him on the school grounds. If I'm going to beat Quirrell and make Dumbledore get fired, then I need to take the headmaster out of the school. I think I need to make a letter giving him what he wants. Harry smirked at himself. The next day, Albus had a troublesome night. He constantly trashed and turned on his bed, not being able to fall asleep. He looked tired and defeated. He looked at Harry Wayne, who was having breakfast surrounded by friends in the Hufflepuff house, as well as his ever-growing circle of girlfriends. Leave it, Albus. The boy is a simple muggle-born. He isn't the chosen one to fulfill the prophecy, he thought to himself. Then he saw the dozens of owls bringing the morning news and mail. But due to that constant flapping of wings, he missed the owl who dropped a letter in front of him. He quickly tried to search for said owl, but it was lost on the sea of feathery wings. He noticed the envelope. It was ordinary without sender's name. He made a quick checkup spell and noticed that there wasn't any spell or curse on it, so he decided to open it. From the personal desk of Theodore Tonks. Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm writing on behalf of my client, Lord Harry Potter. Dumbledore stopped reading and stood up, making everyone on the Great Hall turn to see him. I need to leave the school, Albus thought to himself as he grabbed the letter and calmly rushed toward his office. Unknown to him, two people smirked at his reaction. Chapter end notes. Magic protect these children always, is what Zatanna said to the children whose names I took from her creators Gardner Fox and Murphy Anderson. I at first hadn't considered making the Hagrid scene, but then I found out that Robbie Coltrane passed away today, and I had to write something about him sharing a meal with Harry. R.I.P. Gentle Giant. Race to the Rock. Chapter summary. Harry makes a plan to beat Quirrell before he gains the stone. Chapter notes. So, I have to tell you that my job is great. I work as a trust and safety consultant, which honestly sounds way better than it sounds, but due to this I don't have enough time to properly work on the mini fix I have, so please bear with me. Hope you enjoy this chapter and leave a feedback, which I honestly appreciate a lot. See the end of the chapter for more notes. I need to leave the school, Albus thought to himself as he grabbed the letter and calmly rushed toward his office. Unknown to him, two people smirked at his reaction. Phase 1 completed. Harry smirked at himself as he sent quick notes to Neville, Dora, Susan, and Draco, as well as passing quick notes to Hermione, Daphne, Pansy, Millie, Tracy, Rachel, and Blaze. Harry finished his breakfast, excused himself, and went to the dungeons, grabbed his invisibility cloak, and checked that his utility belt was fully ready to go. He waited in the astronomy tower, just like he had asked his friends and girlfriends to meet him there. He looked at the morning sun shining brightly. He, for the first time in his life, was going to do something completely daring and heroic, and at the same time brash and stupid. He still hoped that his friends would follow him in this quest. Hermione was the first one to appear. What happened? Why did you send the note? She asked, confused. Remember when I told you about the thing that attacked me on the Forbidden Forest? He asked. Yes. You were so shaken up the next morning. Why? She asked. I'll reveal more when the others arrive, but it's about that thing and that we need to stop it, Harry said. He smiled at Hermione. He had many times adored her determination, her drive for knowledge, but most importantly the devotion towards her parents, who had been a stepping stone for her persona. He thought that he hadn't kissed her right, at least not the way Pansy, Millie, and Tracy had done before, so he decided to take this alone time between the two of them and hugged her and planted a full kiss on her lips. She was surprised but embraced the feeling of the love Harry poured on the kiss and let herself go. It wasn't until a cough made them turn around and saw Draco with Susan standing in front of them with a smirk on their lips. I thought this was supposed to be a war meeting, not a kissy-kissy session, Susan replied. That sounded like your jealous cousin Susan, Draco said. I'm not. I have my own farm boy to kiss if I want, Susan replied. When have you kissed John? Draco asked. I have on the New Year's party, on the cheek, she said with a winning look on her face. Draco rolled his eyes. Anyhow, Why did you call us? Draco asked. It's about a special mission, but I really need for everyone to appear, because I hate to repeat the same thing over and over. Let's just wait, Harry said as he leaned over the railing waiting for his friends and allies to arrive. Draco and Susan looked confused but patiently waited for their friends to arrive. That couldn't be said for Pansy, who was more than anxious to know what was going on. She knew it was probably something to do with the fact that Harry was the Harry Potter, and this was more than likely to be a fight against dark magic. But still she wanted a confirmation from her boyfriend. Meanwhile, at Dumbledore's office, Albus was checking everything he needed for his meeting. This was the most important meeting he could have in recent memory. He checked what was the most colorful robes he owned in order to make a good impression on Harry Potter's employee. If the Potter child was alive and wanted to meet with him, then it must be of high importance. He was preparing his suitcase and some galleons as a small incentive in case Potter's employee wants to keep some secrets when Minerva appeared on his office. Albus, what in Merlin's name was that a moment ago? Minerva asked accusatory. It's just that I received important news that require my full focus. Dumbledore calmly said, but inside of him a wreck was happening. And the school year is not important? The children have just returned to the school. They need their headmaster. Minerva asked him as her eyebrow was raised inquisitive. They need their teachers. I won't be away for too long. I'm sure nobody will notice my absence, Dumbledore said as he tried to calm Minerva. She was one of his oldest friends, but sometimes the woman was too stubborn. She needed to have faith in him. Minerva inhaled deeply and exhaled. She shook her head. Sometimes I don't understand you, Albus. She huffed before leaving the headmaster's office. This is for the greater good, Minerva. You don't need to understand it, he said as he packed some important files to prove to the Potter's employee that his credentials were impeccable. Yo, Harry, wash the rush. Nymphadora, don't call me that, Tonks asked as she arrived, lastly munching on a piece of bread with strawberry jelly, some of it staying on her upper lip, which she cleaned off with the tip of her tongue. Today I'm going to face Voldemort's minion and prevent him from claiming the Philosopher's Stone, Harry bluntly said to his friends, who all looked at him in disbelief. Tonks' mouth was wide open, while Daphne, Rachel, and Neville looked at him with seriousness in their faces. The others were a mixture of shock, surprise, and conflicted emotions. You have got to be kidding, Daphne finally said after a few moments. No, I know from a very viable source that Voldemort's minion will try to steal the stone, Harry said. Are you sure about this, Harry? Shouldn't we tell a professor about this? Hermione asked. They wouldn't understand, so you'll just have to trust me, all right? He said, but he noticed that they weren't fully convinced at his statement. It wasn't until Neville spoke that the silence was broken. I trust you, Harry. 10 years ago, I almost lost my parents because some of Voldemort's minions tried to take them out. If there's a 1% chance that we can stop him, then we have to take it with absolute certainty, Neville said with a confidence worthy of a Gryffindor. Harry knew the history of the attack on Neville's parents years ago, and he knew it was still a touchy subject for his aunt and uncle, but they were amongst the bravest people he knew. After all they faced against Death Eaters during the war and survived, he hoped that in doing this mission, they could avoid more trauma. Then count me in as well. I won't let my friends to be hurt by that guy, Susan said. She, just like Harry, had lost her birth parents during the war. According to the papers of the time, the Death Eaters had thrown their corpses onto the main atrium on the Ministry of Magic where everyone could see them. Aunt Amelia had to adopt Susan after that incident. Nor am I. Let's prevent him from raising to power. Draco was the next one to speak. According to his mother, Draco's father was one of Voldemort's minions. He had treated his mom awful. Perhaps I should talk to her soon. I was a brat yesterday, Draco thought to himself. I'll help. I'm the most experienced and the oldest, so no offense, Harry, but I'll make the plan, Dora said as she lightly punched her younger cousin. Be my guest then, Harry said to her. He counted on all of the presents to be on board of whatever crazy plan he make. But Dora was better suited to make plans. Dora transfigured a desk out of a chair and took some parchments to write all of the information Harry had. The volunteers approached, but Hermione, Rachel, Blaise, Daphne, Tracy, and Millie approached, with Pansy remaining a little far, but close to hear the plan. She was frightened, to be honest. Her father had filled her mind with countless times of Voldemort's power, and she was impressed by said tales, but now she was afraid of what a minion of the Dark Lord could do to the people she loved and cared. After the planning, it was decided that some of the Slytherins were going to spy on Quirrell, while the Order, as Harry, Neville, Dora, Susan, and Draco called themselves, were going to enter the hidden chamber on the 3rd floor and rest of the Slytherins and the Ravenclaws were going to alert Professors Lupin, McGonagall, and Snape in case that things went south. As they left the astronomy tower towards their respective classes of the day, Pansy stopped Harry. She looked nervous. "Hey, Harry, why didn't you told them you were Harry Potter?" Pansy asked him. "I don't know, I felt like this wasn't the right time. Not when everyone was present. A wise man once said that a person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, and dangerous animals. I'm not saying they would attack me or anything, but their trust would be shattered from the revelation. I will tell them the truth, but on one-on-one interactions," Harry said, giving her a small smile. "Fine, I will continue keeping your secret safe," Pansy said, winking her eye. "Now let's beat this dark wizard's butt," she added. Gotham City. Damien was waking up from his slumber. He had an all-night patrol alongside Black Bat and Spoiler, and he had arrived at the Manor just 2 hours ago. He knew that with 2 hours was barely enough to catch a deserved sleep, but at least they had managed to catch on White Rabbit's exploits and send the crazy woman right back to Arkham Asylum. He was finished with his shower when his phone buzzed. He had received a text message. "Your brother is insane," was the text message from Rachel that Damian Wayne received on his cell phone. "Tell me something I don't know. What did he do now?" Damian was unimpressed after all the crazy wizard brother he had was a daredevil, often trying to prove himself with crazy stunts on his bike or in his broom. "He plans going against a dark wizard," Rachel's text said. "He is doing what?" "I'll talk to Father," Damian said. He quickly pressed the touch screen and called the contact with the name Father and a bad emoticon next to its name. Damian waited and waited and waited 3 times before he could hear the deep voice of his father on the other end of the line. "Good morning, Damian. What happened?" His father asked. "Father, I don't mean to be a snitch, but Harry is planning on going after a dark wizard. I don't know about you, but it's dangerous he does that thing," Damian said. "He might not show it that much, but he cares about his siblings." "All right, that really is something bad. I'll make sure Dr. Fate is aware of it." "Thanks, Damian," his father said, but Damian found it weird. "Whatever," Damian said before hanging up. What the hell is going on in Harry's mind? Damian thought to himself. At the same moment in Wayne Enterprises, London, Bruce reclined his chair and massaged his forehead. Nobody said that it was easy being a parent, he thought to himself. He quickly sent a text to Kent Nelson, and in less than a minute an ink cross appeared on his office, and from it appeared the elderly man with the current Dr. Fate. "I hope you know what you're doing, because now Harry is going to face that Voldemort guy," Bruce said to the pair. "He is doing what?" the doctor shockingly asked. "But this shouldn't be happening. According to other timelines, he always fights Quirrell on the end of his school year. Perhaps I miscalculated Harry's desire for justice," Kent said as he took a sit on the chair next to him. "Well, now that that is happening, what are we going to do?" Bruce asked. "Well, we can't enter the castle. The wards prevents us from doing it," Kent said. "For you, perhaps." Dr. Fate spoke, but then he took his helmet off, transforming back into his civilian persona. "But I was a student. You told me that you gave Harry a necklace that protected him from harm, that you managed to absorb a deathly curse and send it into a void, but that you weren't physically into it. Now, what if I appear when the moment is right? I can make a physical manifestation and protect Harry. Does that sound good for you?" Bill asked. "It could work." Bruce said, "Please protect my son." Bruce said he hated not being able to protect his son himself, but he couldn't bypass magic. There was no computer he could hack to allow him to enter and beat that goon's face with his own hands. "That I'll do, Mr. Wayne," Bill replied before he put his helmet back and disappeared in another ank of light. Diagon Alley. Dumbledore operated into the Diagon Alley and went towards the office of Ted Tonks, a muggle-born wizard who had opened his solicitor's office in one of the many buildings on the alley. It wasn't that profitable since many pure-blooded wizards chose to go to their personal accountants rather than a muggle-born. Albus knew the man, but he would have never guessed he worked for Potter. The headmaster knocked into the office door, catching a glimpse of a blonde vagabond that was looking at him, but that quickly hid in the darkness of an adjacent alley. "I shall investigate that further." But before the man could follow the vagabond, the door opened, and he could see the man he was there to see. "Professor Dumbledore, nice to see you," Ted said to the elder man. "Edward, nice to see you. It has been years," Dumbledore said to the man. "Please come in. What we need to talk is not for prying eyes," Ted said to the man as Dumbledore nodded and enter as the other man closed and charmed the door. Inside the office, Dumbledore checked for anything that could be out of place, like listening devices or charmed objects. "Do you want a cup of tea? Coffee? Fire whiskey?" Ted asked. "It's a little early for whiskey, but I do accept you a cup of tea. Ginseng if you have," Dumbledore said as he took sit. "Very well, Jenny," Ted said, and a house elf appeared on the office. Please bring us a kettle of ginseng tea, Ted gently said to the house elf, who nodded before popping away. The muggle-born wizard sat in front of his desk and took a ledger from his desk drawer. He noticed that Dumbledore was looking at him with intent, but he decided to wait until Ginny came back before discussing business with the other man. Less than 5 minutes passed with the two wizards exchanging meaningless conversation until the house elf returned with a tray with a beautiful but simple porcelain tea set. The elf gently placed it on the desk before bowing and popping out. Ted proceeded to serve the tea and adding 3 drops of lemon to Dumbledore's tea at the other man's request. "So, let's begin business, shall we?" Dumbledore said after taking a sip from his tea. He had waited long enough. "Right. So, my employer Harry Potter wants me to request you to stop publishing books on his name, or in case you can't stop the printing and distribution of said books, he wants a compensation for use of his likeness and name," Ted said in all seriousness at a flabbergasted Dumbledore. "Ted, I don't know where Harry got the idea that I have any influence on what the publishers print about the name of Harry Potter, nor why would he think that I have the right to publish what someone else does. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting to talk one-on-one with the boy." Dumbledore explained his point. "Well, my employer prefers to remain anonymous, and he prefers that any business interaction on Potter House is dealt by me. He might sound as a paranoid child to you, but I believe that he has a good motive to be distrustful of other people," Ted said. Dumbledore looked at the man with incredulity. How could he be thinking that he was someone you couldn't trust? He needed to mend that, and fast. "Ted, please. I believe that Harry should hear what I have to say by my own lips, so call him in and let me handle him," Dumbledore said. "No, I can't do that. I made an oath to prevent anyone from seeing my employer. So either we reach a settlement or you could be facing charges for impersonation and slander," Ted replied. "I don't see how portraying Harry as a hero who lived thousands of adventures is considered slander," Dumbledore replied. "He is an 11-year-old boy. His only adventures are playing in the park or going to school, not facing dragons and exorcising demons as the books of that phony Lockhart says," Ted said. He was angry of how the name Potter had been dragged on the mud due to some unscrupulous people, though he had to admit that at least the Squib Rolling's book were better written than those of Lockhart. "I'm sorry, Ted, but it's beyond my power. Now let me please talk with Harry," Dumbledore said once again. He needed to talk with the boy. He was looking for the best interest for him after all. "I already told you that I can't do that. So if we can't reach an impasse, then we have nothing to discuss. Have a nice day, Professor Dumbledore." Ted dismissed the headmaster. Albus was annoyed by this. This was not exactly how he expected this conversation to go. He decided to take some of his paper from his own ledger to show Tonks. "I believe that it is within my power as Supreme Mugger to demand seeing someone and not being denied of it," Dumbledore replied. He hated using his credentials of the Ministry to reach his goal, but this conversation was going nowhere. "Sorry, but I'm under the protection of both House Black and Potter. If someone from said house tells me that they don't want to be found or disturbed, then there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, you're trying to force yourself to see Harry Potter, but you can't forbid the books to be published? How ironic. Now please leave. I have other pressing matters to attend," Ted said as he once again dismissed the headmaster. "Very well, have a good day, Mr. Tonks," Dumbledore said as he turned and walked towards the stairs of the office. He was angry about how this meeting had went. He expected that Mr. Tonks were dazzled by his presence and allowed him to see the boy, though he had to admit that at least he knew the boy was alive and that he had some relation to the House Black. He would need to find out more of it. But now it was lunchtime, so he went to the Leaky Cauldron to have a meal before returning to the castle. He quickly found an empty table and asked a pumpkin juice and a turkey pastry. He was eating when the door opened and a familiar voice called his name. "Albus, I didn't know you were here," Fudge said as he entered the pub and sat in front of him. "Cornelius, nice to see you. I just came here for some supplies. That's all," Dumbledore said to the other man. "I see. Well, looking at your expression, I'd say you didn't found what you were looking for," Fudge replied. "To be honest, that's true," Dumbledore said. "Well, you can always count with old friends, Albus," the minister said as he stood up and went to talk with Tom the bartender. "Old friends, right?" Dumbledore thought to himself as he continued his meal. The day had passed on quickly. Millie, Pansy, and Blaze had all checked on Professor Quirrell. They felt bad because the Dada teacher seemed harmless enough, but they believed and trusted Harry. At lunch, Daphne and Tracy were the next team to keep an eye on the stuttering teacher. It was during this time that they saw with suspicion the actions the professor was doing. They saw how the man went inside the forbidden corridor. They informed Harry about this, and he and the Order arrived as soon as they could. Is he inside? Harry asked. Yes, he entered not long ago, Daphne said. Great, let's go, Harry said to Dora, Draco, Neville, and Susan, who nodded at him. Harry, wait, Tracy said, and as the boy was turning, he felt Tracy's hands on the collar of his robes as she pushed him in her to plant a kiss on his lips. The boy looked at her with a happy smile. Then Daphne gave him a quick peck on the lips as well, and he smiled at her as well. Life was good. Be careful, they said. I will. Just remember, I'll send you the signal if anything goes wrong, he told them once again. The girls nodded at him before the Order crossed the wood door. Life wasn't that good, Harry thought to himself as the group found themselves in front of a three-headed dog. A magical harp played some tune. Harry recognized it as the one Hagrid often played in his flute. No wonder this corridor is forbidden, Susan exclaimed. Well, at least that thing is asleep, Draco replied. Not for long. Hagrid told me that Fluffy falls asleep as quickly as he hears music, and if my memory is correct, then the harp is going to stop playing in less than 20 seconds, Harry informed the group. And what do we do now? Neville asked. Does any of you play the harp? Dora asked. The kids shook their heads in response. Great, Dora said. Then the harp suddenly stopped playing, the dog begun to stir to wake up, but then another kind of music begun to be heard. Stars shining bright above you. Night breezes seemed to whisper, I love you, birds singing in the sycamore tree. Dream a little dream of me. The group turned and saw Harry winking at them as he showed his cell phone at them, with the song playing on repeat. Genius, Dora said. Now let's move this giant out of our way, Susan said as she took her wand from her holster. Dora, Draco, and Susan made a Wingardium Leviosa to gently move the Cerberus beast to the side and liberate the trapped door underneath his body. Move, Neville said as he jumped down. The others quickly followed, but soon they realized that they were on some sort of vine, but Neville was nowhere to be found. Nev, where are you? Susan asked, worried. Down here, don't move. Let me work my magic, Neville said, and though the plant's tendrils they were in were wiggling and dangerously trapping them, they believed and trusted the other boy. After all, plants were his thing. Suddenly, the dark and damp cave was filled with light, as they had heard the Lumos Maximus spell coming from the boy's wand. The group fell on their arse, but other than that they were fine. Nice save, man, Harry said to the other boy. You're welcome. You should thank Dad for that. He taught me that spell in the holidays. Neville said. Well, I'm glad he did, Draco said, patting his friend's shoulder. Hey guys, do you hear that? Susan said as she moved down the corridor. Are those birds? Dora asked as they reached a tall cave where hundreds, if not thousands, flying things were flapping their wings. No, look, they're keys, Harry said as he took his night vision goggles that had a function of zoom in. What are they supposed to do? Draco asked. I guess to open that door. Draco pointed at the old crooked door at the end of the hallway. How are we going to reach them? Dora asked. Using those. Susan pointed at the brooms discarded on a corner. Do you believe that we need to snatch one of the keys from the air? Draco asked. It's possible, but I'm only seeing 3 brooms, so the best of us should fly, Susan added. Well, then I think it should be Draco, Harry, and me, Neville said. Are you sure, Neville? It's a little dangerous, Susan added. It's not time to be your brave Gryffindor, Neville, Dora added. I'm the eldest, and I should be the one to do it. It's not that hard. I'm just saying. They began arguing between them, while Harry simply knelt in front of the door. Susan approached him, not trying to continue the argument between the others. What are you doing, Harry? She asked as she saw Harry take some plain keys, hooks, and lockpicks from his utility belt, and begun working on the keyhole. Well, I believe that whoever enchanted those keys and this door thought of everything. But he or she thought in the magical way of doing things, but they never thought of the nomage way, Harry said, smirking to himself as he began moving the hooks, and then after a few movements a click sound was heard. His smirk transformed into a full grin. Guys, I just opened the door, Harry said, putting his hooks on the utility belt once again. That was amazing, Harry. How did you know it would work? Susan asked. Elementary, my dear Watson. If you try to do things in the wizard way and failed, then the nomage way will definitely work. Harry smirked at Susan and their friends who were shocked. Shall we continue? The next room was with a giant chessboard. They all look at the enormous thing with awe. Neville, you're up. How do you defeat the chessboard? Draco said, pushing his friend to the front. Are you kidding me? I'm not that good. Harry should command it. He beat Ron on 3 movements. Neville complained. I could do it, Harry said. Let me place myself, stay on the sidelines. If this is anything like magic chess, then there are many debris that are going to fly. Harry said as he assumed the position of the knight. The torches on the cave lit up quite brightly as Harry understood that the game was about to begin. Since he was playing on the black tiles, it meant he was going second after the opposing player. The white e4 pawn moved first. Harry smirked at that. King's pawn to e4, Harry replied, as he saw his giant pawn move to his desired location. The pawn arrived and swiftly destroyed the opponent's pawn. Then it was the white's turn. The bishop's pawn moved to f5, making Harry smirk even larger. King's pawn to f5, Harry replied, and everyone saw how Harry's pawn destroyed another pawn. The white attacked again, sending their knight's pawn to counterattack Harry's attack, leaving his king wide open for an attack. Queen to h5, Harry said, and everyone on the cave saw how the queen went at full speed to the white's king and demolished checkmate. Harry yelled, ending the game, "Good game," he replied as he went to meet his friends. "Impressive," Neville replied. "You have to teach me to do that, Harry," Doris said. "Later, we need to continue," Harry said as the doors opened, letting them pass without problems. The stone was almost within their reach.